Chapter 276 Cooling Down. Cold wave is coming. It rained heavily all night, and gradually stopped at dawn. The biting cold wind was blowing in the streets and alleys. Even the smoke of fireworks in the air was frozen. None of the breakfast restaurants on the streets were open, and it was indescribably deserted. Puddles of varying depths dotted the road, like smooth mirrors. Suddenly, a pair of patrolling soldiers hurried past. The atmosphere was so solemn that they crushed the sky above the water. On an old street in the southwest of the city, a quaint little pharmacy opened. The store is brightly lit with warm yellow lights, and the fragrance is lingering. The old shelves are filled with all kinds of goods, and there is a dazzling array of things to see. Jingle bell. The door was pushed open, and the bell at the door rang. The craftsman in charge of adjusting the door observed carefully, and applied 2 layers of oil on the newly replaced metal hinges. He turned to Su Xia and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, it's ready. Is there anything else that needs to be done?" "Thank you. This door is the only one that needs repairing for now." Su Xia smiled warmly, took out a wad of banknotes, and handed it to the craftsman repairing the door. The middle-aged craftsman immediately lowered his head, did not dare to say anything, packed up his things in a hurry, and then turned around and left. The street outside the door was filled with motionless mechanical warriors. Ordinary people dare not come here at all. The middle-aged craftsman would not have come if he was not forced to do so. So he took the money and left without saying a word. After a night of searching, the inside of the pharmacy has been basically explored, except for a few special metals valued by the Machine Clan, as well as experimental data from the 3 underground floors. Nothing else has been left untouched. The space on the 3rd underground floor is very large. In addition to the circular platform where Dad conducts experiments, there is also a vast space deeper. Step on the bones all over the ground and go deep, all the way down diagonally. And finally you can reach an underground river. According to the exploration of the underground troops of the mechanical tribe, the underground river leads to the suburbs and flows out at the foot of a low mountain. It is used as a drinking water source by the residents of the nearby town. "Sir, the exploration has been completed, and no trace of the old man has been found," the subordinate reported in front of you to all. "Based on surveillance inside the base and in the city, we tracked an abandoned factory and discovered a secret base underneath that factory." That night, the base used by Dad to control the overall situation and monitor the machine race was finally exposed. This news is undoubtedly shocking. After all, this is the territory of the Machine Clan, and it has always been the only role of the Machine Clan to monitor others. Unexpectedly, Dad actually secretly planted so many eyes inside their base to see their daily actions clearly. After learning the news, Yutua was relatively calm, but the other mechanical creatures were angry. "Sir, we will definitely catch that old guy, and none of his accomplices can escape." From last night to now, all projects in the secret laboratory underground of the Machine Tribe base have been stopped. All human researchers whose past identity and behavior had some problems were called away alone and subjected to lengthy interrogations in dark rooms. After the interrogation, some people stayed and continued the experimental project, and some people disappear forever. A cleansing storm unfolded silently under the dark night. Human heads fell to the ground one after another in invisible shadows. Their blood was scarlet, and they were finally washed away by the heavy rain, as if everything had been washed away. After dawn, there was still a faint smell of blood floating in the sober air after the rain. No matter how well the news is hidden, many people still know it. Many people were so frightened that they huddled at home and did not dare to go out. They could only secretly pray that the purge would end soon. The anger of the mechanical clan. I haven't seen it for a long time. In the office in the city center, City Lord Qi Lang sighed softly while holding a cup of hot tea. He stood in front of the window. The cold wind was howling outside, and the central square where people used to come and go was quiet. The office is quite warm, and the fragrance of tea lingers. "Fortunately, we have done quite well during this period. Xiao Chai, thanks to you." Qi Lang was a little lucky. The masked strangers had caused trouble in the city a few times before, and his position as city leader was almost lost. Since being warned by Yutua last time, Qi Lang has moved to the first floor of the office building. No longer the aloof style of the past. He carefully read every policy given by his secretary Chian and strictly implemented it. He has been performing very well recently. "Xiao Chai, how should we weather this storm?" Qi Lang could feel that this night of killing and bloodshed was just the beginning, and the anger of the mechanical tribe would not be calmed so easily. More people will die next. "Sir, let nature take its course and do our part well," Secretary Chian replied with a smile. Okay, it's up to you. Qi Lang nodded seriously, his attitude much better than before. During these days, he seemed to have indeed changed a lot, and he even began to take the initiative to pay attention to the situation of all walks of life in the city. On the first floor of the office building, on the other side, in the offices of the intelligence department, the scent of light tea also wafted. Wu Zhongdui was sitting on an office chair with a thick pile of information in front of him, but he was not in the mood to read it. What a troubled time! He also felt a little more emotional for no reason and tightened his clothes. It's the season of autumn and winter again, and this year it seems to be colder than before. Many people are having a harder time, and we don't know how many people will freeze to death in this cold wave. Not long after, a group of robot soldiers walked into the office building indifferently. Every soldier was cold, as if without any emotion. Their appearance made the temperature of the entire office building drop by several degrees. They walked right into the office, where the HR department was located, and requested the personnel files of all employees. Seeing this scene, many people were silent. How many more people are going to die? The killings last night finally spread, and a layer of blood of death enveloped the entire office building. Many people had ulterior motives in their hearts, and had done some bad things secretly. At this time, their faces turned pale with fright. Their bodies became weak, and they wanted to escape, but did not even have the courage to stand up. The same thing is happening in branches in various regions throughout the city. At the same time, an unprecedented bloody purge began in the next-door Huaijia city. The two cities acted together. All high-level human beings who had unclean identities and might have colluded with the resistance forces all met their deaths on this day. The gunshots of the cleaning continued. Many people died at home. Whole families were killed. Blood flowed from inside to outside the door, and the strong smell of blood wafted from the city center to the suburbs. Some people were so frightened that they drove away and were killed on the way to escape. The car was destroyed and everyone died. The terrifying chill brought by death is even more rapid than this cold wave. No! Don't kill me! I didn't do anything. I broke up with those rebels a few years ago. I was wronged. A distant cousin of mine participated in an anti-thief campaign. What does it have to do with me? Voices of injustice, screams, and wailings resounded throughout the city, and finally fell silent under the sound of gunfire. While the whole city was killing people, the machine tribe was also trying its best to find traces of their father. But at this time, Dad and his group had already escaped with the unconscious Kuan. Su Xia didn't know where her father and the others had gone. The transmission distance of nanorobots is also limited. If they are too far apart, real-time messages cannot be transmitted to them. The last time the nanorobots he sent to track his father's team came back was in the barren mountains south of the city. Judging from its direction, it may be heading to a coastal city further south. This road is full of dangers. Most of the machine tribe will deploy heavy troops along the way. The seemingly inconspicuous plants and trees may be disguised scouts of the machine tribe. Whether Dad and the others can escape is still open to question. They don't have the storage space of the player template, and they don't have many supplies that they can carry with them. From this point of view, Su Xia's situation is actually better. He is valued by Yutuo. His life is not in danger, and he only needs to keep the two beatitudes. After the heavy rain, the dark clouds faded away, and finally a trace of pale sunshine appeared in the sky. The mechanical creatures surrounding the pharmacy began to retreat. On the outside, many players have been impatient for a long time. Some people stayed up all night and wanted to know the final outcome of the pharmacy. Those robots have retreated, and it seems that Medicine Master Su has not been captured. Someone is holding a telescope and standing on a tall building to watch from a distance. I heard that Pharmacist Su is not only good at refining medicine, but also very strong. Can he beat Yutuo? Come on! Medicine Master Su just relies on poison to quickly kill monsters and raise the level to a higher level. He is very powerful at dealing with ordinary monsters. In front of Yutuo, he is probably no different from us. Players are talking a lot. And now the apothecary has become the focus of many people's attention, and is more famous than ever before. At this time, Sigidai was still in the wilderness and had not returned. Leader Lu came to the scene in his place, and kept watching. He was accompanied by a large group of players from the Coral City's Outer Legion. On the other side, as allies of the Bikini Castle team, players from game unions such as Frozen Cross and Sixth Heaven also arrived, led by Ice Thunder and North, who were wearing sophisticated equipment. More and more players are gathering in this area, and they are basically from the two major forces, the Outer Legion and the Resistance Alliance. There are deep conflicts between the two sides, and they almost start fighting when they meet. Fortunately, as long as Medicine Master Sue is fine. Bing Lei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Pharmacist Sue really didn't lie to us. Nor said next to him. He is indeed sure. Not only them. The rest of the team members of the Resistance Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. And their hearts were relieved. The pharmacy and Su Xia cannot afford to lose anything. That is the foundation for their development. Hearing what they said, Master Lu in the distance smiled and said loudly, Don't be too happy. Such a big thing happened this time. How could the machine tribe let go of the pharmacy so easily? Maybe the punishment is yet to come. None of your business. Bing Lei had a bad temper and retorted with a cold face. I just like to read jokes. What's wrong? Leader Lu said with a smile. Want to fight? Bing Lei's face turned cold and he drew his sword on the spot. The edge of the sword was ice cold. When he drew his sword, he immediately broke the stalemate between the two sides. Players on both sides seemed to have received the news and drew their weapons one after another. For a moment, the scene was filled with cold light, murderous intent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Thousands of players came to the scene to confront each other, and there were a steady stream of players from both sides coming from behind. If you were not careful, it could easily turn into a big melee again. Upon seeing this, the third-party players retreated and ran as far as they could. In the past few times, there were unlucky third-party players who were accidentally caught in the melee. Once you get involved, you can't run away, and you will be killed within seconds of resurrecting. You can only go offline in distress. Wait for the melee to end. Then go online and leave the battlefield. Well, what's the good of fighting and killing? A player nicknamed Huncho Monkey King sighed. It's precious to have everything in harmony. Oh, isn't playing games just for fighting and excitement? Otherwise, what else can you do? Watch the scenery. Someone next to me spoke out about the psychology of most players. At this moment, a player suddenly pointed in the direction of the pharmacy and shouted, Don't fight! There's something going on over there again! Hearing this voice, the chill in the scene dissipated a little, and everyone looked at the location of the pharmacy. On that old street, a big truck suddenly came. Two humanoid mechanical creatures jumped out of the truck compartment and did not enter the pharmacy. Instead, they stood outside and looked up, seemingly looking at the store sign hanging above. What are they doing? The players were confused and continued to watch. Not long after, the upper and lower bodies of the two robots suddenly separated, and the upper bodies rose steadily, leaving only a silver-white mechanical column in the middle for support. The upper bodies of the two robots rose to the same height as the old signboard, and then they began to take action, quickly removing the screws holding the old photo in place. The rusty screws fell to the ground, clanging loudly. It didn't take long for the entire sign to be taken down. Seeing this scene, Master Lu laughed loudly and said to Bing Lei and others on the other side, Let me just say, how can things end so easily? Isn't the punishment coming? From now on, this city there's no more Daddy's Pharmacy. The villain succeeds. Bing Lei snorted coldly, his expression ugly. The players who were also members of the Resistance Alliance felt their hearts sinking. They watched the pharmacy sign fall, but could do nothing. Can the pharmacy be saved after all? What about Su Xia? How many levels of medicine can Su Xia be able to refine now? Can he provide the third-level potions that high-level players need at this stage? Everyone knows that those high-end potions in the past were all stored underground in the pharmacy. If the pharmacy is sealed, they will naturally not be able to use them in the future, and they can only count on Su Xia. But at this stage, among the other well-known players who are working as pharmacists, the strongest one has just reached the second-level pharmacist. No matter how talented Su Xia is, how strong can she be? Master Lu said with a smile. The smile on his face was as bright as a blooming wild chrysanthemum. We believe in Pharmacist Su, Bing Lei replied coldly, with a strong tone. But in his heart, like the rest of the Resistance Alliance, he was a little uneasy, and he could only pray that the two senior brothers Su Xia would be safe and sound. But soon, an unexpected scene happened. After the two robots removed the pharmacy sign, they returned to the carriage and did not leave. Instead, they came out holding a brand new sign. On the signboard, the bright characters, Su Xia's Pharmacy Store, were clearly written. There is a mark in the corner, written by Yutua himself. What? Leader Lu's eyes widened, and he quickly changed his telescope, thinking that he had seen something wrong. When he looked again, the words were even more dazzling, shining with golden light, which almost blinded him. This is impossible! Leader Lu couldn't believe it and shouted directly. After such a big incident, How could you two all still give preferential treatment to the pharmacy? It is a great honor in Coral City to sign the name in your own hand. Before that, only Zhao Si had received a few words of verbal praise from Yutul, and Zhao Si paid a heavy price, betrayed all his friends in the old Beifeng organization, and suffered countless infamy before he got to that point, etc. Lier Lu suddenly shuddered, and through Zhao Si, he thought of something inexplicably. He moved the field of view of the telescope and stared at Su Xia standing at the door of the store without blinking, trying to see other emotions on Su Xia's face. As a core member of the Resistance Alliance, Su Xia should be on the opposite side of the Machine Clan, even though he was appointed by Yutu as the second in command of the intelligence department. He never went to work for a few days, and stayed in the pharmacy almost all the time. What happened to this sudden turn of events today? Could it be he? Has he surrendered to the enemy? Chapter 277 Pharmacy Store Owner. Has he surrendered to the enemy? This idea suddenly appeared in Master Lu's mind. Not only him, but the other players present also thought of this, and their expressions became weird. If it is really what they think, the situation in the future will be more delicate. On that old street, the two robots clapped their hands and looked up at the installed signboards with satisfied expressions on their faces. Okay, not too high, not too low. The effect is just right. Speaking of which, isn't the color matching not right? Another robot said. The pharmacy should use simple colors. This kind of golden text gives people a sense of nouveau riche. The human race likes this. Don't think too much about it. Well, that's right. The two robots said low to Su Xia, and then left in the big truck. Su Xia walked to the center of the old street, raised her head, and glanced at the shining golden signboard. Her face was speechless. She really didn't know what to say. At this moment, the game system suddenly popped up a prompt. Congratulations! You have gained a new identity pharmacy owner. You can choose to hide this identity or make it public so that all players can see it. Your game function module has been updated. Go check it out. After the nickname, Evil Bubble, on Su Xia's head, there is a golden title of Pharmacy Store Owner, which looks quite cool. Su Xia didn't like to show off, but he also noticed the group of players watching in the distance, so he didn't choose to hide. This is a good publicity opportunity. In his personal game system, there is an additional Pharmacy Shop Owner function module. Click on this module, and you will see a series of functional options for the pharmacy. Material management, inventory management, order management, customer management, market analysis, store staff management. As soon as these functional options came out, the style of the game suddenly changed, and it became a simulation business game. Click Material Management to see the past material supply data of the pharmacy. The pharmacy suppliers are distributed throughout the southwest region and have dealings with dozens of surrounding cities. They purchase large quantities of materials almost every once in a while. The other party delivers the goods to your door, so there is no need to make a trip in person, which saves Su Xia a lot of effort. But there is also a prompt in the lower right corner due to changes in the pharmacy owner. You need to recontact various material suppliers to ensure the stable supply of materials. The pharmacy is fairly well funded, although it used to store a large amount of pharmaceuticals that could not be sold. The recent arrival of players has changed everything. Click on Order Management and Customer Management, and you will find that the current customer base is a large number of players. Adhering to the principle of small profits but quick turnover, both players and pharmacies have benefited. Even if she has no money, Su Xia can still make a sum of money in a short time. The output of high-level pharmacists is terrifying. Now, if he only makes first-level, low-level potions, he doesn't need to make them one by one. He can directly add materials according to the proportion of the formula and make hundreds of potions at once. The success rate and efficiency are frighteningly high. Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu can also do it, but these two lazy guys paddle all day long, wasting their talent. So they should be more diligent during that time of training. Due to Dad's departure, your pharmacy's reputation has dropped by 65%. Its credibility has dropped by 45%. And its customer satisfaction has dropped by 30%. You need to take control of the pharmacy as soon as possible. Otherwise, the pharmacy will lose ground in the fierce market competition. Click to view surrounding competitors. While Su Xia was browsing various functional modules, the system suddenly popped up another prompt. In the past, the word Dad was the golden signboard of the pharmacy. Now that my father is gone and has become a wanted target of the machine tribe, there are only a few young apprentices left. Can they still keep this pharmacy going? Presumably, such questions will appear in the minds of many people. Su Xia was only in his early 20s, and the Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu were a little older than him. Many famous pharmacists are just ordinary apprentices at their age, and their success rate of even first-level potions may be pitifully low. Su Xia clicked to view the surrounding competitors, and the system jumped directly to a sub-page of the Market Analysis module. A map appeared before his eyes. Coral City Pharmacy Distribution Map. On this distribution map, there are hundreds of pharmacy icons with different colors. The darker the color, the stronger the pharmacy owner's ability. Su Xia discovered that there were no other pharmacies in the southwest area of the city, around Dad's pharmacy. The other pharmacy owners chose to avoid competition with Dad. They know they can't compete. The closest pharmacy to me is in another neighborhood in the south of the city. It's called Lao Ba's Pharmacy. The logo of the pharmacy is very light in color on the distribution map. Su Xia clicked to view and immediately got some information about the pharmacy. Lao Ba's Pharmacy. Shop owner, Lao Ba. Existing number of employees, 3. The highest level of potion produced, level 2. Radiation range. It's just a shop opened by a second-level pharmacist. In fact, more than half of the pharmacies on this distribution map are opened by second-level pharmacists. Generally speaking, as long as you can successfully refine a first-level potion and the success rate satisfies the teacher, you can start teaching. In this case, as long as time passes slowly, the first-level apprentice will become a second-level pharmacist sooner or later. Higher up, their teachers have no way to teach, because most teachers are only second-level pharmacists. Like Dad's pharmacy, the apprentices have all become fourth-level pharmacists, and those who still stay in the shop may be the only one in the entire continent. This kind of ordinary shop has no competitiveness. The owner of the shop can't even compare to Dad's apprentice. No wonder they are far away. Su Xia nodded secretly. And future development should not be too difficult. Since the launch of the game, many players have become pharmacist apprentices. But so far it seems that only a few lucky ones have broken through to the second level. And most apprentices cannot even refine first-level potions. Currently, the way for mainstream players to obtain potions is through these second-level pharmacy stores. Moving up from the second level, there are fewer third-level pharmacies, but they are also the backbone of the city's pharmacist industry. Level 4 is even less so. There is a fourth-level pharmacy in each of the southeast, northwest, and northwest districts of the city. In such a large coral city, there are only 4 fourth-level pharmacies in total. 3 of the store owners are from other places, and are quite old. In this city, some of the owners of second and third-level pharmacies were once their apprentices. There is actually a 5th-level pharmacist who is hiding quite deep. Su Xia noticed that in the center of this distribution map, next to the central square of Coral City, there was a small pharmacy with a dark logo. When he went out to deliver medicine, he often passed by this pharmacy. What I didn't realize at the time was that this seemingly small and shabby shop actually hid a 5th-level pharmacist. Musi Pharmacy. Shop owner, Li Chang. Existing number of employees, 6. The highest level of potion produced, level 5. Radiation range. Note, this pharmacy currently does not accept apprentices, and ordinary players cannot become apprentices in this pharmacy. Note, the player Sijideo relied on his identity to forcefully join the pharmacy and became the apprentice of the shop owner Li Chang. He also spent a lot of money to purchase a large amount of materials for himself. He has now broken through to the second-level pharmacist. Note, the player Sijideo once planned to get rid of his father and give his teacher the title of Coral City's #1 pharmacy master. So this is it. Su Xia suddenly remembered that Sijideo had said before that he had also become a pharmacist. At that time, Sijideo was full of confidence. He probably believed that the pharmacy owner was the strongest pharmacist in the entire Coral City. Following him, he would surpass Su Xia sooner or later. But, is this pharmacy owner named Li Chang really better than his father? Su Xia knew that her father was also a 5th-level pharmacist and a recognized master in the entire industry. This kind of master is not a master in the ordinary sense, but one that other pharmacists agree with. Even those high-level pharmacists have no objection. He had also told Su Xia before that his father was someone who even the Lingyan Tavern would try his best to win over. In order to win over him, Lingyan Tavern even did not hesitate to provide information related to the pharmaceutical civilization in the deep space. But Dad still didn't agree to the tavern's invitation. Su Xia couldn't help but think, if she had agreed to the tavern, would the current situation be different? Now, as long as Su Xia reveals his identity as a 4th-level pharmacist, he will still be regarded as a master, in the eyes of ordinary people. But other high-level pharmacists will not agree. Su Xia clicked the View Other Areas option in the upper right corner of this distribution. And the picture in front of her instantly shrank. The wilderness area around Coral City. The Oasis Camp. The Mercenary Town. The Refugee Gathering Place. The Abandoned Armor City further away. The Fish Scale City. Etc. As long as the areas Su Xia has visited. All appear on a larger map. On the map. On this map. More than 90% of the area is still gray, which Su Xia has never explored. There is only one 5th level pharmacist in Fish Scale City, and the same is true in Waste Armor City. The Oasis Camp only has a 4th level pharmacist at most. It seems that 5th level pharmacists are already extremely rare. Su Xia noticed that in a gray unexplored area in the southwest corner of the map, there was a dragon head symbol. That is Dragon City, which is also the central city for all players in the country. In the area further southwest, there are several high mountains blocking it. Across the mountains, you can see a giant elephant sign, which is the main city of players in the South Asian subcontinent. Most of the players in that area are Sage players. Long before the game was launched, Blizzard Company was spending a lot of money around the world. Spending a lot of money to rent or buy high-rise buildings and transform them into VR hives. Thanks to Hive's low cost and high-quality experience, there are only a lot more players in the South Asian subcontinent than in China. In the two main human cities, you can see darker pharmacist logos. I don't know if they are 6th level pharmacists. Unfortunately, I can't click to view them now. Indoctrinated by those two pharmacist experience books, Su Xia has basically a clear idea of her future, and is confident that she will slowly grow into a 6th level pharmacist in the years to come. However, if you can frequently exchange ideas with higher level pharmacists and explore new paths, it is always better than working alone behind closed doors. Swipe up on the map. In the north of the map, a gray-white unexplored area, you can see a white bear sign. The symbols of several other major human cities are also reflected on the map. In the center of the map, there is a silver-white hollow gear symbol, which represents the silver-white city of the mechanical race. It is the area where the legendary mechanical master is seated. There is a large piece of wreckage of a spaceship under the city. In addition to this silver-white city, the other 3 super cities of the Machine Clan, the Deep Dive City, the Earth City, and the Sky City are also marked on the map. When the mechanical master is not doing anything, these 3 cities are the core of power of the entire mechanical clan. The Deep Dive City is located in the south of Zhongzhou continent and is said to be floating on the sea. Su Xia thought of the description on the game's official website. His brain capacity was limited, and he could not imagine what it would be like to have a city floating in the sea. The official website of the game only released a very blurry picture, leaving the rest to players to explore on their own. Now, all the mechanical opponents Su Xia faces, whether they are in Lan, Yutu or that Mercer, are all from the Deep Diving City camp. The other 2 mechanical super cities are located on 2 other continents, and players on those 2 continents need to deal with them. There is actually a pharmacy logo above the mechanical clan city logo. The machine race can do everything that humans can do, and the machine race can do it if humans can't. The strength gap between the 2 sides is too big, and you can feel a sense of powerlessness just by looking at the map. Su Xia exited the main map and returned to the small map of Coral City. He noticed that the color of his pharmacy was darker than the other level 4 pharmacies, but lighter than the level 5 pharmacies. This might be because there were 3 level 4 pharmacists in his shop. You can recruit employees. Please view detailed information in the Employee Management Function module. Suddenly another message popped up in the system. Su Xia's eyes lit up. She immediately exited the current map, returned to the main page, and then clicked Employee Management. What appeared in front of him were Employee Information Management, Attendance Management, Leave Management, and many other subpage options. In the Information Management column, Su Xia saw several options such as Recruitment and Dismissal. Click Recruitment, and detailed information pops up immediately. Option 1. You can choose to recruit players as pharmacy apprentices. It should be noted that as a visitor from another world, the player's arrival time in this world is not stable, and the player's life in another world needs to be taken into consideration. However, the current base of pharmacy customers is on the player side, so recruiting player apprentices can enhance the efficiency of communication with player customers. Option 2. You can recruit residents of this world as pharmacy employees or apprentices. As a 4th level pharmacist, there are many 2nd level and 3rd level pharmacists who are willing to ask you for advice. After gaining their approval, you can directly recruit them as employees. You can also teach ordinary apprentices from scratch. There is no limit to the number of recruitments. Please choose according to your current personal affordability. Su Xia browsed through all the contents at an extremely fast speed, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. Pretty much what he thought. From then on, he can also become a teacher like his father. And there is no limit to the number of apprentices. In ancient times, he was the founder of a sect. At this moment, the players watching in the distance became confused. This guy Su Xia. Why is he standing motionless on the street? Is he hanging up? Be civilized and don't talk about the situation. No. Look. His name is followed by a string of golden titles. My eyes almost went blind. That glittering title of pharmacy store owner is so dazzling that you can't even ignore it. Su Xia now has an extra layer of golden light effects compared to other players. In early web games, she was at least a first-time VIP. It looks like it's true. Even the system recognizes it. A smile appeared on Bing Li's face. Anyway, it's good if we can keep the pharmacy. Ha. It seems we really worried too much before. Impossible. Leader Lu couldn't accept it. His face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. He held the telescope tightly, gritted his teeth, and said, "He is recognized by the machine tribe. Do you still think he will be on your side? Don't try to sow discord. We believe in Brother Su's character." North snorted coldly. "Even so, the inventory of the pharmacy will always be used up." Master Lu refused to give up. "The store in this game will not be refreshed in real time. Player levels are getting higher and higher. How long can the high-end pharmaceuticals in stock be used? Su Xia does that ability allow you to refine high-level potions? You don't have to worry about it anymore." North responded forcefully, not looking the least bit worried. In fact, most players are still using first and second level potions. Third level potions are still considered a luxury item. And first-line players are only willing to use them when defeating bosses or completing difficult tasks. But as the player's level increases and the health bar becomes longer and longer, the situation mentioned by Master Lu will eventually occur. Now, they can only hope that Su Xia's advancement speed can catch up with the player's upgrade speed. Brother Su was a second-level pharmacist before, Bing Lei whispered to himself. After such a long time, I guess he will soon break through the third level. Do you think a third-level pharmacist can break through so easily? Master Lu asked. Sijideo apprenticed under a fifth-level pharmacist. He tried like crazy without considering the consumption and waste of materials. Now he is only a second-level pharmacist. Is Sijideo your father? He talks about it every day. Hack you. Leader Lu felt aggrieved, his face turning red and white. Why are the people in Su Xia's camp so venomous? Chapter 278. The blood spreads, and the storm will rise. Bing Lei, North and others were calm on the surface, but there was quite a stir in their hearts. Just now, Leader Lu's words revealed a very important message. Siji Dao's teacher is actually a fifth-level pharmacist. They didn't know it before. Compared with the pharmacist, who is Su Xia's teacher stronger or weaker? If the teacher from Sijideo hadn't refused to get involved in the dispute in Coral City, otherwise we would have been able to produce a large number of cheap potions. Master Lu looked at the crowd and said, "This game has a high degree of freedom, and Su Xia is not the only one who has bugs. So Siji Dao is really your father?" Bing Lei asked him seriously. "You?" Leader Lu clenched his fists and his face was livid with anger. If this was not within the city limits, fighting would disrupt the order in the city. Otherwise, he really wanted to start a fight with Bing Lei and others on the spot. At the moment, I can only endure it for a while and figure out what happened in the pharmacy. Why on earth could Su Xia become the owner of a pharmacy? Why didn't Yutuo close down the pharmacy? They did not dare to ask Yutuo directly about these matters. They could only wait for the official information from Coral City, or find out the information from the mouths of people around Su Xia. On the forum, the little ant posted a new picture. Picture.jpg. Note that not long ago, Yashir Su and his two senior brothers seemed to have signed some kind of agreement with Yutuo. According to the situation at the scene, Yutuo was very satisfied with the agreement and regarded Yashir Su as one of his own. Based on what everyone has seen and the news posted on the forum, the possibility of Su Xia defecting to the enemy is getting higher and higher. Bing Lei, North and others have no objections to this. They know Su Xia's character and will definitely stand with them in the end no matter what the current choice is. Even if you're not with them, you have to be with the Bikini Castle team, right? Unless the entire Bikini Bottom team surrenders. Moreover, Yutuo's original intention in supporting Su Xia was to let him go to the intelligence department to disrupt the situation and destroy the situation in which Wu Zhonggui and Ciji Dao were collaborating. In essence, even if Su Xia surrenders to the enemy, he will still be opposed to Ciji Dao and his group within the enemy. By the way, Brother Su's title is really nice. It's golden. Other players have gotten the title before, but most of them were white or gray. What level is this gold color of Brother Su? I don't know. It's pretty cool anyway. North himself has a title, but it's not very nice. It's called So Controller. It's gray and white. It's always been hidden, and it's shameless to let it out. This title was automatically awarded by the system one night after he killed more than 100 wild boars in order to level up. In addition, most of the titles currently appearing are Woodman, Monster Hunter, Hardworking Gatherer, Errand Runner, etc. Most of them are useless. In other words, the title, Monster Hunter, is somewhat useful. It is green and can increase the damage to non-humanoid monsters by 1% to 3%. The robot soldiers have withdrawn. Can we pass by? Wait a moment. There are still a few robots blocking the block that have not been evacuated. It should be soon. Some people couldn't wait to go to Su Xia to understand the situation. And some people used the private chat system to ask Su Xia, but they never got a reply. It's not that Su Xia doesn't want to reply. It's just that now his private chat system is almost bursting. The number of messages sent by friends alone has soared to 999 plus. At first glance, they are all red. And there are so many messages from strangers that his scalp is numb. He didn't have that much energy to reply one by one, so he could only explain slowly after the mechanical tribe withdrew their troops. The wait was until noon. Su Xia simply logged off, had lunch, and talked to a few roommates in the cafeteria about the current situation. Brother Su, according to you, that Mercer is the key? Li Defu asked, holding the dinner plate. Yeah. Su Xia nodded. What if Mercer comes back, doesn't agree with Yutuo's decision, and has to forcibly close down the pharmacy? Yuan Shuxia, the room chief, sat aside and looked at Su Xia and asked, Don't worry. Yutuo is still the nominal mechanical city lord of this city, and Mercer will give him this face. Will something happen? He asked. Brother Su, didn't you say before that Yutuo and Mercer had a fight? And because of their different ideas, they were beaten violently. No, the relationship between Yutuo and Mercer is not that simple. Generally speaking, their interests are consistent. Several people in the dormitory were eating and chatting. During this period, I would often meet game friends passing by and say hello to them. Since the launch of the game, the core 6 members of the Bikini Castle team have become celebrities. Even Li Defu has many fans. It is said that he has a lot of female fans. During this time, the spring breeze has always been on his face, and he can smell the peach blossoms in bloom even in winter. But when several people asked him if he had any thoughts about being single, he shook his head firmly. No, you can't delay playing games just because you're in love. Well said. I like Telford very much. Yuan Shuxia, the room director, smiled and pointed his thumbs up in praise. A few people talked and laughed, had enough to eat and drank, and slowly returned to the dormitory to continue the liver game. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Over Coral City, the dark clouds have completely dispersed, and the pale sunshine has a warm yellow tint. At this time, Mercer finally returned with his army. Following this, there was some shocking news. Have you heard? 2 rebel stations in the wilderness were wiped out. What? What just happened today? Yeah, just a few hours ago. The news spread quickly, and it seemed that it was deliberately released by the machine tribe. The blood-stained mechanical army returned to the city, full of killing intent. The temperature of the entire city instantly dropped to freezing point. Many people were frightened and didn't understand why there was such a strong killing atmosphere. This is the first time that most players in Coral City have seen a complete mechanical army. That terrifying army covered countless people's vision, from the sky to the earth, like an unstoppable metal torrent. It was so shocking that it made people's hearts tremble. There was no way to resist it. Oh my god! Are there so many robots in Coral City? Many players couldn't help but exclaimed, their eyes widening. Where were these robots hidden in the past? Seeing the spectacular and terrifying Machine Clan army, Bing Lei, North and others shuddered, realizing that they had completely underestimated the Machine Clan before. After Su Xia's incident with the pharmacy last night, they planned to launch players to attack Coral City and snatch Su Xia out. Looking at it now, the gap between the player army and the machine army is like a firefly compared to a bright moon. Those are heads. Look, There are so many heads! Behind the Machine Clan army, there were long metal poles erected one after another. The silver-white long poles had been dyed dark brown by the dried blood. On top of the long poles were the heads of dead people. The cold wind blew, and the strong smell of blood spread into the world. And the hair on those heads was flying in the wind like withered grass. Obviously, those heads were the trophies of this mechanical expedition. This picture not only reminds people of the last time Lan was ambushed by Commander Beifeng and his army, but after the battle, his head was also stuck on a long pole. Photos from that time are still being circulated secretly to this day. Is the Machine Tribe doing this in response to Commander Beifeng's behavior last time? Do they regard Commander Beifeng as a serious opponent? Not only the players think so, but the residents in the city also think so. In the past, the Mechanical Tribe had never taken a serious look at the resistance organizations in the wilderness, and just regarded them as annoying little bugs. Soon, players also sent messages on the game forum. My novice map was bloodbath by the Mechanical Tribe. All NPCs were dead, and even my mentor was killed. Where should I go next? My novice village was also massacred. Damn it. When I came back from completing the mission, I couldn't even find the NPC who submitted the mission. The players' reactions determined the outcome of the mechanical race's victory. It is true that 2 old positions of the resistance army were massacred, and the Machine Tribe did not attack in the middle of the night this time, but directly crushed them with absolute strength. Under these posts, some players left messages. Brother, join our big family of the Resistance Alliance. If you don't resist, our base will be slaughtered one by one sooner or later. Yes, brothers from these 2 stations can come to our station temporarily. This is the voice of the Rebel Alliance. Very unified. Several roommates took the opportunity to build momentum and promoted the Resistance Alliance, directly labeling the Machine Tribe as an evil organization. They also hinted that the main line of the game at the current stage must be to defeat the Mechanical Tribe, and cannot develop against the main line of the game. But Leader Lu and others also rushed to promote themselves. Brothers, don't listen to them. Come directly to Coral City, Leader Lu said personally. The resources in the city and suburbs are not yet saturated. As long as you come here, we will compensate you for your losses. Why bother in the barren wilderness? What about struggling to survive? The debates on the forum never end, and you can see quarrelsome posts every day. At this time, many players and aborigines in the game were confused. Is the Machine Clan going out to such a big scene just to defeat the base of 2 small resistance organizations? You know, not long after the server was launched, Dragon City sent a large number of envoys to various resistance organization locations to persuade them to evacuate their old locations, cut off from the players, and go to new locations. In the old station, only a few members will remain to contact the outside world. Today, the 2 stations harvested by the Mechanical Tribe are exactly the old stations in the past. There are only 10 members of the resistance organization inside, and most of them have moved. Not long after, new news came out. The Machine Tribe harvested the sites of 2 resistance organizations just to vent their anger. This news came from the Machine Tribe base. The Machine Tribe did not deliberately conceal the failure of the 2 days of operations. Soon, the whole story became clear. I heard that the Machine Clan sent out a large army to attack a large-scale rebel garrison. However, the other party received the news in advance and had already evacuated. The leading robot was very angry. On the way back, he massacred 2 small organization stations to express his anger. Huh? It's just convenient. Yes. The sentiment coming out of the news was strange. It was as if the Mechanical Tribe was just in a bad mood and crushed 2 ants to death along the way. Su Xia sat behind the counter of the store and was silent for a long time after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, Mercer was so angry that he broke his guard. After a while, even more shocking news came out. This time, the entire Coral City was shaken. In addition to the rebel garrison, the Machine Tribe also accidentally wiped out 2 secret contact points of the 0-Point Tavern in the wilderness. None of the tavern members survived. Their heads were stuck on those long metal poles. The matter was so big that when everyone received the news, their eyes widened with disbelief. In the office building, Qi Lang's heart trembled when he saw the news, and he stood up from his seat. Sweat dripped from his forehead, feeling that something big was going to happen. That's a snack bar. As for the Mechanical Clan, the news given was actually a miss. This reason is too perfunctory. Qi Lang felt restless and walked around the office, hurriedly asking his secretary Chyan to find a solution. It was obvious that the Machine Tribe did this on purpose. On the surface, They mistook the secret contact point of the 0 Point Tavern for a resistance organization. But in reality, they wanted to kill the people in the 0 Point Tavern. What happened? And why did it happen? If the 0 o'clock tavern begins to retaliate and countless killers are dispatched, humans like Qi Lang who are pushed to the forefront by the machine race will be the first to suffer. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. Something must have happened that we don't know about. Cheyenne said patiently. The leader this time is the mysterious Lord Mercer. As someone close to Lord Mercer has an overall view of the situation. He is very strong and would not act like this unless there was a reason for it. But he still killed the contact points of 2 taverns. Qi Lang scratched his hair, fearing that the matter would completely escalate. Didn't you give a reason? It was a mistake, Cheyenne said with a gentle smile. The people at Lincoln Tavern are not fools. Will they believe this reason? Lord City Lord, what is needed for this level of negotiation is not a reason, but a step that can be eased. Cheyenne explained patiently. Just give any reason and it will be okay. Giving nothing is a declaration of war. Can this still happen? Yes. We just need to be patient and wait. Wait. This is Cheyenne's judgment. And also the judgment of most people in the city. This thing is so incredible. There must be a reason for it. Many people have guessed that the failure of the Machine Tribe's expedition was probably related to the Lincoln Tavern. Killing the people at the 2 contact points was just the Machine Tribe expressing its attitude. Next, what we are waiting for is the attitude of the La Carte pub. If both parties have problems and each takes a step back, the matter may eventually disappear silently. And the default is that the Machine Clan made a mistake. I heard that because of the masked stranger incident. Some senior officials from the 0 Point Tavern came to our city, so we can have direct conversations and negotiations. There were a lot of discussions in secret. Someone mentioned Fan Lu's name, and the atmosphere in the whole city became more and more tense amidst the bloodshed and chilling. At this time, Su Xia was still in the pharmacy, quietly basking in the warm afternoon sun, waiting for the last moment. I don't know how long it took, but a gust of wind blew by, and a figure appeared silently outside the shop. Mercer. He actually came in person. He was wearing a smart black tuxedo, with a tall and straight figure, and a black cane. He looked like a medieval gentleman, but he didn't have a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. The hanging clothes are still stained with blood, and I don't know whose they belong to. He does not have a huge metal body like Utuo's main body, and his appearance and shape are similar to those of a normal person. The pressure he brings is not weak at all, as if one person is worth thousands of troops. He raised his head and looked at the store's new sign indifferently. Pharmacy store. In the shop, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were motionless. They felt like there was a cold mountain pressing on them, and even breathing became difficult. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger, until their faces turned pale, and their breathing became harder and harder, almost suffocating them. Did Mercer want to kill them? Their vision went dark, but they held on to the edge of the table to prevent themselves from falling. After a while, just when they thought they were about to die, the terrifying pressure suddenly relaxed. Hoo-hoo. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were holding their chests, breathing heavily, their faces as white as paper. The two looked at each other with indelible fear in their eyes. Just now, they really walked through the gate of H.L. Looking outside the shop, Mercer's figure had disappeared, and only an indifferent word came in the wind. Since Utuo believes in you, I will give you a chance so you can do what you want. Chapter 279 Famous throughout the city. Mercer left, as if taking away all the coldness. On the old street, the heavy rain has washed it away, and the sun is shining like gold. The afternoon sunlight shines through the glass window into the old pharmacy, leaving a warm yellow area in front of the window. The various metal and glass instruments on the workbench shimmer under the warm light. If you ignore the golden sign hanging outside the door, everything seems to be the same as before. Jingle bell. Su Xia tried the bell at the door, and then turned the small, opening, sign outward. Today's business officially started. As Mercer left, the last part of the mechanical creatures that blocked the pharmacy also began to evacuate. This area has ended its short period of being blocked. He's gone! Both Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that what Mercer just said was to Su Xia, and they themselves were not taken seriously by Mercer at all. Without Su Xia, death would be the only thing waiting for them. Just now, they could feel that Mercer really wanted to kill them, and the anger caused by the failure of the action had not disappeared. However, Mercer gave Utuo some face. With the withdrawal of the mechanical creatures, people in this area finally got rid of their panic and uneasiness. They cautiously walked out of their homes and began to understand what happened. Everyone knew that something happened at the pharmacy, but they didn't know what it was. Everyone was sealed at home and dared not ask anything. What is going on? Why are you surrounding the pharmacy? Master is a good man. He has nothing to do. Shh. Don't say this. I heard that this time it's related to the master. Didn't you notice that the signboards of the pharmacy have been changed? Neighbors. Everyone basically knows each other and communicates cautiously. Before they could discuss the details, the news on TV started broadcasting news about the pharmacy. On the TV, the anchor of the city news channel looked serious, holding the press release tightly, looking at the camera and saying, "Here's the latest news." The TV screen showed an old street in the southwest of the city, with a pharmacy in the center of the screen. With a little uneasiness and curiosity, people gathered in front of the old TV, wanting to know what they really thought. However, when it comes to the secret underground experiments in the Machine Tribe base, the news for the whole city will naturally not give the truth, but only what they should know. What? The Master is an undercover agent of the Resistance Organization? He betrayed the Defense Department's operational plan? After hearing the news on the news, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. How could the Master who had lived with them in this area for so many years be an undercover agent of the Resistance Organization? But after all, the news is released by the city news. It is for the whole city and cannot be fake. Could it be that the news will deceive them? For a time, people's mood became complicated. Most people have no ill intentions towards those resistance organizations and just hope that the struggle between the two sides will not affect ordinary people like them. There are still some people who have been supporting it and hope that the human race can regain its glory as soon as possible. The life of being ruled by a foreign race may last for a while, but it cannot last a lifetime. Everyone knows this. No matter what, there will definitely be a devastating battle in the end, and no one can escape. Unexpectedly, the Master is such a person. Someone whispered. I should have supported the Master's business if I had known before. Let me tell you, how could a person like the Master be trapped in this small city of ours? If he leaves now, he will be hiding in the sea. I will definitely hear about him in the future. Some people knew that Dad was extraordinary, and always had a premonition that such a day would come. Underground at 0 Point Tavern, many killers are also paying attention to this news. After all, the pharmacy where the accident happened is really close to the tavern. It can be reached by walking along the alley in more than 10 minutes. From yesterday afternoon to now, when the Machine Tribe sealed off this area, they also sealed off the 0 Point Tavern. Most of the killers were unable to leave. It's actually that old man. I bought potions from him before. Some killers recognized their father. I bought it too, another member said. My teacher also told me that the old man had an extraordinary status and told me not to provoke him. I didn't expect that he was actually the Master. Compared with ordinary people, these tavern members have heard some news and are not too surprised. Behind the underground bar, E glanced at the news with a strange expression on his face. That night, he went to find his father, hoping to ask him to help his disciple Yemo and Shinyu, another member of the Bayphone Story Club. But when he arrived, he learned that his father had gone out for a walk, and he didn't know when he would be back. He looked around but couldn't find his father, and he felt something was wrong at that time. Unexpectedly, something happened to my father. Oh, how could it be such a coincidence? He sighed in a low voice. Mask, I can only rely on you from now on. I hope the week you said is right. Su Xia promised him that he would find a way to treat Yemo and Shinyu within 7 days. Moreover, Van Lu will also pay a corresponding price. When the 7 days passed, he had no choice but to stop the people from the Bayphone Story Club. After all, he had to abide by the free agreement of the tavern and could not forcefully interfere with the members' departure or stay. At this time, underground, Bayphone Story Club also saw the same news. Dad's departure has cast a new layer of haze over this small team. Master is gone too. Why are we still here? Yang Liang muttered. He used to go to the pharmacy with Zhu Lu to get medicine, and he and his father were considered acquaintances. Master disguises himself very well on weekdays. Even we didn't notice the problem. How could he be exposed? Zhu Lu was confused and puzzled, staring at the TV screen. It didn't take long for the anchor on TV to give him the answer. His disciple, Su Xia, discovered that he often contacted strangers, so he began to investigate secretly. I don't know if it was Yutuo's instruction, but Su Xia's real name was directly stated in the news, and all the credit was given to Su Xia. This is just the first step. In the days to come, Su Xiao will be mentioned more and more, and appear in various public places just like Xiao Si was. It's an honor. But not everyone can afford it. On the TV, pictures of Su Xiao appeared, as well as pictures of the pharmacy with the golden signboard, Su Xiao's pharmacy. Hearing this, Yuanhua clenched his fists, with an angry look on his face, hammered the armrest of the sofa, and said, "This damn boy actually betrayed the master. As a disciple of the master, it's okay if he doesn't remember his kindness. How could he do such a thing? Seeing that he is fair-skinned and looks like an honest scholar, I would never have expected that he is the kind of beast that is worse than a pig or a dog." Everyone was angry. Their eyes widened, anger welling up in their hearts, and they wanted to go out and tear Su Xiao in half. Zhu Lu looked regretful, beat his chest, and said, "I investigated the 3 disciples of the master at the beginning, but the youngest one did not investigate the source clearly. If I had known it, I should have told the master earlier. At least it made the master a little wary." "Who is the master?" San Yu consoled him. "With the master's ability, he must have known that this young disciple had a problem. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get out of trouble easily this time. Oh, I hope master can have a smooth journey. When these few days are over, how about we find a day to go out and kill that kid?" Yuan Hua suggested. "Brother Yuan is right." Someone immediately supported him. "We have taken so many life-saving potions from the master before. This time we help the master clean up the house, which can be regarded as a reward." In various actions in the past, many members of the North Wind Story Club were injured, and most of them were rescued by Dad's potion. In this city, only Dad's potion can be used with confidence. Everyone was filled with indignation and wanted to help Dad clean up the house. San Yu was the only one who was still reasonable and waved his hand, asking them to calm down and wait and see what would happen. At this time, new news was given on TV. In order to commend Su Xia, Master Yutua personally wrote the 6 words on the sign for this young 4th-level pharmacist. "What? He is a 4th-level pharmacist?" After hearing the news, everyone was stunned and even forgot about the topic they were discussing just now. What appeared in their minds was all the same idea. How can this be? Su Xia in the photo is really too young. Zhu Lu and others often go to Dad's pharmacy to get medicine. So it is clear that Su Xia was only accepted as a disciple recently and has never been exposed to medicine before. So fast? Zhu Lu was shocked. His 2 senior brothers are already considered to be 1 in a million geniuses, but he is actually more evil than the 2 senior brothers. If he is allowed to grow up, will he be able to do it again in the future? For a high-level pharmacist, regardless of his combat prowess, his own connections are terrifying enough. Such a terrifying genius turned out to be a wolf-hearted person who betrayed his teacher for profit, without any trace of offline. No, we really can't let him grow any longer. For a time, not to mention Zhu Lu. Even San Yu had thoughts of assassination. Only assassination. If they fight head-on, it's doubtful whether they can defeat a 4th-level pharmacist. After all, pharmacists can kill people invisible. Many poisons are difficult to prevent. Even if you wear a gas mask, you will be corroded, and you may die inexplicably. Don't be impulsive. This kid is extremely cunning. He can probably predict the assassination and must have some means to defend against it, Zhu Lu said. Brother Zhu is right. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. At the moment, the North Wind Story Society itself is still in the quagmire. It is too distracted by the masked strangers and doesn't have much energy to deal with the outside world. If they could move freely, such an assassination team full of psychic creatures would be terrifying. On TV, the news anchor was still introducing Su Xia and the pharmacy. Obviously, he is determined to make Su Xia famous. Even the 2 guys Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were introduced together. And at the same time, the news that they were both 4th-level pharmacists was also released. At this time, exclamations of exclamation came from all over the city. All 3 of them are 4th-level pharmacists. And they are all disciples of that old man? Yes. After the news came out, it instantly aroused discussions among countless people. Before this, most people only knew about the Master Dad, and few people paid attention to the few apprentices in the shop. In people's minds, apprentices are basically 1st-level pharmacists, and most of them cannot even refine 1st-level potions. No one had ever thought that my father's 3 apprentices were all 4th-level pharmacists. How many 4th-level pharmacists are there in the entire Coral City? How powerful is that old man? People were shocked and couldn't help but have such thoughts. But the TV news did not give them the answer. After this news, Su Xia's pharmacy became completely famous. The results that Coral City officials wanted were also achieved. Some people marveled at his talent. Some envied his future wealthy life. And some secretly scolded him for betraying his teacher and being unscrupulous. Is it worth betraying your teacher for temporary glory and wealth? Of course it's worth it. Fart. Secretly, many people started arguing and even got into fights. In this way, Su Xia's reputation began to slowly approach that of Zhao Si. Among the players, some compared him with CG Dazao. The original CG Dao also betrayed his NPC teachers and companions to achieve his current status. On game forums, people often use this incident to ridicule Sigideo. Even though he has a high status now and has a huge following group, he still gets scolded many times every day. After all, this is a game, not the real world. Even the presidents of many old trade unions and even big anchors with over 10 million fans will still complain. It's ironic to say the least. Isn't this evil bubble union on the opposite side of CG Dao? Yes, I have supported them before. Someone said on the forum. This is embarrassing. Everyone is so half-hearted. In a very short period of time, Su Xia's reputation plummeted. And more people scolded him in private messages. Su Xia didn't care. No amount of scolding could break his defense. Instead, the frequently mentioned 4 seasons rice broke the defense. Due to the failure of the joint camp mission, Sigideo's mood was already extremely depressed. And now he was constantly compared with Su Xia because of this incident. Many players left comments on his previous posts. And more than 90% of them were scoldings. The scoldings made him extremely irritated. His face became extremely ugly, and he was not even in the mood to eat. Damn Su Xia! How can he be a 4th level pharmacist? This is the hardest thing for Sigideo to accept. It's just that the pharmacy was not closed down. Coral City officials actually helped Su Xia publicize it. As a pharmacist, Sigideo is well aware of how difficult it is to refine high-level potions. He dives into the potions almost whenever he has free time, practices day and night, and wastes a lot of materials. Now he can barely refine the 2nd level potion. Level potions. He must be cheating! CG Dao gritted his teeth. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He felt as if thousands of ants were biting his heart. His own mission failed. But Su Xia received more attention. Even as a dog, he is the one who is not favored. Now even potions can't compare. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and directly opened a post on the game forum. At Evil Bubble, you scolded me for betraying my teacher in exchange for honor. What's the difference between you and me now? The defense was broken. He really broke the defense. Knowing that he would be scolded by countless people, CG Dao wanted to bring Su Xia in to make him feel disgusted. However, Su Xia didn't read the news on the forum at all, and was still in the game, sorting out the supplies inside the pharmacy. Last night, the mechanical tribe rummaged through the cabinets and searched everywhere. Now the entire 2 floors above ground and 3 underground floors of the pharmacy are in a mess. Call. Su Xia threw the 2 large bags of garbage into the trash can outside the door. Exhaled and stretched in front of the warm and bright afternoon sunshine. In the distance, the players who had been watching all moved. Seeing the mechanical tribe withdrawing, they planned to come to Su Xia to ask for details. It's definitely not what the forum said. Brother Su knows everything. Mainly members of the Resistance Alliance. Most Alliance players do not believe what is said in the news and forums. All around, the neighbors opened their doors one after another. It rained heavily last night, and muddy water entered many people's homes. Now is the time to clean up. Every household is cleaning up the mud while listening to the news. Many neighbors were startled when they saw Su Xia coming out to take out the garbage. They remembered what was said on the news, and their eyes on Su Xia became complicated. Across the street, the owner of the restaurant, Xiao, also saw Su Xia. He happened to meet Su Xia's eyes. He couldn't avoid it. So he said, "Brother Su, you?" As he spoke, he suddenly changed his tone, sighed with a complicated mood, and cupped his hands to Su Xia. "Master Su." Not only him, but other residents on the old street also gave up to Su Xia. Based on their personal identity and status, they have to show respect, just like they once did to their father. This old street is still so dilapidated and seems to have not changed much. In the warm sunshine of the afternoon, everyone is talking. Master Su. Chapter 280 Explanation. New disturbance. Grandmaster? Su Xia's heart moved, and she felt an indescribable feeling. Once upon a time, he was a young apprentice with an insignificant status, running errands and delivering medicine every day. Time passed, and he actually reached this point. When the breeze blows, The brown pharmacist's robe he is wearing flutters in the wind. The shadow behind him is tall and straight, and his expression is neither sad nor happy. He already has the demeanor of a true master. Looking at these slightly reserved neighbors, Su Xia didn't know what to say. She could only nod slightly, and finally said to Boss Zhao across the street, "Boss Zhao, I'm still tired of dinner today. It should be." Boss Zhao smiled and rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and not as casual as before when Dad was here. Although Boss Zhao spoke of himself as a master and was very respectful, he was not so restrained and often came to the pharmacy to chat. After all, Dad has lived on this street for many years, has become a part of it, and is already familiar with the people here. And Su Xia is too young to fit in with this shabby old street. People here don't know what to do with him. In the news report on TV, Dad was reported by Su Xia. In the hearts of everyone, Su Xia already has an image of being ruthless and unscrupulous. Fear. Su Xia sighed in a low voice, seeing such looks in the eyes of these neighbors. From now on, most likely no one will call him Brother Su with a smile. Not long after, a large group of players also came over, and it was a bustling, crowded several surrounding streets. There is no overlapping of player characters in this game. Each character has to occupy a unit position. Just like in the real world, when there are more people, it becomes crowded. Bing Lei, North and others were at the front, and they were very anxious and wanted to know the specific situation. None of the roommates came. After all, Su Xia had told them during lunch, and they took advantage of this time to fight monsters and grow in the suburbs. "Brother Su, what happened?" Bing Lei was the first to speak. "Is your teacher really an undercover agent?" North also asked. "Physician Su, what should we do in the future?" Someone else asked. "Should we continue to stick to the previous route? Or should we simply be absorbed by Coral City and vote directly?" As soon as he started, Su Xia was overwhelmed by a bunch of complicated questions. The noisy voices came one after another, like a constant ocean tide, giving him no chance to speak. Su Xia explained a few words at the top of her lungs, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the voices of other players. "Everyone, be quiet! Listen to me!" After a while, Su Xia returned to the pharmacy. She had no choice but to take out a few poisons and threw them into the air. With a bang, the poison shattered, and the poisonous mist spreading everywhere, bringing with it traces of paralysis. Game system prompts popped up in front of many players present. "You have been poisoned and cannot move within 120 seconds. Unable, they only felt that their whole bodies were stiff. They could not move their limbs, and even the expressions on their faces were frozen, as if they were frozen. Outside the shop, the breeze blew the poisonous mist farther away, and the players who were squeezing around were all hit. My body and tongue were numb, and I couldn't open my mouth. The sound at the scene instantly became much quieter, leaving only the distant areas that had not been affected by the poison. This is the second level poison. Would mana fear. It is the medicine formula obtained by Su Xia in her previous mission. It is stronger than most second level formulas on this planet. With the addition of Su Xia's poison talent, its efficacy is comparable to that of the third level poison. Potion. It had been too long since she had fought with poison, and Su Xia had already accumulated a lot of poison here. As long as he wanted to, he could wipe out the dark mass of players in front of him in an instant. Of course, he just wanted everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, listen to me. This incident is not that complicated." Su Xia cleared her throat. Her voice was unhurried, and she sat on the counter in the store and looked at everyone. "My teacher is indeed a member of the resistance. His identity was accidentally exposed recently. In order to keep the pharmacy, I signed a contract with you two all." It's really not complicated and can be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. Su Xia omitted the information about the underground laboratory of the Machine Tribe base. This is a secret at this stage, and the players cannot know it yet. Even if you really want to go out, you can't say it with this identity. It is most suitable to use the identity of the masked weirdo. At this time, a lot of players in front were shocked, especially the highest level Bing Lei and North. They thought that after this period of training and growth, the gap in combat effectiveness between them and Su Xia should have narrowed. But now it seems that instead of shrinking, it is expanding further. Facing Su Xia, they didn't even have the strength to resist, and they all froze here. After a while, Bing Lei, who had a higher resistance, was able to speak. He gave a wry smile and said, "Brother Su, you have to use poison, so we can be mentally prepared. Isn't there nothing we can do? Su Xia shrugged. So, our path will remain the same in the future? North next to him also asked. That's good. I'm really afraid that Yao Su will surrender to the enemy. I don't want to confront you with swords. I'm a lazy person and don't like to be controlled. Su Xia smiled. It's convenient to join the mechanical tribe. But there are too many rules, and you can't be free. Well said. It's a game anyway. Why do you care so much? The boss of another team laughed. It's not work. You can play whatever you want. That's right. CG Dao and his group of grandchildren play games every day just like clocking in at work. I feel tired just looking at them. Ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud. The atmosphere was harmonious, and their hearts were relieved. It is obvious that Su Xia did not surrender to the enemy. From now on, the situation in Coral City will still be that the two large organizations are at odds with each other, fighting and killing monsters every day. Nothing will change in the short term. As for, did Su Xia betray his teacher? On this issue, everyone only believes what they think in their hearts. As long as they think they are not betrayed, then they are not. In this atmosphere of laughter, an inappropriate voice squeezed in. What do you know? You have to be focused when doing things, even when playing games. Everyone looked at the sound, and the person who spoke was clearly Leader Lu. He naturally heard what Bing Lei and others said just now, and replied with a calm look on his face. What are you doing here? Looking for a fight? Bing Lei looked at him coldly. Leader Lu's face changed slightly, and he realized that he was squeezed too close to the front. He looked around and saw that they were all players from the Rebel Alliance. Most of the players on his team were at the back, with only 2 or 3 close to him. If he takes action, he may be hung up and beaten. As a customer, I come to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Can I? Leader Lu said stiffly, unwilling to lose face. What? You can't buy medicine from CG Dao? North scoffed. Of course not. Didn't you say before that it's difficult to advance as a pharmacist? North said mercilessly. Pharmacist Su is already a 4th level pharmacist. Why is Sijideo only a 2nd level pharmacist? Hee. Lu Jiao advocated and opened his mouth, his face even darker. He really didn't know how to answer. Who would have thought that Su Xia would advance so quickly? Not to mention Leader Lu and his group. There were even people within the Resistance Alliance who suspected Su Xia of cheating. North was unyielding and continued to ask. Didn't you say that CG Dao trained day and night? Didn't you say that he didn't care about the waste of materials and had the best teacher in the city? Why is he still so weak? Is it because is he too rubbish? No matter how good the resources are, he can't help him. Is he the ado in this game? You. Leader Lu suppressed his blush, pointed at North, his fingers trembling, and asked a series of questions that left him speechless. The facts are here, and they cannot be explained or defeated. He could only curse CG Dao in his heart. He had eaten up so many resources. So why couldn't he compare to Su Xia? Is there really such a thing as talent? Leader Lu was so sprayed that he was no longer confident. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the store. I hold multiple positions. I usually have to handle all the information in Coral City. And I also have to take care of the player management department. I don't have enough time to practice making potions every day. It's not like some people who are assistants in the intelligence department and have only worked for a few days in total after working there for so long. If you can say this, you don't need to guess. It must be Sijideo. This guy felt aggrieved, broke his guard several times on the forum, and now went to the pharmacy in person to discuss Su Xia. CG Dao was wearing sophisticated equipment and was stronger than the other players. He successfully squeezed to the door of the pharmacy and said to Su Xia with a cold face, Su Xia, long time no see. It seems that I am not the only one who would betray the teacher in exchange for glory and wealth. Seeing CG Dao appear, Master Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he no longer had to deal with Bing Lei and others alone. Sijideo's opening directly hit the core of the problem. Many melon-eating players outside looked at Su Xia, wondering how he would answer. However, Su Xia just patted her ears and asked in surprise. It's strange. It's winter. Why are there flies? Ha ha. Everyone in the store burst out laughing. Laughing so hard. This is not the first time Su Xia has ignored CG Dao's words in public. In fact, he has almost never had a direct conversation with CG Dao. If this kind of scene happens a few more times, it will probably become a joke in the game. Bing Lei laughed the loudest and said, some flies are thick-skinned and can probably withstand the cold winter, so it's normal for them to survive. Brother Bing Lei makes sense. Second my opinion, I also agree. The players of the Rebel Alliance were so happy that they regarded CG Dao as heir. CG Dao was already feeling aggrieved. But now, he was laughed at in public. And there were not many people around him to help him. His whole face was almost crumpled with anger. And he said loudly, "Laugh! Let's see how long you can keep laughing. To be successful in life, you must have all the fun. Laugh whenever you want. And you can laugh as long as you live." Nor said happily, "It's just such a small pharmacy. Why should you compare with me?" Sigideo said angrily, "I have the mechanical clan as my backing. And I have endless funds. I can support an army of players. What do you have? The medicine of this small shabby shop, it will always run out. People who have a godfather are different. They speak tough." North clicked his tongue a few times, his tone full of sarcasm. Of course, everyone had to admit in their hearts that CG Dao was actually right. Many players in the Resistance Alliance have enjoyed the benefits of cheap potions. If the stored potions are sold out, many people may switch to the Machine Tribe's camp. It's just a game. After all, there are many players who put profit first. At this moment, Su Xia smiled and said, "Can you see the title of pharmacy shop owner above my head?" "Yes, Brother Su. This title is golden and looks powerful. What is its specific use?" Bing Lei asked impatiently. "Total control of this store. Brother Su, what you said is the same as what you didn't say. Do you want to be a pharmacist?" Su Xia asked him with a smile. "Of course I am." Bing Lei was suddenly startled. His eyes widened, and he immediately understood the meaning of Su Xia's words. Not only him, but all the players around him who reacted quickly understood. And all of them had expressions of surprise on their faces. Leader Lu was a little slow to react. He hadn't figured it out yet. There was confusion on his face, and he didn't know why. CG Dao trembled all over. His face turned pale as he thought of that terrible possibility. Bing Lei couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Su, can we all become pharmacist apprentices?" When he asked, the entire pharmacy fell silent. Not only the inside of the pharmacy, but also the crowded players outside were quiet. They all looked at Su Xia with expectations on their faces. Although they had already guessed the answer, they still wanted to hear Su Xia say it. Under the attention of everyone, Su Xia smiled and nodded. "Yes, I can accept apprentices. There is no quota limit. As long as there are enough training materials, I can teach countless apprentices." As soon as these words came out, the inside and outside of the pharmacy seemed to explode instantly, and the noisy sound spread all the way from inside to the streets far away outside. F***CK. Is this true? In the past, those pharmacies either refused to accept apprentices, or the conditions for accepting apprentices were very high, and they could only accept 2 or 3 apprentices at most. In a team as big as ours, only one lucky boy became a pharmacist apprentice. It has been a long time since the server was launched, and pharmacist is still a rare profession. Any player who becomes a pharmacist's apprentice will receive invitations from numerous large guilds and become a popular member of the team. Once they have learned something, the entire team no longer has to worry about potions, and can even use cheap potions to win over other individual players. When did Su Xia start accepting disciples? Don't crowd. Let me go and take a look. Don't crowd at all. The players who were outside before could no longer sit still and join the crowded army. One after another, more players from further away came over. It didn't take long for the surrounding streets to become crowded. Many players who were using the VR experience turned blue in the face, had difficulty breathing, and had no choice but to temporarily log off. The faces of the players who had already squeezed into the pharmacy were not very good, and the pressure outside the door was too great. Click click dash. Only a few crisp sounds were heard, and the window glass of the poor pharmacy actually cracked. Many players stretched their hands directly in, like a pack of hungry wolves, pulling at the metal and glass experimental instruments on the workbench. Seeing this scene, even Su Xia couldn't calm down. These guys, do you want to learn medicine knowledge? Or do you want to rush into the store and grab some? Su Xia was sure that there were many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and squeezed in during the chaos to grab various potions on the shelves of the pharmacy. You want to buy it for 0 yuan? Chapter 281 News about the Masked Stranger. The specialty of the land of China people. There is a sea of people outside the pharmacy. The crowds are crowded, and the darkness is like a mass of heads. Looking down from a high altitude is enough to trigger trypophobia in some people. This spectacular sight reminded Su Xia of when the World of Warcraft Classic was launched. It was so crowded that he couldn't log in for a while. Unfortunately, times have changed, and the popular nostalgic server has quickly become cold. After all, what people miss is not the game, but the young days of staying up late with the brothers in the dark internet cafes to brag and fight monsters. Not only are games out of date, but now even many internet cafes are out of business, with countless people's youth slowly disappearing into the long river of time. Su Xia thought about the news that Blizzard and NetEase had terminated their cooperation not long ago, and couldn't help but feel sad. Some things will eventually pass away. Click! Another pane of glass shattered, and translucent slag flew and shattered all over the floor. The sound brought Su Xia back to reality from her emotions. On the side of the pharmacy facing the old street, the few windows were broken, causing considerable damage. Countless players' hands stretched out from the broken windows and waved randomly. The picture was very weird, and it felt like a zombie siege. This small pharmacy was built decades ago and is very old. Under the crowding and pushing of the players, the main structure of the store began to creak like a dying patient. The front wall kept shaking, as if it would collapse at any time, and the dust on the ceiling fell. It seems that we need to find time to upgrade the pharmacy, Su Xia thought thoughtfully. There are many outstanding architects in this city. With Su Xia's current ability and status, it is easy to invite them. Since we want to expand our business and recruit apprentices, the current store area is naturally not enough. Su Xia also plans to buy the land of her neighbors as part of the pharmacy expansion. Brother Su, these guys are fishing in troubled waters. Bing Lei's face turned green after being squeezed around in the store, and he hurriedly reminded Su Xia. He saw with his own eyes that a player had dirty hands and took advantage of the chaos and crowding to secretly put a row of potions on the lower shelf of a certain shelf into the storage space. Not only this one, but also the players who crowded into the store, even those from the Resistance Alliance, had their thoughts on their minds. It's so chaotic now, so crowded that no one can tell who is who. Brush! Several rows of medicine shelves collapsed, and all the medicines inside disappeared. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen glass bottles containing Zerg organs disappeared from the shelves at the entrance of the store. Everyone is taking it. If I don't take some, wouldn't it be a loss? Some players thought this way. Physician Su is a rich man, so he definitely won't care. Even if he cares, he doesn't know I took it. There are more and more players with similar ideas, and there are fewer and fewer goods on display in the store. Some people even steal the scraps of discarded medicine. Everyone stop it! Noor shouted loudly, with a look of anger on his face, as he actually saw members of his team stealing things. But his voice alone was not enough after all, and was quickly drowned out, being squished around in the surging crowd. The potions disappeared one by one, and many players who had stolen the potions felt secretly happy. Not long after, Bing Lei was squeezed next to Su Xia again and said anxiously, Mr. Su, what should we do now? Rest assured. Su Xia smiled. The goods displayed on the first floor were less than a drop in the bucket compared to the goods stored underground. If they were all stolen, it would not be a big loss. Of course, he won't let it go. He stood up from the counter, shook his hands, and there were several poisons between the fingers of his hands. And then he slapped them down. Bump! Several poisons of different colors exploded in front of him instantly, and the dregs of the containers flew everywhere. The poisonous mist in gray, dark black, and dark red colors instantly dispersed, and strands of it were floating around. The picture was actually somewhat beautiful, like a crushed paint board. Before the group of players at the front had time to react, their vision went dark, their bodies went limp, and they all fell down. Bing Lei wailed. No! Brother Su! Here we go again! Before he finished speaking, he lay down against the wall. Behind him, row after row of players fell down from front to back like dominoes. Before it was all over, Su Xia took out more than 10 potions, and with quick movements, she threw them in the air and exploded. More poisonous mist surged out, and the entire first floor of the pharmacy was filled. The third-level poisons thrown out by Su Xia were Withered Rose, Sleeping Potion, and Black Ghost, all of which he obtained from previous missions. Withered Roses can cause a person to fall into a weakened state. As for the Sleeping Potion, you can tell what it means just by looking at the name. Under the combined effect of these two potions, players inside and outside the store fell one after another, and the scene was quite spectacular. More and more poisonous mist overflowed from the store. The poisonous gas was strong, and the color was strange. What happened? The players further back were stunned and stopped one by one, not daring to push forward. Then, those strands of dark black poisonous mist began to merge in the air, turning into one after another boss-level third-order ghost monsters with extremely powerful combat capabilities. These monsters screamed in unison and looked horrifying. As if they had crawled out of H.L. They picked up the unconscious players and threw them to the other end of the street. Bang bang. The bodies of unconscious players, like footballs, drew elegant parabolas in midair, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Many people lost half of their health after the fall. At this time, Su Xia also came outside the store. He didn't come out, but stepped on a black cloud-like ghost monster, passed over countless unconscious players, and flew out slowly. This third-order black ghost is an upgraded version of the second-order gray ghost. It is loyal and powerful. The only drawback is that its existence time is too short. Su Xia is currently thinking of ways to improve it, integrating the knowledge from 2 experienced books to create a higher-level poisonous gas monster suitable for herself. There is no need to throw these guys out. They are our own. Su Xia stood on the black cloud, her robes fluttering, and she had an extraordinary bearing, carefully arranging the actions of those monsters. Whenever the poisonous gas was about to disappear, he would throw out a dozen more. Not far away, at the corner of the old street, several patrols responsible for maintaining order hurried over. Seeing this scene, the soldiers all widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they saw. After a while, someone asked loudly, "Master Su, do you need my help?" "No need," Su Xia answered with a smile. A few minutes later, a group of media teams who came to interview Su Xia were also shocked. They all stood at the street entrance carrying long guns and short cannons. No one dared to step forward and enter the old street because the whole street was shrouded in poisonous gas. Looking down from a high altitude, poisonous mists of different colors are entangled together, floating and sinking, like a ferocious dragon. "Oh my God! Is this the strength of a top pharmacist?" City news reporters repeatedly marveled at the camera. There were orders from above to make Su Xia and his pharmacy famous in a very short period of time. They are still wondering what to do. It's good now that the existing news materials are right in front of us, so there's no need to edit them. After today, Su Xia's reputation is destined to spread throughout the city, and even the homeless in the corner of the city will know his name. At this time, outside the store, a ghost monster grabbed CG Dao and shook it casually. The meaning was self-evident. Do you want to throw this guy out too? CG Dao does have some abilities. The other players were put to sleep, but he was still awake and not affected much by the weakness. It seems that his master should have given him a lot of universal high-level antidotes, after being treated with poison by Su Xia several times before. CG Dao was also more cautious. Today, he had already taken the antidote before entering the pharmacy. "Su Xia!" CG Dao gritted his teeth with overwhelming hatred. "You wait! Just wait for me! Sooner or later, I will pay back this humiliation. Double the amount." "Huh? Why is there the sound of flies again?" Su Xia looked confused and looked up at the sky. CG Dao was so angry that he trembled all over and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. "You." Before he could say the next words, he was violently thrown out by the ghost monster. His body was like a rag doll, flying farther than the other players, and finally landed in a trash can several streets away. With a bang, several plastic trash cans were smashed to pieces by him, and the stinking garbage was spread all over his body. CG Dao was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't bear it anymore, and his body disappeared immediately. Once again, he was so angry that he logged off. "When I came to the pharmacy today, I wanted to make Su Xia sick and attack the members of the Resistance Alliance. But I didn't expect this would be the result. Once Su Xia starts to recruit apprentices, the pharmacy will soon turn into a factory for mass production of pharmaceuticals, providing a steady stream of cheap pharmaceuticals, enough to feed the entire alliance." "Damn it!" Sigideo punched the wall of the VR room to vent his anger. "We can't let him be so happy! If he can recruit disciples, so can I!" As CG Dao, it is not difficult to open a pharmacy on her own. The difficulty lies in teaching. He himself has just become a second-level pharmacist. What can he teach others? In this regard, his biggest reliance was naturally the fifth-level pharmacist teacher. CG Dao's face was gloomy. His teacher was subjectively unwilling to get involved in any disputes. But now he had no choice. Even if he didn't want to, he had to be willing. In the game, the poisonous fog over the old street gradually dissipated. When cleaning up the players, Su Xia considered the feelings of the residents on the street and asked the ghost monster to deliver an antidote and a few large bills to each resident to let them understand. The neighbors were a bit complaining at first, but after seeing a few big bills, they all expressed their understanding and even hoped to come more often. When the poisonous fog completely dissipated, the captains of several patrol teams hurried over and said apologetically, "Master Su, I'm really sorry. The whole city has been under martial law recently, and there are too many areas that need to be patrolled. Our manpower is tight, and we don't have time to patrol." Fa rushed over as soon as possible. "Now Su Xia is gaining momentum. After all, he is someone valued by Yutua, and no one wants to offend him." Su Xia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Didn't I say? I can solve it myself. Don't take it to heart." "No." Su Xia shook her head and asked, "By the way, the masked stranger has disappeared for a long time, and there is no news. How long will the martial law last in the city? I'm worried that it will affect my business." "Oh, it's hard to say." The patrol leader sighed. "What's wrong?" "Before, we thought that the masked stranger had disappeared for so long, and was probably killed by the 0-Point Tavern." The patrol leader explained. "The superiors above told us that we could relax for a few days. But today news suddenly came that the masked stranger appeared again." "Oh!" Su Xia was stunned. "He was right here, and had not moved. Has anyone impersonated him to cause trouble?" "Last time, Mercer arranged for a psychic creature with special abilities to impersonate him, intending to let the fake sneak into the resistance organization. Fortunately, Su Xia knew the news in advance and killed the fake in public. That was his nominal first death. Later, he was rumored to have died several times, only to come back to life. So the rumors about him became increasingly weird." "What exactly happened?" Su Xia asked. "Early this morning, news came from the southern Seahorse City that someone photographed a masked stranger appearing." "What did he do?" "I didn't do anything. I just showed up." The patrol leader told the story truthfully. "But you also know that with the ability of the masked weirdo, just showing up is enough to make us nervous. Who knows if he will return to Coral City?" "Woolen cloth?" "Yes, that's true." Su Xia's heart moved slightly, but her expression did not change. Thinking of the movements of her father and others, Dad and the others headed south, and based on time, they would probably have arrived at Seahorse City. Could it be them? Dad knows Su Xia's identity. Perhaps he did it casually, helping Su Xia spread smoke bombs and deliberately misleading the enemy's direction. "The masked stranger is very dangerous. Master, you must pay attention to safety on weekdays," the patrol leader suddenly said. "You know, with your current status, it is easy to attract that person's attention." "I understand." Su Xia nodded. In the past, the masked stranger had been targeting Zhao Si. But now, Su Xia's status is gradually moving closer to Zhao Si. In the eyes of the outside world, even the means to get to the top are similar. The patrol leader was worried. "If you need it, we can send troops to patrol the area around the clock to ensure your personal safety." "No need." Su Xia smiled. "If he really comes, you guys won't be able to stop him, and he will just sacrifice his life in vain." "You're right." The patrol leader was a little touched. He didn't expect that a big shot like Su Xia would treat them as human beings. In the eyes of many important people in this city, the lives of these soldiers are not lives at all. They are just materials used for consumption. After chatting for a while, the patrol leader took his men to patrol other areas, and the piles of players on the ground slowly woke up. Before this, although their characters were asleep, they were awake and could see Su Xia's actions clearly. After waking up, no one dared to rush forward. They understood that if Su Xia wanted to kill them, it would be as difficult as killing a few ants. The scene was rarely quiet for a while. After a while, Bing Lei was the first to speak on behalf of many players. "Brother Su, when do you plan to start recruiting disciples?" "Just today." "What? Just now?" Bing Lei felt happy. "Yes. You can come and register first." Su Xia smiled. "The pharmacy needs to be expanded. It can't accept too many people at the moment. But anyone who is interested can come and register. I will contact you after the expansion." "That would be great. Get in line first." Su Xia glanced at everyone and turned back to the pharmacy. After what happened before, these players have become obedient. No one dares to squeeze in anymore, and they form a long queue outside to register. Bing Lei and Nor sat at the door of the store and worked hard for Su Xia, responsible for registering members. "Brother Su, are we only registering our own people at the moment?" Bing Lei asked. "Well, naturally we have to let people from the Alliance become apprentices first." "That's good." Soon, the conversation in the store was heard, and there were sounds of lamentation outside. There are many individual players. as well as some players who are attached to the mechanical tribe. And they are all excluded. In order to become apprentices, many individual players join the alliance on the spot, including the one who had the little ant clone before, and other players with good abilities. The alliance is gradually growing, and Bing Lei, North and others are happy to see this, and happily register people while recruiting them. Just when the 9th player was registered, Su Xia suddenly said, "Wait a minute. This person cannot be registered. Brother Su, what's wrong?" Bing Lei was surprised, raised his head and asked, "This player is from his own team and has been with him for a while, so it should be fine." Su Xia said lightly, "He stole something before." "What?" Bing Lei was startled. It was so chaotic at the time that he didn't even notice. He frowned, looked serious, looked at the player and asked, "Lao Lu, did you take anything from Brother Su?" The player named Lao Lu turned pale under Bing Lei's gaze. He stuttered and replied, "I didn't take it." Chapter 282, Let Bygones Be Bygones. The sudden change stunned everyone. After understanding the situation, most of the players breathed a sigh of relief. They had not stolen anything from the pharmacy just now, but the expressions of a handful of players changed. How could Su Xia know who had taken the potion? There was no surveillance in this store, and it was a mess just now. Everyone was squeezing around. Heads and hands were everywhere, and people were noisy. Even high-level players like Bing Lei and North couldn't do anything about it. Does Su Xia have some special perception skills? At the thought of this, some of the players who had just stolen things felt their hearts sink. When they were stealing things, they were all speculating on Su Xia as an ordinary player, completely forgetting that the person in front of them was the nominal number 1 player in the entire Coral City. He has many more special opportunities than other players. Evil Bubble? When everyone looked at Su Xia, they still could only see a series of question marks, just like they saw a high-level boss in the wild. In fact, the powerful perception ability given to Su Xia by advanced psychic powers was enough for him to capture the information he wanted in the chaos just now. The ability to control metal allows him to detect subtle changes in metal shells, experimental instruments, and even a small screw. In this small pharmacy, he was the master. Bing Lei took a deep breath, looked at the player named Lao Lu, and said in a deep voice, "Lao Lu, hand over everything. We will still be friends." "I didn't take it." Lao Lu's face turned pale, and he was still trying to deny it. But his voice was as low as a mosquito, and his tone was quite insufficient. Next to him, another player advised, "Brother Lei, we all fight monsters together every day to level up. We have known each other for so long. I don't think Lao Lu is that kind of person. Could it be that Su Yasher got it wrong?" Several players around him nodded secretly, and could not just listen to Su Xia's words. Everything depends on evidence. Just because Su Xia is stronger, you can't just listen to him. Otherwise, wouldn't the entire Resistance Alliance become Su Xia's private organization? We all come from hundreds of different teams, and just come together for various reasons. Bing Lei was in a bit of trouble. He believed in Su Xia, but after all, this 6th person was a member of his team. So he turned to look at Su Xia and asked in a low voice, "Brother Su, can you record the screen video from multiple angles?" "Yes, we have prepared it for them." Su Xia smiled. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of some players completely changed. Just now, when they stole the potion and other materials, they were all secretly happy. They felt like they had made a lot of money. They had no idea that Su Xia had turned on the game's screen recording system. Their every move was under Su Xia's gaze. Why didn't Su Xia stop it? Is he doing this to screen out unqualified members of the team? In the private chat system, Su Xia sent the previous video clip of the pharmacy to Bing Lei, then looked at the player who just spoke, and said lightly, "He also stole something. So I voice my support for this old man." "What?" Bing Lei was startled. Before he could watch the video, he turned to look at the team member who just spoke. The man looked panicked, shook his head hurriedly, took half a step back unconsciously, and said, "No, I just think that the 6th child is everyone's brother, so we can't treat him like this." "Yeah." Bing Lei felt angry and a little ashamed in his heart. He didn't expect that the 2 players pointed out were members of his Frozen Cross team. He clicked on the game videos Su Xia sent him, and soon saw the scene of this man stealing things with Lao Lu. In the picture, both of their faces flashed with joy. In fact, it is very common to steal NPC things in games, especially large-scale standalone games, many of which have similar functions such as stealth and stealing. But Su Xia is not an NPC. He is one of his own, and a core member of the entire Resistance Alliance. How could you do this? Bing Lei was furious. How much help has pharmacist Su provided to us? In order to keep this pharmacy, CG Dao and those robots have been dealing with each other all day long. And how much price he has paid? None of you know? Us? After being yelled by Bing Lei, some of the players, who had stolen things, lowered their heads in shame. Lao Lu and the person who spoke just now stopped talking and lowered their heads. Once the video came out, no matter how hard they tried to defend themselves, it was useless. Fortunately, everyone is in the same team. We fight monsters together and do activities together. The relationship is pretty good. Bing Lei saved their face and did not make the video public, but sent it to them individually. Of course, you cannot rely entirely on others to give you face. If you are shameless, it will be useless no matter how much face others give you. Physician Su, I'm really sorry. I was obsessed just now. A player came out and apologized in shame. With a flick of his hand, all the things he had stolen appeared in front of Su Xia's eyes. More than a dozen potions, 5 or 6 bags of dried medicinal herbs, 2 glass bottles of mixed medicinal solution, half a bug specimen, and 2 fist-sized pieces of blue ore. If you sell these things outside, you can sell them for at least tens of thousands of game coins. The ratio of game currency to real currency is now floating around 38 to 41. In real currency, the pile of items he stole would probably be worth 1 or 2,000. Many players' monthly salary in real life is only 6 to 7,000. This 2,000 is not a small amount of money, and it is worth taking the risk. Soon, several more players came out, including the 2 Lao Lu, and returned what they had just stolen. Physician Su, I'm really sorry. We are used to taking advantage of small things, so don't worry about it. Here are all the things I just stole. Please count them. Various medicines, materials, and instruments were recovered, and even the old clock on the wall was returned. Su Xia was also a little speechless. These guys even wanted to steal a wall clock. How much is a clock worth? The game system that comes with players will give a general introduction to each item in the game. Su Xia looked at the wall clock, and a series of introduction data immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Old wall clock, a non-grade item. An auxiliary item. Produced 159 years ago, and has witnessed changes throughout the century. Many collectors have a different hobby for this kind of old object. Players who steal the wall clock probably think that this thing is half an antique, and can be sold for some money. In fact, many items in the apothecary are older than this clock. Even the bronze bell at the door dates from more than 200 years ago. Dad is also a collector. He doesn't deliberately collect them. Occasionally when he sees something suitable, he buys it and brings it back to the pharmacy. Gradually, there are more things in the store. And finally, he can't put them away and has to throw them in the basement. On the second floor of the huge basement, there are countless valuable antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, etc., which cannot be measured in money. Just selling one piece is enough for ordinary people to live and clothe themselves for a lifetime. Now that Dad is gone, the owner of these things has temporarily become Su Xia. Su Xia plans to sell 1 or 2 items to use as funds for store expansion, and leave the rest to her father. If she can defeat the machine tribe and become the master of this planet in the future. Su Xia also wants to have a place dedicated to collecting things. When she watched The Hobbit before, Su Xia envied the dragon Smog, who could sleep in a palace filled with gold coins. At this time, Bing Lei at the door suddenly said to a player outside the door, Lao Wu, the video has been sent to you. You should be more conscious. What self-consciousness? The player named Lao Wu was unconvinced and said loudly, Everyone depends on their ability in the game. He couldn't keep the things I stole based on my ability, so why should I give them back? As soon as he said this, the surrounding players were shocked. What's going on? Team strife? He doesn't want to give it back? Lao Wu, we are all brothers. I don't want to say something too ugly. Bing Lei's face darkened. That's nice to say. We're just brothers in the game. Lao Wu snorted. Aren't you going to pay it back? I said. I stole it based on my ability. Why should I pay it back? Is it still reasonable to steal things? Bing Lei glared, furious. This is not my reason. This is the reason of the game. Lao Wu had a tough attitude and looked at Bing Lei without any sign of giving in. In the shop, Su Xia said nothing, just watched quietly. He remembers this player. In the chaos just now, this player named Lao Wu was one of the players who stole the most. The things he stole could amount to tens of thousands even if they were converted into real-world currency. Anyone would be tempted by such a large amount of money. Not only this guy, but also the other players who had stolen a lot had their eyes flickering, as if they had no intention of returning it. As for the identity of the pharmacist apprentice, the game world is very large, and Coral City is just one of the small cities. There are many cities of the same size in the southwest region. They believe that they can find pharmacies in those cities that are willing to accept apprentices. What's more, pharmacists are not the only professions that make money. Doctors, armor makers, machine repairmen, etc. also earn a lot of money. They don't need to hang from a tree. There are many options.
Lao Wu, are you really not going to hand it over?
Bing Lei was completely angry.
We are brothers. Why are we making such a fuss just for this little money? Damn it. If it wasn't for money, who would be your brother?
You. Bing Lei was so angry that he drew his sword directly, and the blade of the sword radiated cold light. If North hadn't stopped him, the sword might have been struck out, cutting off all the so-called brotherhood. The current situation is difficult for North to handle. In his own team, there are also players who refuse to hand over the things they just stole, and they are one of the first core team members to follow him to fight monsters.
Brother Gua, there's no need to make such a fuss. Right.
North stared at the player.
Everyone's income this month is more than this.
As a professional game studio, North's team members didn't make much money in the early days of launching the server, but they have gradually started to make money recently, with the spontaneous promotion of major anchors and players. More and more new people are entering the game. The weapons, clothes, maps explored, and primary resources collected by North and others can all be sold for money, and even newcomers can make money by upgrading. In order to level up quickly, some rich novice players simply spend money and let advanced studios take them to the wilderness to fight high-level monsters.
Return the things to Yao Su, and we will still be friends,
Nor said to the player named Brother Gua.
Are we not friends if we don't give it?
Brother Gua looked indifferent.
That old man is right. This is what we get based on our ability. What's the problem with making more money? What do you mean by taking?
North couldn't help it anymore and was angry.
Taking without asking is stealing. Yes, I stole it. And then what?
Brother Gua shrugged, still looking the same, and said calmly,
Are you going to kick me out of the team?
You. The other party's shameless look really made North angry. If it weren't for the rationality in his heart, he would have wanted to draw his sword and chop it to death on the spot. At this time, Leader Lu, who was standing in the distance, suddenly laughed and said loudly,
For this little material, your so-called alliance is going to split up? Shut up. What's the matter with you?
Bing Lei looked over coldly.
It's really none of my business.
Leader Lu spread his hands.
But this amount of supplies is not a big deal within our team. We will never have conflicts over this kind of thing. After all, we are backed by the Machinery Clan. You also understand that resource is too much to use up. What do you mean? It's not interesting. I just feel sorry for those two brothers.
Leader Lu sighed pretendingly. As soon as these words came out, Lao Wu and Brother Gua both turned to look at him, their eyes flickering, and they were both a little moved. From what Master Lu said, it seemed that he was interested in recruiting them. Both of them are members of the Standard Game Studio. They are the first batch of players to enter the game. Their current level is also in the first echelon of the entire game. They are well equipped and would be masters anywhere. Leader Lu smiled again and continued.
Two brothers. For this little money, you can't afford to make trouble with them. A good bird will choose its tree to roost. So why not find a better team to develop?
Lao Wu pondered for a moment and asked,
Does the external army have a place for us? Of course.
Leader Lu immediately promised.
With the abilities of the two of you. If you join our team, your salary will be at least double what you are getting now. You sure? I am the deputy leader of the External Legion, and also the deputy director of Coral City's official player management department.
Master Lu said sincerely.
What I say can basically be regarded as official words. I recorded this conversation.
Brother Gua said.
Record the screen as you like. I will never break my promise.
Leader Lu made a vow, and then said to the other alliance players outside the pharmacy.
People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. I believe everyone knows which team is more suitable for development. We always welcome everyone to join. Past events, it's all over. Don't take it to heart.
He said this very sincerely, with a smile on his face. This guy used to be the president of a big guild, and he was a kid from a rich family. He didn't need anything, and he had a knack for winning people's hearts. Outside the pharmacy, several players, who had not yet handed over the stolen items, were really moved. In terms of treatment, the mechanical tribe is indeed better. But they started to fight against each other very early. From the beginning of the server to the present. They have no way to join them even if they want to. Leader Lu said this today on behalf of the entire Coral City official. Which is equivalent to erasing past disputes. Letting the past go. And looking to the future.
Good. Have courage.
A smile appeared on Lao Wu's face. And he turned around and walked straight towards Master Lu and his group. Seeing this scene, Bing Lei was furious and shouted.
Lao Wu. Stop now. There is still room to turn back. Unnecessary.
Lao Wu didn't even look back and strode over. As if heading for a bright new life. At the same time, Brother Guo also took action and walked towards Master Lu with Lao Wu. There were 2 people as representatives. And several other interested players looked at each other one after another. And then moved together. Directly leaving the original team and walking over with the 2 people. Just like that. A mess led to a theft. And a theft turned into a change. Before this, no one thought that Alliance players would rebel in public. As hard as the previous team battles were. It would be ironic to leave today.
They are like this.
Bing Lei was so angry that he couldn't speak. And punched the door frame of the pharmacy. In the distance, at the end of the old street, Leader Lu seemed to be a winner who had everything in hand. He smiled at the people in the pharmacy. Saying nothing. From beginning to end, Su Xia did not express her position. She just watched quietly and let these people leave. Chapter 283 Fan Lu's actions. Pointless arguments only waste time. Su Xia was very calm. Sitting behind the counter. Silently comprehending the insights brought to him by the 2 experienced books. Outside the shop. On the old street, Bing Lei and others were facing each other tit for tat with Leader Lu and his group. And the exchange of words could be heard from several streets away. This is the scope of the pharmacy. And Bing Lei and North don't want to do anything here. Leader Lu and others did not want to stir up trouble in the city. After all, there were several groups of patrolling soldiers watching from a distance. So the 2 sides can only engage in a war of words. In this way, the scolding continued until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When the sun set and every household began to prepare dinner, the street gradually became quiet. During this period, residents on both sides of the street have been squatting in front of their homes, eating melon with gusto.
These undead people from another world are very good at swearing. Is swearing popular in their world? I heard that their world is very peaceful. There is no war. And they are not allowed to kill people. So they can only develop the art of swearing.
It has been a long time since the server was launched. And the residents in the city have long been accustomed to the existence of the undead in another world. They all know that there is a peaceful world. They often mention it when chatting. And many people can't help but yearn for it. Unfortunately, the passage between the 2 worlds is one way. There are only people who have come. Not people from the past.
Oh, I really want to see such a beautiful world.
A young man sighed while squatting in front of his home. He was born after the war. He had never experienced a few days of peace in his life. And spent every day in fear.
Hey! What's good about that world?
Said a player next to me.
I'm tired of running around every day. Either working overtime or on the way to work overtime. Living like a money-making machine is better than this world. It's exciting. And it makes me feel alive. Out of second life. Is that true? Of course. If I had a choice, I would rather be born in this world. But I want to live in your world.
Both parties are lamenting that if their identities were exchanged, they might be able to live a different life. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. The time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The autumn and winter sky was getting dark very quickly. The sun had already set, and the rusty street lamps on both sides of the road were lit up one after another. The cold wind blew. The street lights turned yellow. And countless players lined up in long lines under the lights. Bing Lei and Nor sat at the door and were responsible for registering. Writing down the names, nicknames, contact information, etc. of each player who intended to become a pharmacist. Leader Lu and his party left and went back to discuss the next plan with Ciji Dao. Lao Wu, Guigu and other players also left with Master Lu.
Those bastards. I usually call them brothers and think of them first when I have good equipment. But I didn't expect that they would defect to Ciji Dao.
Bing Lei was always indignant.
From now on, when we meet on the battlefield,
we can only fight with swords. They will regret it sooner or later. Well, maybe they think we will regret it.
Thinking of the past days of fighting together, the players in the Alliance had mixed emotions. Some were angry, while others were silent. Now that the situation is unresolved, it is still unclear who will regret it. The machine tribe is so strong that there is no possibility of defeating them now. So everyone can only develop slowly.
We won the first few fights. And we can win in the future too.
North said with certainty.
With Brother Sue here, we will definitely win. Brother Sue, can you teach with so many people?
Looking at the long team of players, Bing Lei couldn't help but feel worried.
Don't worry. As long as the materials are enough.
Su Xia smiled. Teaching apprentices does not require step-by-step instructions. After all, these players are not primary school students. At first, when Su Xia first started, his father only gave him a pile of materials he had compiled and asked Su Xia to read it by himself. If he didn't understand, he would ask Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu. If he really didn't understand, he would ask his father. From the beginning to the current level, Su Xia basically didn't ask her father much, relying solely on the help of her own insights and experience.
It's time to compile an introductory textbook.
Su Xia looked thoughtfully at the long queue of players outside the window. The information left by my father is for geniuses, omitting many details and steps. And most of the explanations do not even have pictures. Su Xia and the two Beatitudes can understand it, but it does not mean that other players can understand it. Now, Su Xia has absorbed 2 experience books, and has the knowledge and experience of countless predecessors and sages in her mind, which is enough to write an introductory textbook that will be of endless benefit to ordinary people. Just do it. Su Xia was a decisive person, so she immediately took out a stack of draft paper and started editing according to her own ideas. Chapter 1, What is a pharmacist? Chapter 2, Development and History of Pharmacists. Chapter 3, Preliminary Understanding of Pharmaceuticals. Confusing pieces of knowledge surged through Su Xia's mind. Some were gained by himself. Some were obtained from his father's information. And some were learned from 2 experience books. The process of writing a book and biography was also a long process for him to sort out the knowledge in his mind, which was of great benefit to him. This book cannot be completed overnight. Su Xia currently only plans to write a first edition, and then slowly change it according to the teaching process. After writing this introductory textbook, he also plans to write an entry-level textbook for first-level to third-level pharmacists as information for players' subsequent development. He cannot write at a higher level unless he himself can reach a higher stage.
The store area is really not enough, and we need a bigger place.
As she wrote, Su Xia frowned slightly, put down the pen in her hand, and clicked on the map of Coral City to check. This old street is located in the southwest area of Coral City and is part of the old city. There is a large factory 1.7 kilometers away from the pharmacy. It was used to make candy before the war. Later, it was damaged by artillery SH/LS during the war. The owner of the factory also died in the war. It is now abandoned. Su Xia plans to build a pharmacist school here, but the land had been bought at a low price by an official from the Coral City Grain Storage Department. It is difficult for someone to spit out something that has been eaten by someone else, unless Su Xia uses her own privileges to oppress the other person.
Lu Liangmu? He actually bought it.
Su Xia's eyes lit up, and she saw a familiar name. This guy used to be the mayor of Baimu Town. The Bikini Castle team was practicing leveling and fighting monsters in the lumberyard around Baimu Town. There were many high-level monsters in that area. Not long ago, Su Xia, Wu Zhonggui and others went to Baimu Town to meet the mercenary King Wang Tung, and the mayor Lu Liangmu arranged the reception. Later, Yuto asked Su Xia to promote someone. But Su Xia had no one in the city, so he recommended Lu Liangmu. At that time, Lu Liangmu excitedly sent several large boxes of treasures and came to thank Su Xia in person.
This guy is really good at research. He is already the director of the grain storage department. How did he get promoted so quickly?
Su Xia logged into Coral City's personnel system and found out Lu Liangmu's position.
The grain storage department is a very fat department, and I don't know how many people are watching it. Lu Liangmu came up from a small suburban town and had no background. Logically speaking, being a deputy director would be a big deal. How could he become a full-time employee? Wrong. Su Xia rubbed her eyebrows. She was this guy's backstage.
I just became a regular employee today.
Su Xia nodded silently and understood the specific situation. Today, the mechanical tribe of Coral City and Waste Armor City were angry and launched a bloody purge. Many high-ranking officials in the city did not escape. Their whole families were killed, and the screams and wails scared countless people to tremble. The head of the grain storage department was one of those purged. This guy is unlucky. He has not contacted any resistance organizations. He is just too greedy. No matter who comes to buy food, he will always come and play fire dragon to burn down the warehouse every once in a while. If you often walk along the river, your shoes will naturally get wet. He didn't even know it, but he had screwed up a long time ago. Many of the merchants who secretly purchased grain from him were middlemen of the resistance organization, and the purchased grain was transported to the wilderness. Today, before dawn, this guy and his whole family died in a villa in a wealthy area. After his death, the vacant position became a favorite among many people. But at this critical moment, the city was full of chaos and blood, and no one dared to apply to sit on it. Everyone was waiting for the anger of the mechanical clan to end. Then, the news about the pharmacy came out. Su Xia was valued by Yutua, and her invisible status increased, and she was no longer inferior to Qi Lang. Under the guidance of Secretary Qian, Qi Lang immediately made a statement and transferred Lu Liangmu, who had a relationship with Su Xia, to that position. This was a gesture of goodwill. Su Xia found a private message in her employee system, which was sent by Lu Liangmu, explaining the reasons for his promotion. Lu Liangmu did not dare to call Su Xia directly for fear of affecting Su Xia's affairs at the pharmacy.
I see.
Su Xia doesn't like these twists and turns. If I really want to show my kindness to him, why not just send him tens of millions in cash? Fortunately, this world has just experienced a war, and all kinds of political affairs are relatively simple, not as complicated as those on Earth. Otherwise, he would not be able to cope with it.
In ancient times, would I be considered a clique for personal gain?
Su Xia looked strange, thinking of her relationship with Lu Liangmu. She immediately shook her head. What does it mean to be just two people? He immediately called Lu Liangmu and asked him about the factory. On the other end of the phone, Lu Liangmu was excited and thanked Su Xia again and again for her help.
Master Su, if it weren't for you, I would still be the mayor of a remote town, and I would probably stay like that for the rest of my life. Calm down and talk about the factory first,
Su Xia said.
Yes, it's that factory. I bought it with the intention of opening a sanatorium. Since you need it, Master Su, I will come over immediately to handle the land transfer contract with you. Just send someone over and that'll be it. I have to thank you personally.
On the first day of promotion, before Lu Liangmu even sat in his office chair, he hurriedly drove to Su Xia's door with a lot of gifts and expressed his gratitude to Su Xia. Su Xia noticed that this guy even changed his car. The gifts he was carrying were also valuable, and the sales would be enough for an ordinary family to live for decades. Su Xia really had nothing to say except to warn him not to be too greedy. Otherwise the former minister would be his end. Lu Liangmu nodded repeatedly, like a primary school student being lectured.
Don't worry, Master Su. I will definitely pay attention to it. This is the factory contract you want.
Su Xia opened the contract and found that Lu Liangmu had solved all the problems. He only needed to sign. When he was signing, Lu Liangmu suddenly lowered his voice and said to him,
Master Su, too many people died this time, and now there are a lot of vacancies in the city. I have made many friends during this time, and they know my relationship with you is all about wanting me to help. Just do whatever you want.
Just don't go too far.
Okay. Lu Liangmu felt happy and rubbed his hands. He plans to cultivate some of his cronies in the city. In the future, these people will naturally be Su Xia's people and can do anything for Su Xia. Su Xia was too lazy to care about so much. As long as he didn't cause trouble, he could do whatever he wanted. He signed his name on the contract, and without spending a penny, the abandoned factory not far away became his own. Next, there are various construction, renovation, decoration, expansion and other matters, which are enough for him to have a headache. At this time, a strong voice suddenly came from outside the door.
Why are there so many people blocking the door? Get out of my way.
Immediately afterwards, a tall figure walked into the store. Su Xia raised her head and saw the figure. Her eyes suddenly sank. She stood up from her seat and asked,
What does the guest want to buy? Just looking around.
The man glanced at Su Xia, and then began to look at the entire store. Su Xia's face was expressionless, but the poison in her hand was ready. She was very vigilant and watched the man's every move. The person who came was none other than Fan Lu, from the Lingyan Tavern headquarters. He came to Coral City to track down the whereabouts of the masked stranger. Why did he come to the pharmacy? Behind Fan Lu, there were several people from the Lingyan Tavern headquarters who entered the store one after another and casually looked at the decorations and goods in the store.
Why are there only 4th level potions? Didn't that old guy leave some good stuff for you?
Fan Lu picked up the potion on the top shelf at the door and shook his head slightly, as if he was disappointed.
The higher level potion is in the basement. If the guest wants it, I can get it for you.
Su Xia replied calmly.
You can't do this kind of business without showing off your good things. The city has been a bit uneasy recently. Please forgive me. When will there ever be peace here?
Fan Lu said calmly.
Without a background, without a backstage, you can never think about peace in your life. I originally invited that old guy to join us, but he was unwilling. And now he ends up running away in embarrassment. The guests are from the 0 Point Tavern? Oh, it seems that the old guy mentioned this to you.
Fan Lu put down the potion and looked at Su Xia again. A blue light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to see Su Xia through. His answer made Su Xia feel relieved. It seems this guy doesn't know his masked identity.
Being valued by you two and being chosen as a disciple by that old guy. You are not as simple as you appear.
Fan Lu looked at Su Xia.
You can look directly into my eyes. But you are hiding your strength? The guest's eyes are not as scary as you think.
Su Xia replied calmly.
Yeah.
Fan Lu looked indifferent and glanced at Hong Bafu, who was standing on the stairs, with a blue light flashing in his eyes. Hong Bafu groaned and trembled, as if he had been hit hard. He fell down and rolled from the corner of the stairs to the first floor, falling into coma on the spot. Lan Bafu next to him was shocked. He hurriedly ran forward to check, took out various healing and recuperative medicines, and injected them into Hong Bafu. After taking various medicines, Hong Bafu still didn't wake up.
Don't waste your efforts. He will wake up on his own.
Fan Lu turned his attention back to Su Xia.
It seems that the old guy prefers you, the youngest disciple, and left you a lot of good things. What does the guest want?
Su Xia asked without changing her expression.
Soul Eating Potion. No. Guests, please come back.
Su Xia refused simply. The Soul Eating Potion is a 5th level potion that is very difficult to refine. It has similar effects to the 4th level Soul Eating Potion he got in the last mission. This potion can cause a person to fall into a trance, making the spirit fragile and easily corroded. Fan Lu is similar to the hypnotist on the other side of the earth. His eyes have the ability to conquer the spiritual world, but they are not stable. Therefore, both EMO and Xinyu showed symptoms of mental dementia. He came to ask for this soul-eating potion, and he must have wanted to use it with his eyes to continue interrogating the members of the North Wind Story Society. This potion is indeed in stock in the treasure chest on the 2nd floor of the basement.
But Su Xia has no intention of selling it.
I know you do.
Fan Lu looked indifferent, took a step forward, stood tall in front of the counter, and looked down at Su Xia. Suddenly, an invisible and powerful pressure pressed on Su Xia. He was threatening. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger, like a high mountain, trying to crush Su Xia little by little. The chair under Su Xia began to creak, as if he could no longer bear the pressure. But his face remained normal, and he asked calmly,
"The customer wants to force the purchase? If you have backbone. I like tough bones."
Fan Lu sneered, looked at Su Xia and asked,
"Do you know the feeling of bones being broken bit by bit?"
Chapter 284. You can't.
What happened?
Seeing this scene happening in the store, Bin Lei looked worried, waved his hand, and temporarily stopped registering. Why did a high-level NPC that was hostile to Su Xia suddenly appear? Lingyan Tavern. They had heard of this organization. Since the launch of the server, many lucky players have joined the 0 Point Tavern. Surviving in the tavern is not difficult. You only need to complete 3 tasks every month. You don't have to assassinate others. Some escort tasks or collection tasks are very simple. Players all have immortality, so they can easily complete 3 tasks by doing whatever they want.
The guy from Lingyan Tavern is so strong. I can't even see his attributes. Me too. I can only see a string of question marks.
The players were talking in low voices. Bin Lei and North looked at each other, stood up and left their seats, preparing to assist Su Xia if necessary. But as soon as they walked into the door, a strong pressure prevented them from going in any further, as if 2 huge rocks were pressing on them. And their expressions changed. This NPC that suddenly appeared was stronger than they imagined. Bin Lei had a solemn look on his face, and immediately opened the storage space menu, and transferred a psychic bomb he had obtained from a recent mission to the shortcut key in case of an unexpected incident. North took out a fire bomb. When it explodes, it can produce extremely high temperatures and inextinguishable fire, and psychic creatures cannot escape. As players, it is not easy for them to obtain equipment that ordinary NPCs cannot obtain. The other dozen team bosses who were present saw that the situation was not good, and they all took out their most precious equipment. ice bombs, high-level psychic traps, armor-breaking devices, psychic shock weapons, powerful mechanical arms, etc. are all bottom-of-the-box items that you would be reluctant to use when fighting ordinary bosses. Together, these many pieces of equipment are enough to pose a fatal threat to ordinary 3rd level or even 4th level psychic creatures. In a surprise attack, if you are lucky enough, you can even kill a few 4th level psychic creatures. The game has developed to this point, and players are no longer the weak chickens they were at the beginning.
Huh? You undead are quite interesting.
Van Lu turned around and smiled coldly.
You are trying to threaten me with some incomplete weapons. Some things can only be known after you try them.
There was no fear on Bing Lei's face. He would die once, and his immortality was his greatest support in this world. The others did the same, approaching the pharmacy with weapons in hand. From yesterday to today's crisis in the pharmacy, they did nothing and relied on Su Xia to survive by herself. In the end, they even made a joke about splitting. Now, it's finally time for them to make a difference. Such a large resistance alliance, with hundreds of player teams and tens of thousands of official members, cannot always let Su Xia face certain dangers alone. However, facing these extremely powerful weapons and equipment, Van Lu did not feel any threat. He just felt ridiculous. He ignored the many players, turned around and continued to face Su Xia, and said coldly,
"It seems that the old guy didn't teach you how to treat guests. If you are a bad guest, you don't need to treat them with hospitality."
Su Xia's face did not change.
"In that case, I'll go get it myself."
"Let's talk." Van Lu walked towards the entrance of the basement, completely ignoring the 3 brothers and sisters in the pharmacy. Seeing this scene, Lan Bafu gritted his teeth and asked,
"When the teacher was here, why didn't you come to buy medicine? Did you dare? This little fat guy is quite brave."
Van Lu continued to walk to the basement with a nonchalant expression.
"Why don't you answer?"
Lan Bafu continued to ask.
"Are you really afraid?"
Van Lu didn't want to answer, but when he asked him like this, he felt a little irritated. So he stopped, looked at Lan Bafu indifferently and said,
"Why don't you dare? Even if the old thing is here, I will come and get it."
"Medicine. It seems that I really don't dare. What are you talking about, little fat guy?"
Van Lu shouted coldly, with a hint of anger, and turned around and walked towards Lan Bafu. Upon seeing this, several other members of the Lingyan Tavern immediately pulled him and whispered,
"Minister, this is the place of the mechanical tribe. Don't do anything lightly. What are you afraid of? What will happen if I move?"
Van Luo looked worried.
That incident happened, and now both parties are unhappy. It's better not to cause trouble at this critical moment.
Another member advised.
"It's not a big deal."
Van Lu's voice was cold.
"If the Machine Clan dares to kill my people, I can also kill their people."
That incident naturally refers to the incident today when Mercer led his troops to destroy 2 contact points in the 0 Point Tavern. This matter can be big or small. It all depends on how both parties express it. At a small scale, it can make a trivial matter disappear, but at a big scale, it may cause a head-on collision between the 2 forces, which is something no one wants to see. The Lingyan Tavern suffered a loss, but the Machine Tribe was right. After all, the joint camp was indeed evacuated with the help of Lisan Wang, a member of the tavern. Coincidentally, the person in charge of one of the 2 contact points that was eliminated was a direct subordinate of Van Lu. Van Lu arranged for the man to come to the southwest region for training and increase his qualifications. He originally planned to take him back to the core department of the tavern in 2 years, but unexpectedly he died here. He was in a bad mood today, which had something to do with this. Now, the 2 sides are intensively preparing for negotiations.
There is news from over there, asking us to act with caution and wait until the negotiations are over.
The member of the tavern nearby also advised.
Now is not the time to break up. Minister, don't be impulsive. Negotiation? The strong never need to negotiate. It's just an excuse for the weak.
Van Lu snorted coldly, and a light blue short knife appeared in his hand. The blade flashed with cold light, and his whole body had a frightening aura. Even those who are traveling with him cannot stop what he wants to do. He turned around and no longer walked towards Lan Bafu or the entrance to the basement. Instead, he walked straight towards Su Xia behind the counter and said coldly,
"You are a person valued by the Machine Clan. If I destroy you, what would they think?"
Su Xia said nothing, and several 5th-level poisons appeared in her hand. This is one of the trump cards left by his father. Each poison has a different color. Some are highly corrosive, some can induce hallucinations, and some can make people crazy. The viscous medicinal solution tumbled in the slender transparent tube, and a few bubbles popped up from time to time, giving it a slightly dangerous aura. Seeing these poisons, except for Fan Lu, the other members of Lingyan Tavern changed their expressions. They grabbed Fan Lu again and advised,
"There is no need to take action here. The people living in this area are ordinary people. If things get serious, it will be difficult for the headquarters to explain. Is the matter going to be a big deal?"
Fan Lu looked at Su Xia indifferently.
Does he deserve to make the matter a big deal?
In his eyes, Su Xia is just a weak creature with less than 2 levels of spiritual power. He can destroy Su Xia with just a few fingers. The only thing you need to be careful about is the few potions.
Get out of my way.
Regardless of the obstruction of several people traveling with him, Fan Lu insisted on taking action. He slashed out with a sharp sword. The cold light was dazzling, and the killing intent was astonishing. The blue light bloomed on the blade, like condensed cold air, and he was instantly forced towards Su Xia. Su Xia was well prepared, jumped up, avoided the blade, and threw out a pure black potion in her hand. Boom! The potion shattered under the blade,
and the debris flew everywhere. However, no poisonous mist came out this time. Only a thick piece of potion splashed out. A look of surprise flashed in Fan Lu's eyes. He didn't expect that Su Xia could still move under his pressure and actually avoided the knife. How many good things did that old guy leave to Su Xia before he could take action again? A sizzling sound came from the short knife in his hand. Most of the viscous liquid just now was attached to the blade, like a tarsal bone, constantly eroding the blue gleaming metal blade. But in the blink of an eye, the blade became pitted, and even the sharp blade was dented. Just now, other areas that were splashed by the liquid, such as the floor, counters, glass booths, chairs, etc., also sizzled and were corroded into pits.
What a powerful potion!
A drop of it was splashed on the clothes of a tavern member, and a big hole instantly appeared, and even the inner clothes began to be corroded. He looked shocked and hurriedly cut off this part of the clothing with a dagger. Fortunately, it was autumn and winter, so they all wore more clothes. If it is summer, if you accidentally get contaminated by this thing, I am afraid that a large piece of skin and flesh will be corroded. Thinking about the pain will make your scalp numb.
As expected of the master, just what he left behind is so powerful.
Another tavern member lowered his head and sighed. He looked at his psychic shield and suddenly discovered that there were several corroded holes in the shield. It's really amazing that that kind of potion can corrode something of pure energy. If Dad were here in person today, they wouldn't be as relaxed as they are now. Fan Lu's face looked much uglier than before. The knife in his hand had been corroded and hollowed out. Completely useless.
Little thing. Now you owe me a knife.
He stared at Su Xia coldly.
What are you going to use to repay it? You also owe me a 5th level potion. What are you going to use to repay it?
Su Xia's tone was as usual. Facing such a powerful 5th level psychic creature, she had no intention of giving in. At this time, Hong Bafu had just woken up from a coma, and his head was still hurting. Seeing this scene, he immediately understood what happened. He clenched his fists and shouted,
"Brother, good job. Give him another hard dose. Do you want to die?"
Fan Lu turned to stare at him.
"When the teacher was here, I didn't see you coming to buy medicine."
Hong Bafu made the same mockery as Lan Bafu.
"Now that the teacher is gone, some garbage can't wait to jump out. It seems you are really eager to die."
Fan Lu's murderous intent was revealed. Even if the short knife in his hand was corroded, he could easily kill a psychic creature of Hong Bafu's level. He turned around, let Su Xia go for the time being, and walked straight towards Hong Bafu with a knife in hand. Seeing this, Lan Bafu hurriedly protected Hong Bafu and took out the precious potion that his father had rewarded him with. The store was filled with murderous intent, and the terrifying aura from Fan Lu was about to overwhelm the two brothers and the players at the door.
"Are you in a hurry?"
Su Xia suddenly spoke. Just 3 words, but it succeeded in making Fan Lu stop. Sometimes, these 3 words are more lethal than 1,000 words. Fan Lu had even more murderous intent on his face. He had been insulted by several ants again and again today, and his anger had already crossed a certain bottom line. Originally he only planned to teach a few people a lesson, at most destroy their hands and feet, and then take the potion and leave. But now, he really wants to kill someone. He had absolute confidence that at such a close range, even if Su Xia had the aid of medicine, she would become a dead soul under his sword. Call. Su Xia took a deep breath and held the potion tightly. If you don't use all your strength, it will be difficult to deal with this guy today, with just these potions left by Dad. But if he uses most of his power, he risks exposing his identity.
It seems that this is the only way.
He glanced at the two beatitudes by the stairs and quickly made a plan in his mind. With the help of the potion, he could temporarily resist Fan Lu, delay his actions, and then lead Fan Lu away from the pharmacy. If Fan Lu dares to chase him, Su Xia will continue running. The potion is limited and cannot resist for too long, so it is naturally impossible to lure Fan Lu to the countryside. However, as long as she takes him to a street with few people, Su Xia doesn't have to worry about hurting other people. She can use the floating bomb obtained from the alien spacecraft to let Fan Lu see the light from heaven. Su Xia made up her mind and looked coldly. If she doesn't blow this guy to death today, he will blow it to pieces. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the pharmacy door.
Are all the people in the tavern so reckless now?
As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure Fan Lu brought to everyone was instantly relieved. The faces of the other tavern members changed slightly, and they all looked at the person who made the noise. The person who came was none other than Yutuo. His main body came and stood outside the pharmacy. His huge body looked like a steel monster, facing the furnace inside the store. Many players outside the store breathed a sigh of relief, immediately made way for Yutuo, and stepped aside to watch the development of the matter. Although they have been at odds with the machine tribe for a long time, it doesn't matter if they temporarily borrow Yutuo's intimidation, as long as they can solve the pharmacy's dilemma.
Why did Yutuo come?
Su Xia was secretly surprised. He didn't notify anyone. At this time, he suddenly felt the corner of his clothes being pulled. He turned around and saw Lu Liangmu huddled in the corner. Lu Liangmu winked at Su Xia. The meaning was self-evident. This guy is a man who cherishes his life. He can assess the situation and has a strong ability to observe people's emotions. As soon as Fan Lu entered the door, he felt something was wrong. Normal customers would not be like Fan Lu. After Fan Lu attacked Su Xia, Lu Liangmu immediately sent a distress message to the city lord Qi Lang. Qi Lang was also confused after receiving the news. Why is this small pharmacy causing trouble again? At this juncture, he didn't dare to have a head-on conflict with the people at Lingyan Tavern, so he could only call the Machine Tribe base and contact Yutuo. So Yutuo came. As the city lord of Coral City, he is extremely high-ranking within the Machine Tribe in terms of both strength and status. He was also a semi-successful experimenter on a certain
flesh mechanical
evolutionary path of the Machine Tribe. His arrival made several Lingyan Tavern members outside Fanlu feel even more stressed.
Lord Yutuo, we haven't seen you for a few years. How are you doing?
One of the tavern members had met Yutuo before and immediately came forward to ease the relationship. Yutuo responded lightly and said nothing else. The two parties were just like this, separated by a door. One was inside the pharmacy, and the other was outside the pharmacy. The atmosphere was a bit delicate. Several tavern members knew that Su Xia was someone Yutuo valued, and they had indeed gone too far today. They all intended to ease the conflict between the two parties, and were thinking about how to open the topic. However, Fan Lu snorted and said coldly to Yutuo outside,
"You can't do it. Let Mercer come."
As soon as these words came out, the other tavern members turned pale. Is this man still unable to see the situation clearly? How dare he say such a thing? These words are undoubtedly a slap in Yutuo's face. With Yutuo's status and identity, even the big guys at the core of the mechanical clan would not say such things to him. Several tavern members were anxious and hurriedly thought of countermeasures to appease Yutuo's anger. But at this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew outside. Call. In just the blink of an eye, there was another person next to Yutuo's tall body. The man had a calm look on his face. He was wearing a smart black tuxedo. He stood tall and lean on the ground with his cane. He looked at the pharmacy and said,
"I'm here. Are you okay?"
"You?" This time it was Fan Lu's turn to change his expression. Mercer is really here. Chapter 285. They are too weak. Mercer is here. Like a gust of wind. It comes silently. As soon as he arrived, the situation at the scene was immediately reversed. Fan Lu's arrogance was extinguished in an instant as if it was hit by the cold winter in December, without even a spark rising.
"Hey, why didn't that guy say anything?"
A player laughed softly outside the store.
"You must be scared,"
another player said. The voices of the two were very low, but the perception of psychic creatures was so keen. Fan Lu naturally heard it, and his face turned ugly, with veins popping up on his forehead, suppressing a surge of anger. He really didn't expect that Mercer would come in person. In the past few years, Mercer has almost never appeared, and has been guarding the laboratory underground. Even many senior executives of the mechanical clan do not know where he has gone. Now, is he finally no longer planning to hibernate? They were both level 5 creatures. But Fan Lu felt a vague sense of danger from Mercer. Su Xia stood in the corner of the pharmacy, watching all this silently. There was nothing he needed to do now. Just leave everything to the machine clan.
Master Su, if you stand closer, you're afraid of being accidentally injured in a fight later.
Lu Liangmu behind him spoke in a low voice, pulled Su Xia, and then shrank back to give Su Xia some space.
Su
Xia didn't refute and leaned into the corner. On the other side, Lan Bafu helped Hong Bafu get up and walk to the corner by the window, planning to jump out when he saw something was wrong. The glass of the window was broken in the chaos of the previous players. It has not been repaired yet, and the cold wind is blowing in. Outside the store, players with low strength also retreated, leaving only 1 or 2 players with special abilities who wanted to record what was going to happen next.
If it's not handled well, it may turn into a melee between high-level NPCs.
Some players said this in the team chat system.
Then we will become the first witnesses. Turn on the screen recording system. Once a fight breaks out, the game officials will definitely promote it. Just like the last time the masked monsters attacked Fish Scale City. Will we be included in the promotional video?
Many players did not mind the excitement and were very excited. They climbed to the rooftops on both sides of the old street and prepared to record the most perfect battle video. High-level NPC battles will definitely have big scenes, just like the dozens of planes flying across the sky in Fish Scale City before. Others worry.
The fighting will definitely destroy the pharmacy.
It would be bad if all the inventory in the pharmacy's basement was destroyed. Su Xia hasn't started accepting disciples yet. Once the inventory is gone, it will be quite unrealistic to supply a large number of players in the future. In the store, Su Xia carefully sensed the momentum of both parties and felt that a fight was unlikely.
The mechanical army has just returned, and most of the mechanical warriors have not returned to the base to sleep.
Su Xia thought silently.
They are around the city. Once they take action, they can enter the city at any time, just like Fish Scale City did to me, sealing off the entire world.
When the time comes, no matter how strong Fan Lu and others are, they will still hate Coral City. In this era, the power of an individual is ultimately inferior to fire coverage. The possibility of conquering the world with personal power is almost zero unless we go back to the cold weapon age. According to Hal's information, in the starry sky, there are high-level psychic creatures that violate imperial agreements and go to low-level civilization planets on the edge of remote star fields. They show their personal strength on a planet dominated by cold weapons, and are finally revered as gods. Dominate those planets.
Mercer, it's none of your business here.
Fan Lu finally spoke. His tone as tough as before, and he seemed not to give in. Mercer looked indifferent.
Didn't you ask me to come? Then you can leave now. You come when you call, and you go when you wave?
Mercer asked calmly.
This is Coral City, not a place where you can find a snack bar. What else do you want? 0 Point Tavern. What you've been doing lately has gone a bit too far.
The cold wind in the evening blew by, and Mercer's black tuxedo fluttered lightly, and his plain words drifted into the shop. Several other tavern members were worried. Did Mercer's words represent the attitude of the Machine Clan? Are we about to break up now? But the negotiations over there haven't started yet. Threads of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of several people. Their faces turned pale, and they were extremely anxious. They just wanted to leave now, and send a message to the tavern headquarters immediately. If a fight breaks out, many people on both sides will die. They don't want to be the trigger of this battle. Cough. One of them coughed slightly, and vaguely reminded Fan Lu to give in immediately. Another person stood behind, and tugged at the corner of Fan Lu's clothes. But Fan Lu refused to give in, and shouted coldly with a stern face.
Moser, do you want to use your power to overwhelm others? Using power to oppress others?
Mercer smiled faintly.
You can oppress the weak. But can't I?
Weak. Fan Lu's face turned livid, and he instantly realized that Mercer was ridiculing him.
You can think so.
Mose was non-committal.
How will this matter in today?
Fan Lu's voice was full of suppressed anger. He actually knew that taking a step back was the best choice. But he didn't want to retreat, even if the other party was the mysterious Mercer.
There is a large war ruin in the south of the city. That's a good place.
Mercer gave him a choice. The implication is, either go there and have a fight, or let the situation continue to escalate. Now that things have developed to this point, Fan Lu and others are actually half weaker because they have no choice. Fan Lu gritted his teeth and said,
Okay, let's fight.
We still have to fight after all. It is better to resolve a private battle than to engage in a head-on war between two major forces. The battle location is not in the pharmacy, but in the ruins south of the city. This is the best. At least the pharmacy in the store can be saved. The ruins in the south of the city are quite large, with collapsed buildings everywhere. Rusty steel bars and broken cement boards can be seen everywhere. Countless tenacious weeds have taken root in the ruins, giving the place a bit more life. Many legendary stories have happened in this area. For example, the battle between the masked stranger and Yutuo. The fledgling masked geek escaped from the long-famous Yutuo and became famous, starting his own legendary road. Boom! Mercer flew into the sky and headed straight for that area at an astonishing speed, leaving only an indifferent message.
Don't keep me waiting too long. Damn it!
Fan Lu punched the pillar of the pharmacy to vent his suppressed anger. The poor upright column was smashed directly into two pieces with a click, and the half supporting the top fell to the floor with a clatter. The entire pharmacy shook. The warm yellow chandelier swayed. Dust fell from the ceiling. The surrounding shelves fell to pieces, and bottles and cans were shattered on the floor. Fortunately, the pillars around the shop are still standing and will not collapse for the time being. But it can almost be described as a dangerous house. Seeing this, Su Xia could only sigh. This troubled pharmacy. In the next major modification, all wooden structures must be replaced with extremely strong alloys, and a complete defense system and various weapons must be installed.
It would be best to rent a stand device from Onlua Company,
Su Xia thought as she touched her chin. If any psychic creature dares to cause trouble in the future, just open your stance, then pin it to the ground and beat it. Su Xia couldn't always be the owner of the pharmacy. He had a lot to do next. He had to go to surrounding cities to find more material suppliers, and he also had to find a way to treat Yamo and Xinyu. Once he left, only two brothers, Blue Bafu and Hong Bafu, were left in the store. Their potion talents are very strong, but their combat prowess is a bit tragic. With the help of the stand device, the two of them can better protect the pharmacy.
Boom!
Just as Su Xia was thinking, a large piece of the ceiling suddenly fell down and hit the floor in front of him hard, sending dust flying everywhere. The renovation work of the store has become urgent. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of several other members of the Lingyan Tavern twitched. One of them took out a check, walked up to Su Xia and said,
I'm really sorry for causing you trouble today.
Due to the appearance of Mercer and Yutuo, the attitude of these people was obviously much better than before. Of course, Su Xia was not polite. She accepted the check directly and smiled and said,
It's okay. I'll come here more often when I have time. I originally planned to renovate the store, but I was worried about not having enough money.
Several people were speechless. They gave the check out of respect for the Machine Clan, but they didn't expect this kid to go even further. Fan Lu turned his head, glanced at Su Xia viciously, and said,
Not many people can get the money from the tavern so easily. Why haven't you left yet?
Su Xia shook the check.
Isn't Lord Mercer waiting for you? Are you afraid? Snort.
Fan Lu snorted coldly and walked out of the pharmacy full of anger. No matter what, this battle had to be fought, and he did not dare to let Mercer wait too long. As soon as he and Mercer left, the players outside the store also ran to the ruins area in the south of the city. They all turned on the screen recording system for fear of missing any details of the battle. Outside the shop door, Yutuo looked at the remaining tavern members and made an invitation gesture.
Guys, let's go too. Okay, I'll go with you.
A stronger member came out. No. Yutuo shook his head slightly and said,
What I mean is that we all come together.
Hearing this, several people's expressions changed at the same time, and one of them asked,
City Lord Yutuo, do you really want to do this? Well,
there weren't many members in the tavern, so they immediately set off for the ruins in the south of the city. They all thought that their strength was not weak, and if they joined forces, they would not be defeated by Yutuo. Just like that, Yutuo and those people also left, and another battle was about to begin. The players were so excited that they all ran over as if celebrating the new year.
It's really rare. 2 high-level NPC battles have never been seen since the server was launched for so long. Physician Su, let's go over to watch the fight first, and come back later to register.
Someone shouted loudly.
Good.
Su Xia answered at the door, turned and walked back to the store, walked into the basement, and pulled out a rusty steel pipe from inside. This steel pipe is as thick as an arm and is hollow in the middle, but it is not light.
Boom!
Su Xia erected the steel pipe and smashed it into the wooden floor in the center of the room. In an instant, Sawdust flew. The entire floor was smashed through, and the steel pipe stood up steadily. At the door of the store, Bing Lei had not left yet and asked curiously,
Brother Su, what are you doing? Are you getting a steel pipe to find someone to dance with?
Su Xia. He pointed to the ceiling speechlessly. The middle column was broken. Without support, he was afraid that the entire second floor would collapse. For now, get some steel pipes to support it for a few days, and then wait until the pharmacy renovation plan comes out. After doing all this, he logged into Coral City's personnel management system, found the contact number of the urban construction department, and called the other party.
Master Su?
The person who answered the phone was surprised and quickly became enthusiastic.
Master Su, if necessary, we will do our best to do it. Okay, that's it.
My pharmacy. Su Xia held the phone with the phone cord stretched out long, sat on the counter, and carefully explained her needs. The other side promised repeatedly that everything would be fine, and that the entire city's construction department could stop work to make way for Su Xia. After getting a positive answer, Su Xia hung up the phone.
Brother Su, aren't you going to watch the fight over there?
Bing Lei also planned to go and asked before leaving.
You go first. I'll be there later.
Su Xia naturally wanted to go. Van Lu and Mercer are both his opponents and will definitely face each other in the future. Su Xia plans to see their fighting methods, skills, characteristics, etc. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in any battle. This is a good opportunity. He quickly checked Hong Bafu's injuries and found that there was nothing wrong with him. He just had a small cut on his forehead when he fell down the stairs. The two also wanted to see the battle in the south of the city, but Su Xia asked them to stay.
Stay and recuperate,
Su Xia said. The battle between level 5 creatures is terrifying, and innocent passers-by may be affected if they are not careful. The players who ran over just now were all using their lives to be a crowd of onlookers, and they were already mentally prepared to die several times. After packing up the medicine information on the counter, Su Xia planned to go there. But at this moment, an ordinary robot suddenly came to the door, with blue light flashing in its eyes, and walked into the pharmacy.
Master Yutuo?
Su Xia recognized it. This was Yutuo's ordinary clone.
Yeah.
Yutuo nodded.
My lord.
This is.
Give me a copy of that 5th level potion just now. I'll get it right away.
Su Xia immediately turned around and returned to the basement. It seems that Yutuo is interested in that kind of highly corrosive medicine. After all, it can corrode even special metals and pure energy. Yutuo only wanted 1 copy, but Su Xia took 3 copies, put them in a small silver box, and returned to the first floor.
Master Yutuo, it's in here.
Su Xia handed the box over.
Good.
Yutuo opened the box and took a look, nodded slightly. Very satisfied, he said to Su Xia.
Let's go and watch those 2 people fight. I can keep you safe.
Su Xia asked.
Master Yutuo, are you going to fight with a few other people? Will being distracted have any impact? No. Those people are too weak and not worthy of my full strength.
If these words were spread, the tavern members would probably cry. They had enough self-control. But they didn't expect that Yutuo didn't notice them at all. He was distracted and still had time to show Su Xia the fight. It is even possible that there is a body working on new clones in the underground laboratory as a distraction. Thinking of this, Su Xia couldn't help but sigh. Robots are convenient. You can easily create a few clones to go out and adventure around. As long as you back up your own data, you are not afraid of death. Even the protagonist of the novel does not have this kind of treatment.
Lord Yutuo, is that masked stranger worth all your efforts?
Certainly. Yutuo looked into the distance with deep eyes. His strength has increased a lot recently, and he is on the verge of a breakthrough.
I've been looking forward to the next battle with him.
Chapter 286 Reading Memory. In the evening, the last ray of sunset lingered on the horizon. This small city in the southwest region was once again engulfed in evening fireworks. And even the evening breeze above the ruins carried a hint of the fragrance of dinner. The wild grass rooted in the gaps between the cement boards stretches in the wind, and the grass blades fly, as if embracing freedom. Mercer stood on a collapsed tower, leaning on the ground with his cane. His black tuxedo was spotless, and the grass beside him was undulating in the wind. He looked at the sunset sinking into the horizon in the distance. Silent, like a contemplative gentleman, he has been waiting here for a long time. And time passes quietly with the wind. In the distance, on another abandoned high-rise building, Van Lu's face was ashen, and he put on a special black combat uniform. This battle may be the end of the battle, or it may be the difference between life and death. facing the mysterious and powerful Mercer. Fan Lu didn't have much confidence even though he was a 5th-level creature. Now, the battle was about to begin. But Mercer did not look at him at all, but turned his back to him and looked at the distant horizon. This can already explain a lot of problems. Mercer didn't regard him as a qualified opponent at all.
You will pay the price for your arrogance and arrogance.
Fan Lu gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. He held tightly the several life-saving devices carried by his combat uniform, and his face looked much uglier than usual. Beside him, several tavern members looked worried. They have already sent a message to the headquarters, but the headquarters just asked them to solve it on their own, not to make the matter a big deal, and wait until the negotiation is over.
It seems that the problem is a bit serious this time. Mercer is the crony of that master, and his anger represents the anger of the mechanical race to a certain extent.
Several people frowned, feeling strong pressure. The legendary mechanical master has not yet been born, and it is really amazing that one of his close subordinates can cause them so much trouble. The power of the mechanical tribe is too strong.
If we had known this, we shouldn't have caused trouble at this time,
one of them said.
Who knew that Mercer would come in person?
Another person sighed. If they had known that it would turn out like this, they should have stopped Fan Lu from the beginning. If Fan Lu hadn't taken action against Su Xia, he wouldn't have lured you two out, and he wouldn't have had this dilemma. Wrong. You should never have entered that pharmacy in the first place. The pharmacy is just an introduction. The failure of this troop dispatch made Mercer extremely angry. Even if he slaughtered 2 resistance organization stations, cleaned up 2 tavern contact points, and even launched a purge throughout the city, his anger could not be eliminated. He wanted to keep taking action, but he needed an excuse. Fan Lu and his party happened to hit the muzzle of the gun, giving Mercer this excuse. They were all worried that if Fan Lu was not a match for Mercer, judging from Mercer's current anger, he would probably kill Fan Lu.
Boss, if you see something is wrong, flee to the tavern branch immediately,
a member whispered.
We haven't broken our skin yet. As long as we escape to the tavern, Mercer can't take action. What do you mean?
Fan Lu looked ugly.
Do you think I will definitely lose? No. Just worry about defeat before thinking about victory. I will not lose. Boss, I'm just saying.
This member was helpless and couldn't persuade Fan Lu. At the moment, they can only put their hope in Yutuo. After all, Yutuo can still be reasonable. As long as he defeats Yutuo and has a good talk with him, he should be able to suppress this matter. Outside the ruins, more and more players are watching. The news has spread, and many internal groups and foreign discussion groups are talking about this incident. Many players simply gave up on the monsters they were fighting and trotted over. In the past, high-level NPC battles happened randomly. This was the first high-level NPC battle that could be completely recorded. No one wanted to miss it. Even those players who were leveling in the suburbs hurriedly took a taxi.
Who do you think will win? I heard that the 0 Point Tavern is very powerful. My brother became a trainee killer of this organization. He said there are many high-level NPCs in it. No matter how powerful it is, it's not as powerful as a robot. Look at that robot with its back to us. It's so powerful.
Someone pointed at Mercer. Under the setting sun, Mercer stood on the ruins of undulating grass, with his back to everyone. As we all know, those who turn their backs on all sentient beings are basically masters. In the eyes of players, Mercer is the same as Fan Lu. The panel data is all, ? And only one name can be read. As time went on, word spread wider and wider. Not only the players, but the aborigines of Coral City also got the news. After learning the details, many people were shocked.
For Su Xia and that small pharmacy, City Lord Yutuo actually took action himself?
Not only Yutuo, but also the big boss behind it, Mercer, who many people didn't know before. They both started at the same time.
How much does the City Lord value that pharmacist?
Some people exclaimed. This is incredible.
Do you want to keep Master Su even if you break up with another big organization?
Sounds of exclamation echoed from all directions in Coral City. And many people began to look at Su Xia and the small pharmacy in a new light. After this incident, who else in this Coral City would dare to have any sympathy for Su Xia? Qi Lang doesn't even dare. Right? In the office building in the city center, Wu Shengdui was stunned after receiving the news, and his expression changed. Beside him, CG Dao looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. The two of them have done so much for this city, working hard for the mechanical tribe, like 2 loyal pugs, but they have never received such treatment. Even if they were praised by Yutuo, they would be excited for half a month, and they would talk about it every day when having dinner with their colleagues.
Those people in the Lingyan Tavern just happened to run into the muzzle of a gun.
Wu Zhonggui was in a complicated mood and could only comfort himself in this way. He said this, but he kept beating the drum in his heart. Ever since Su Xia became his assistant, he has never had a good look towards Su Xia and never gave Su Xia any important information. Under his arrangement, the entire intelligence department marginalized Su Xia from top to bottom. Su Xia is a smart person. Although he didn't say it, he definitely knew it in his heart. Could he be holding a grudge? Now that he has gained power, will he come back for revenge?
If I had known this, I shouldn't have treated him like that in the first place.
Wu Zhonggui rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache.
How should I ease the relationship with him? Well, let's take him to socialize more times in the future. Sir, there's no need for this.
Sijideo's face turned pale.
He doesn't care about this position. So what does it have to do with us? Even if City Lord Yutua comes to question him, we have reason to respond. Why are you so naive?
Wu Zhonggui's face changed slightly, and he scolded him.
If City Lord Yutua wants to deal with us, it will be useless no matter how many reasons he has. This is the world of the mechanical race, not the world you are in. Remember your status.
CG Dao gritted his teeth and tightened his fists, but couldn't say anything. Today he lost again and again, almost losing his confidence. He is also a teacher who betrayed himself. Why is Su Xia's salary so high? Just because he's also a genius pharmacist? At the same time, in another office on the first floor of the office building, the human city lord Qi Lang was also a little restless. He held the teacup in his hand tightly, sipped the tea, and asked his secretary worriedly,
Xiao Chai, will Master Yutua ask me to give up my position to the pharmacist? Sir, why do you think about this kind of problem all day long?
Chai chuckled.
What can I do?
Qi Lang sighed sadly.
I have offended too many people in this position. I don't know how many people want my life. Once I am kicked out, the consequences can be imagined. Don't worry. Sir, you are doing a good job so far. The machine tribe will not replace people at will. It's scary. Don't be afraid. That pharmacist was previously appointed as the second in command of the intelligence department by Master Yutua. But he has been absent from work for more than 10 days this month.
Chai had opened the Coral City employee system for Qi Lang and found Su Xia's personal information. Among the entire Coral City government employee system, Su Xia has the most absenteeism. No, only Su Xia was absent from work. The recent situation is too tense. Who among other employees would dare to be absent from work? Even if someone in the family died, they would not dare to ask for leave. Chai continued. This pharmacist is obsessed with refining medicine. Even if Lord Yutua asks him to become the city lord, he may refuse. He doesn't dare to refuse Master Yutua. Right. Qi Lang was still worried.
Sir, don't look at pharmacists from the perspective of us ordinary people. Pharmacists who can be called geniuses are mostly paranoid and eccentric people. In order to refine medicines, they will do anything.
Oh. Yutua felt relieved now and loosened his grip on the teacup. He scratched his hair, opened the financial system, glanced at it for a few times, and then sighed worriedly.
Hey, Xiao Chai, the refugee resettlement houses you mentioned have only been completed for the first phase now. So we don't have much money. Why is such a big city so poor? Sir, the progress of the refugee resettlement housing project cannot be slowed down. But we really have no money.
Qi Lang spread his hands.
Not only this, but other projects as well. Not to mention buying materials. We can't even pay wages. There is no need to pay wages,
Chai said.
Huh? No money?
Qi Lang was stunned.
Let those workers work in vain,
Chai explained.
Sir, there are many adults in the refugee gathering place. Just recruit them and let them have enough to eat.
Qi Lang was puzzled.
But if we let those damn untouchables have enough to eat, will they have the strength to resist us?
Chai, he was in a mixed mood, picked up his teacup and moistened his throat. After a moment of silence, he slowly said,
Sir, if you can have enough to eat, who would want to cause trouble? Okay, Xiao Chai, what do you think we should do? Provide them with jobs, give them something to do, and allow them to have enough to eat.
Chai slowly described.
Not only refugee resettlement houses, but also roads, water conservancy, and other projects in the city can provide a large number of jobs. Yes, but I still have no money. There is a lot of vacant land in the city, which was bought by some people at low prices after the war.
Chai slowly induced.
How can we not use so much land? Let those people spit out the land? I'm afraid they won't.
Qi Lang said worriedly.
There is no need to make them vomit it out yet. Let them bleed out first. Why is it bleeding?
Qi Lang's expression changed. This was an area that he had never dared to touch. It involved the interests of too many people. Even if he doesn't understand many things, he still knows that this aspect must not be touched. Otherwise something will happen.
No. Xiao Chai. Change the direction.
Qi Lang immediately shook his head.
Sir, do you understand? The reason why the city government is so poor is because the money is in the hands of other people.
Or not. Qi Lang looked embarrassed and refused to touch it no matter what. Chayan said calmly.
Sir, don't be afraid. Give me the power and let me kill a group of people first.
Qi Lang shuddered and looked up at Chayan. How could this gentle secretary wearing glasses say such bloody words? Qi Lang clenched the teacup again and said with difficulty.
Xiao Chai, enough people have died today.
Chayan shook his head.
It's not enough. We must kill some people until they are afraid, so that we can drastically change the city.
Qi Lang said.
We don't need to change. Just maintain the status quo. No, it won't last long.
Chayan said firmly.
If this continues, what happened that night with the masked stranger will happen again, and more people will participate in the riots. That's right. If that day comes, Xiao Chai, what should we do?
Qi Lang was worried.
I don't know.
Chayan shook his head.
Qi
Lang was surprised.
You don't even know. Xiao Chai. Why? At that time, I may also be among the rioting crowd.
The topic was immediately discussed to death. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, bringing the latest news about the ruins in the south of the city.
Lord, the fight is starting.
What?
So fast?
Both people in the office were shocked. Before he could react, a shocking loud noise came from the south of the city.
Boom!
The sound shook the sky and the earth. It was so terrifying that even the office buildings in the city center shook, and the glass in the windows continued to tremble, as if it was about to shatter. The teacup on the table trembled, and a lot of water rippled in the cup. Previously, Chayan had arranged for manpower and hired a group of undead who could be resurrected to send back live footage to them. The players who received the mission were overjoyed. This was a task assigned to them by the city lord's secretary. So one can imagine how generous the reward would be. After a while, the players sent him reports of the scene.
Boss Chayan, can you see it?
A player standing on a high place asked loudly when he saw the camera pointed at the ruins in the south of the city.
Yes. You continue. Pay attention to your own safety,
Chayan said.
Don't worry. None of us will die. You still have to pay attention. I heard that you will suffer losses every time you die.
Chayan turned on the projection equipment and projected several cleaning scenes into the office. In the center of one of the pictures was an extremely terrifying large hole, which looked like it had been blown out by some kind of bomb. It was probably the source of the loud noise just now. Fortunately, it was in the ruins south of the city. If a war breaks out in a residential area, I don't know how many people will die from the explosion just now.
Hey, Master Mercer hasn't moved yet. Was that explosion caused by Master Yutua just now?
Qi Lang stared at the screen closely. He guessed right. Mercer and Fan Lu had indeed not moved yet. It was just the result of a fight between Yutua and a few other people. The battle ended quickly, faster than anyone imagined. Those people were all level 4 creatures, but they were unable to fight back under Yutua's attack and could only resist. Their previous idea was that a few people would join forces to quickly defeat Yutua, and then sit down and have a good talk with Yutua. However, the opposite happened. Several people were defeated miserably and were in a terrible state. Half of one of them's hand was blown off. Yutua is simply a mobile arsenal. He didn't even use his psychic talents and skills. He didn't reveal any trump cards. He just exploded randomly when he appeared. No matter how strong the defensive skills, shields, and life-saving devices are, they cannot withstand the continuous horrific explosions.
Master Yutua is stronger than before.
Qi Lang was shocked. A third-level creature like him might not be able to survive even one round when facing Yutua. Thinking about it now, the masked weirdo back then was simply a freak. He was able to escape from Yutua when he was not even a 4th-level creature.
Strange. Why is Master Yutua's clone here?
Qi Lang was startled and suddenly saw an ordinary robot among the crowd of onlookers. Others don't know, but he knows that it is one of Yutua's clones.
It's the pharmacist.
Qi Lang was shocked and his eyes widened.
Master Yutua actually protected the pharmacist to watch the battle?
What kind of treatment is this? Qi Lang held his breath. He couldn't even imagine such treatment.
It's actually him.
Cheyenne frowned. His attitude towards the pharmacist was the same as before towards Xiao Si. He felt uncomfortable just looking at this kind of person who betrayed his teacher. They didn't have time to think too much. A new round of fighting had already begun. The battle between Fan Lu and Mercer is the highlight of today. Both of them are level 5 creatures. It's hard to say which one is stronger and which one is weaker.
Mercer!
On the screen, Fan Lu jumped up, shouted angrily, and used his strongest ability as soon as he started to move. The blue light in his eyes turned into a pair of whirlpools, which were so deep that they seemed to be sucking in everything in the world. Psychic talent, a sad dream on a midsummer night. This is Fan Lu's second talent. He has killed countless opponents with this talent before. The people watching the battle were unprepared. Someone accidentally saw the dark blue vortex in his eyes and fell to the ground the next second. Dong dong. As if a chain reaction had been triggered. The people watching the battle outside the ruins fell one after another. Hundreds of people fell in a matter of seconds. The scene was extremely shocking. Facing powerful 5th level psychic creatures. These people were as fragile as ants. Even the players were affected, falling to the ground in piles and falling into a coma and sleep.
Why did I see the picture of my childhood?
A player suddenly exclaimed. He had a very special defense item and could barely resist for a moment. He only felt dizzy and vaguely saw his childhood, as if in a dream. It was a tragic experience in his childhood. He has always been reluctant to recall it, but today he actually remembered it in the game.
Something's wrong. Log off immediately. Can this gaming device read our memories?
Chapter 287. I don't accept it. The sudden change took everyone beyond their expectations. Reviving childhood memories? On the other side of the earth. It is said that some psychiatrists and hypnotists can achieve this ability, but they all need to be induced with the help of language or other tools. Fan Lu only used his psychic talent. Even if people in this world are tricked, why would players have problems? You know, this is just a game world. Players come here through game equipment. Is it possible that game equipment can really read the player's memories? If this is the case, then Blizzard Company will have a big problem. Since the launch of the Starry Sky server, many problems have arisen, such as the game being too bloody, violent, cruel, etc. The number of complaints received every day has been as many as 800. But these problems are not considered fatal. Under siege from countless complaints, Blizzard stood firm. But once it comes to the player's memory, can this company still be stable? At this time, hundreds of players had fallen on the edge of the ruins. There were also some players who were farther away or who had special defense items that didn't fall down. But they were still swaying. Their minds were dizzy and their bodies were weak, as if they had been drawn into a deep vortex of time and space. And the tragic experiences of their childhood were unfolding before their eyes. Some people saw the death of their family members. And some people went back to the time when they were bullied in school. These scenes seemed real and fake, like dreams and illusions, like mirrors and mirrors, as if they had really gone back to the past. And they seemed like they were in the misery of being unable to wake up in a dream. Many players couldn't stand it. Their psychological defenses were directly breached, and they were logged off on the spot. And those unconscious players are the worst. They cannot take the initiative to log off, and can only experience more tragic past events that may be true or false in their sleep.
The game company will definitely face a test of large-scale complaints.
Su Xia stood on the edge of the ruins and thought silently.
If everything is confirmed, then is it true or false that this game can really affect the world in the real world?
He raised his head, glanced at the darkening sky, and then looked at the players lying around. How long will those players who fall asleep stay asleep? If the game device detects that something is wrong with them, will it forcibly wake them up and leave the game? These issues are currently unknown. Su Xia was not affected in any way. Beside him, Yu Tuo's clone held a triangular mechanical device that changed in blue light. The weak blue light spread out, protecting himself and Su Xia, blocking out the strange ability.
In a sad dream on a midsummer night, Fan Lu relied on this talent to become famous.
Yu Tuo said calmly.
Most of his abilities are in those eyes. Many people died from this move, but he must have rarely interacted with him. The mechanical clan is at war. Master Yu Tuo, does this move have no effect on the mechanical tribe? Yes, but it won't have much impact.
Through conversation, Su Xia got more information. Fan Lu was not well known during the large-scale racial war that year. He only became famous later with these eyes. As soon as he awakened his talent, he killed 5 psychic creatures of the same level with his eyes, and then became famous. if it is not a sneak attack. It is difficult to kill multiple creatures of the same level in a head-on battle. After all, no one is a fool, and they will run away if they can't be beaten. The special thing about Fan Lu's eyes is that he has multiple abilities such as dizziness, hallucination, and mental shock. He can temporarily retain his opponent and kill him slowly. Of course, there is a lot of information about the Machine Tribe in the 0 Point Tavern. Fan Lu should also be able to guess that the ability of his eyes would not have much impact on the mechanical race. But he still used it. Maybe with a bit of luck.
Is this your trump card?
Mercer looked indifferent. Standing on the abandoned tower, he was facing Fan Lu face to face. He should have been the biggest affected. But now there is no difference at all.
Snort!
Fan Lu had nothing to say, and could only snort coldly. Until now, Mercer didn't look like he was going to take the initiative. He stood motionless, as if he wanted to see what Fan Lu could do. This contemptuous attitude made Fan Lu even more angry. He moved like thunder and rushed towards Mercer on the tower. In the air around Mercer, countless dazzling prismatic crystals appeared, like six-sided mirrors shining with colorful light, condensed together, as if the space had solidified.
Click, click, dash.
A heart-stopping sound came, and the crystals bloomed with brilliance and countless cracks appeared. The next moment, the broken crystal suddenly exploded with a loud bang. The earth trembled, and the shock wave of pure energy shook the sky and the earth, blowing up countless surrounding buildings in an instant. Active skill, shattered crystal, with the tower as the center. Terrifying energy exploded. Like a storm, the nearby players were unable to react in time, and their bodies were smashed into pieces, exploding into pieces of broken flesh and blood. Their deaths vividly illustrate what it means to eat melons with life. Those players who fell into slumber were lucky. They died directly in this wave of explosions, escaped from slumber, and woke up from the VR device. Now, only Yutul and Su Xia can still stand in the same place near the center of the battlefield. When the storm subsided, Fan Lu's face turned pale. It was obvious that this blow had consumed most of his spiritual energy, so much so that his aura was much weaker, and he had to take out a few spiritual supplement potions. Hoo-hoo. His body was shaking slightly, and his breathing was unsteady. He took a few deep breaths before he stabilized. However, Mercer at the center of the storm remained unharmed.
Interesting.
He only gave a forward evaluation of this terrifying crystal energy storm. There were no holes on his body, and he was wearing a black tuxedo as usual. Even the dilapidated tower under his feet was not affected and remained in its original state. This illustrates a terrifying fact: not only can he protect himself, he can also save the building under his feet.
How could this happen?
Several other tavern members stood on the edge of the ruins. Their faces turned pale. Could such a terrifying move have no effect on Mercer? If they were at the center of the storm, they would be seriously injured if not dead. On the other side, Su Xia stood next to Yutul and saw a big problem. Fan Lu's move just now was indeed very powerful, but the energy was too dispersed. Most of it was wasted in the meaningless spread of the storm, resulting in the death of a large number of onlookers. While Mercer at the center could not bear much power, Yutul also saw the problem.
This move is too strong, and he can't control it himself. It wastes a lot of spiritual energy.
Su Xia asked.
Master Yutul, why is it that I can't control my skills? It shouldn't be. Well, this kind of situation is indeed rare.
Yutul nodded.
You have only been exposed to psychic energy for a short time, so naturally you don't know about it. But there have been some examples in the past years.
As he spoke, Yutul stretched out his hand and gently grabbed the void in front of him. In his hand, there was a broken multifaceted crystal energy body, shining with colorful light. After the storm just now, the broken energy did not completely disappear, but turned into small broken crystals, suspended around under Fan Lu's control, with colorful lights shining like countless flying butterflies. Now Yutul caught one and said calmly,
the so-called skills are actually just a way to teach you to control spiritual energy. Please give me some advice from Master Yutul.
Su Xia asked for advice seriously, and did not resist because Yutul was his opponent. After all, Yutul had been exposed to psychic powers many years earlier than him. Being good at learning from your opponents is also a good attitude towards life.
Many years ago, humans discovered petroleum as an energy source. But the utilization efficiency of petroleum was extremely low at first. Later, psychic energy was slowly improved through various technologies. It is also an energy source. Naturally, various improved technologies are also needed.
Yutul was very patient and spoke slowly.
What we call skills are just techniques for controlling and using psychic energy that have been created by our predecessors. We don't need to understand them. We can just use them. Do you understand? Understood.
Su Xiao nodded. Being able to drive didn't require being able to build an engine. He still understood this. In fact, with his current ability, he can already try to create some basic skills. But then he thought,
Fan Lu is already a 5th level creature. And even he can't control this technology. Could it be that the creator prepared it for higher level psychic creatures? Yeah, that's right. But I heard that the strongest people on this planet are 6th level psychic creatures. If this technology for controlling psychic energy is prepared for 6th level psychic creatures, wouldn't the creator be more powerful? Yes. You will know in the future that the world is bigger than you think.
Yu Tuo did not say it explicitly, but implicitly mentioned that some control technology may come from the stars. In his opinion, Su Xiao's current strength is too weak, and it is not a good thing to be exposed to those things too early. Su Xiao naturally understands this. As early as when he was at the Oasis camp, he heard Hel tell a lot about the stars. While the two were communicating, the battle over there was still continuing, with constant roars and terrifying shock waves one after another.
Boom!
Fan Lu became furious, with a flash of blood on his face, and he suddenly guided the colorful fragmented energy crystals floating in the air to hit Mercer. This move is quite gorgeous. Looking down from a high altitude, it seems as if there are hundreds of colorful butterflies flying at high speed, turning into dazzling colorful vortexes, burning themselves, just to cause harm to Mercer. However, Mercer's expression remained normal, and he just used the cane lightly.
Dong dong!
The wooden skin of the cane cracked, revealing the silver-white mechanical structure inside. Small hollow mechanical beads flew out of the cane, spinning rapidly and blooming with light, forming a blue curtain of light, like a blooming light blue lotus, blocking all impacts. The battle between the two was very fast, with a bit of splendor and beauty. Various colors were mixed in the center of the battle, like a mixed watercolor painting. Players all around died over and over again, but they still refused to give up and insisted on getting closer to the central area to record those precious scenes.
Ding 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 dash!
Suddenly, several clear and sweet sounds sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. Countless energy crystals in the center of the battle slowly melted and turned into smooth mirrors, rotating rapidly around Mercer. In one of the mirrors, a pair of deep eyes suddenly appeared. A hand poked out of the other mirror. Every crystal mirror is filled with strong murderous intent, and weird and inexplicable attacks will appear from time to time, making it difficult to guard against. But these attacks still couldn't affect Mercer at the center, and every attack was quietly resolved.
Break!
After a moment, Mercer suddenly gave a soft drink. The cane shattered in response, turning into thousands of broken and sharp mechanical fragments, which exploded out and shattered the crystal mirror surrounding him in an instant. This was the first time Mercer took the initiative, and it was shocking. If it were an ordinary person there, he might have been smashed into minced flesh by those sharp metal fragments.
Do you have any other abilities?
Mercer asked calmly with a normal expression.
Don't be too happy too soon!
Fan Lu shouted angrily. And with a big move, countless mirror fragments were guided to fly back, turning into a complete mirror again. The cracks on the mirror disappeared. Everything returned to its original state, and it quickly revolved around Mercer again. Only this time, what appeared in the mirror was no longer a separate body part, but a complete Fan Lu. A moment later, 6 identical Fan Lu came out of the mirror, each one so powerful that it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake.
Illusion?
Mercer smiled lightly, disapprovingly.
There is a bug over there in the Zerg tribe who is better at using illusions than you. Maybe you should learn from him.
Hearing this, Su Xia, who was standing on the edge of the ruins, felt a move in her heart. Does the bug in these words refer to the octopus monster Haidar? The octopus monster has a stern look on his face. He has been with the Zerg Queen all year round. He has a thorough understanding of illusions. When he first met Su Xia, he appeared in the form of illusions. Did Mercer and Haidar ever fight? One is a close associate of the mechanical overlord, and the other is a subordinate of the Zerg Queen. They have high status within their respective races. The scene of the two of them fighting is definitely unusual. The octopus monster and the Queen should be in a room under the 0 Point Tavern now. With such a horrific battle happening here, would it arouse the interest of the two of them? Thinking of this, Su Xiao looked around, but found no special figure.
What are you looking for?
Yu Tuo asked him.
My adventurer friends.
Su Xiao replied.
They have good courage, but this kind of battle is not something they can intervene in. Yeah, I want them to stay away.
Su Xiao looked carefully again, but still didn't find anything. Thinking about it, Even if those two people came to watch the battle, they would use illusions to shield themselves and hide themselves tightly. At this moment, another loud noise broke out in the center of the battle. Boom! The phantoms of the 6 fan furnaces shattered in response, and the only main body flew out upside down, vomiting blood, and hit the ruins in the distance. Pieces of cement boards were smashed by Fan Lu's body, and his embarrassed body dragged a bloody trail on the ground. He did not know how many times he rolled before he stopped. Cough. Ahem. Fan Lu coughed up blood. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was covered in blood mixed with the soil in the ruins. He put his trembling hands on the ground, propped up his body, and climbed up shakily. His current state is too miserable. Worse than those people who have been wandering on the street all year round. Several other tavern members exclaimed and hurried over to help him. Boss! Don't move! Your ribs are broken. My right hand is also broken. Don't move. I'll set the bone for you right away. Some people hurriedly took out medical equipment, while others looked nervously at Mercer in the distance, fearing that Mercer would attack again. Mercer did not continue to act and stood quietly on the abandoned tower. He briefly glanced at Fan Lu, then turned around and continued to look at the distant horizon, watching the last ray of light sink into the darkness. To him, the battle just now seemed to be just a small episode in the middle of admiring the sunset. The night breeze gently caressed the dust flying in the battlefield. Before the war started, no one thought that the battle would end in this way. The powerful 0-point tavern member, the 5th level creature Fan Lu, was actually unilaterally crushed by Mercer. From the beginning to the end, Mercer did not use 2 strong abilities and stood still without moving much. It's over like this. Su Xia was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to see Mercer's trump card, but Fan Lu was defeated so quickly that he couldn't even reveal a trump card. In the distance, on the ruins, Fan Lu spit out another mouthful of blood, clenched his fists and shouted, I don't accept it. Let's fight again. The faces of several members of the Lingyan Tavern changed, and they hurriedly stopped him. Boss, you'd better accept it. Chapter 288 Staying in the pharmacy for the rest of your life? As long as everything is fine. Being alive is better than anything else. Several tavern members thought so. Mercer didn't kill anyone, which was enough for the Lingyan Tavern. If someone gives you face, you can't refuse it, and you still have to join in and seek death. Boss, forget it for today. The negotiations above are not over yet. It won't be too late to fight again after the negotiation is over. They planned to persuade Fan Lu to stop him first. We can't make the matter a big deal now. The situation is tense. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Several people stopped Fan Lu and refused to let him move again. With Fan Lu's current state, if he had another fight, he might be beaten to death directly. Ahem. Fan Lu coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, as if his lungs had been shattered. His face was as white as a dead man. His body was trembling, and he stared at Mercer on the tower in the distance. That is to say, the vitality of psychic creatures is strong enough. If it were an ordinary person, he would be dead now. He was still unwilling to give in. Among the 2 contact points that were wiped out by Mercer, there was a junior whom Fan Lu valued very much. Even without today's pharmacy incident, the 2 of them had already developed a grudge. But Mercer didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all. Both he and the 2 tavern contact points that were wiped out today were treated like ants. This feeling of contempt made Fan Lu feel even more angry. This matter is not over yet. Fan Lu looked fierce, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said harsh words. After saying that, he turned his head again and glanced viciously at Su Xia, who was being protected by Yutua, with no concealment of his murderous intent. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely crush this little bug to death. Su Xia, who was being stared at, shrugged her shoulders and said disapprovingly, Master of the tavern, your eyes seem to be slanted. Would you like 2 potions to cure them? Ha ha. Bing Lei and the others around them burst into laughter, and their laughter floated far away on the ruins. In the past, they had always heard from Li Difu and others that Su Xia was a well-educated person, rarely exposed to right and wrong on the internet, and not very good at swearing. But through recent contacts, they discovered that Su Xia was quite accomplished in language arts. His eyes were really squinted, Su Xia said calmly. Looking at it this way, it seems to be true. Bing Lei nodded and agreed seriously. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and stared at the seriously injured Fan Lu carefully. In fact, he was not beaten sideways, but the light in his eyes was not as clear as that of a normal person. He looked very muddy and gray, as if he had used up all his energy in the previous battle. Fan Lu was filled with anger, stared at Su Xia and shouted,
"You little thing! Do you really think that someone is protecting you? So I don't dare to kill you! Isn't it bad to fight and kill?"
Su Xia spread her hands.
"Making money is the only way to go. I'm only interested in this. Can you stay in that little apothecary your whole life?"
Fan Lu gritted his teeth, his voice cold and threatening. As a 5th level psychic creature, he is also a super killer. He has been famous for a long time, and is the king of darkness. He has too many ways to kill a low-level psychic creature. Assassination has been engraved in his bones, and has become a habit. It doesn't matter if he loses to Mercer in a head-on battle, as long as he keeps a low profile and hides in the darkness, waiting for opportunities to hunt Su Xia. He will one day be able to kill Su Xia. Judging from the superficial strength, it should indeed be like this. It doesn't matter if Su Xia is an undead. There are ways to deal with the undead. Since the launch of the server, many unlucky players have chosen to log off when they are being hunted, thinking that this will save their lives. But they didn't expect that when they were offline. The pursuers placed a cage directly where they were offline. They were inside the cage as soon as they emerged. Once imprisoned, they can't escape even if they want to. If they can't escape, they can only be kept in the cage and killed repeatedly. In the end, they can only abandon the account. After more players experience this, someone posted a post on the forum. Never go offline when being chased by high-level NPCs. Those NPCs in the game are very smart and already know how to deal with us. Facing a high-level NPC like Fan Lu, who is still good at assassination, Su Xia may have to live in fear and worry for a long time in the future. But he looked indifferent and asked again,
"Seriously? Sir of the tavern, don't you want your eyes treated?"
"You?" Fan Lu was furious and spit out another mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood, stopped entangled, turned around and walked towards the tavern branch.
"Let's go!"
If he continues to stay here, he can't do anything but be ridiculed by Su Xia again and again, which may make him sick. As for how to deal with Su Xia, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He was right. Su Xia could not stay in this small pharmacy her whole life. At this time, the last ray of sunlight on the horizon disappeared, and the whole city sank into darkness, leaving only dim old streetlights. The group of people at Lingyan Tavern were all injured and limping under the streetlights. When the cold wind blew, the backs of several people looked a little downcast. If they hadn't known about it in advance, who would have thought that this group of soulless guys were all level 4 or even level 5 advanced creatures?
"Just leave like this?"
Bing Lei sighed regretfully.
"I thought we could really fight again. But I didn't expect that this guy is just a strong-mouthed king. And he can also bully the weak. Probably this is the so-called external strength, but a weak core."
North also said the same.
"I still like his unruly look,"
the boss of another team said. The voices of several people were not too low. And as a 5th level creature, Fan Lu had extremely keen senses, so he naturally heard them. Fan Lu in the distance trembled. His fists clenched loudly, and he almost couldn't help but turn around and do it again. But several other tavern members stopped him, and left quickly with serious injuries. Just like that, the farce ended. Everyone who needs to go is gone.
"It's over. Hurry up and upload the video you just shared and earn some traffic now,"
a player whispered. However, game officials are moving faster than players. Just after the battle ended, a scene of Fan Lu and Mercer fighting appeared on the homepage banner of the official website. Shock! For an ordinary player, 2 high-level NPCs did this kind of thing. This title is also unknown, and I don't know if the staff were hired from UC. The intercepted battle scene is very gorgeous, and it happens to be the moment when Fan Lu uses the broken crystal and Mercer uses the mechanical beads of the cane to defend. Countless broken crystals emit colorful light, like colorful butterflies frozen in nothingness, while Mercer in the center is surrounded by light blue light. Click on the page link to see what happened. Focusing on Su Xia and the pharmacy, the game officials once again promoted Su Xia in disguise form. Su Xia's popularity could not be higher. When he returned to the pharmacy, he actually received a private email from the game official, asking if he was interested in being interviewed.
Interview?
Su Xia was stunned. Since the launch of the server, the game company seems to have not held any activities. Is this interview with him considered the first official event? Nowadays, there are many players entering the game world of Looking at the Stars, and the number far exceeds that of previous veteran games. But it is said that the game company is not satisfied and wants to promote it vigorously for a few more waves to let more people enter this world. Recently, there have been many rumors that in order to attract newcomers, Game companies are secretly trying out single-player competition, multiplayer team competition, and other modes. Several big anchors with over 10 million fans have received invitations. In reality, looking up at the stars, advertisements appear in more and more places. Even the elevator of the school's new teaching building is showing advertisements for this game. Game companies are sparing no effort to promote and spend money like crazy. Game hives around the world are also expanding at an extremely terrifying speed, and the prices are getting lower and lower. Even ordinary students can enjoy top-notch VR experiences. In Jincheng, where Suxia is located, the price of a single VR hive has been as low as 1 yuan per hour. Suxia suspected that the game company could not even make back the electricity bill.
Is interviewing me considered a part of promotion?
Suxia thought silently. He is a person who likes to keep a low profile and is not used to appearing in public. But as his fame grows, in a world where traffic is king, he has no choice but to keep a low profile. Now whenever I go out for a meal, I can meet a bunch of people who know him. When others greeted him, he could only respond awkwardly. Not long ago, he also received invitations from several short video software, asking him to sign up and live broadcast the game content of
Looking at the Stars.
As long as he broadcasts for a few hours every day, he can get a large sum of money. But Su Xiao refused and quietly enjoyed a rare quiet life in school.
Brother Su, I just received an official email.
Li Defu suddenly sent him a message,
inviting the core 6 members of our entire Bikini Castle team to the Jincheng branch of the game company for an interview. Do we want to go? No. Pretend not to see it.
Su Xiao replied.
Brother Su, the official email is golden and will be automatically pinned to the top. How can we pretend not to see it?
Soon. Several other dormitory members sent him messages. Except for Su Xia. The other roommates were a little excited. After all, this was an official invitation from the game. Su Xia sighed. He really didn't want to go. But seeing that his roommates were so excited, he couldn't refuse easily. So he said in the dormitory group,
accept the invitation. Brother Yuan will contact them for details. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Brother Su, you just have to show your face and that'll be it.
Yuan Shuxue, the room director, immediately promised. Several roommates knew that Su Xia didn't like such lively and public occasions, so they would not let him feel any trouble and would arrange everything. On the way back to the pharmacy, Su Xia quietly thought about the interview. This is the first public interview for the game. After the interview, their Bikini Castle team was truly famous. On the game forum, the number of people following his account has exceeded 100,000. There will definitely be more after the interview. And I can't read all the private messages every day. There are more people following him on several other social platforms. He can now receive hundreds of replies whenever he posts about having lunch.
Brother Su, should we hire someone to manage our social accounts?
Director Yuan Shuxue suddenly sent him a private message.
It's still early. Don't be in a hurry.
Su Xia replied.
Okay. Let's talk about it later.
The room manager is good at management, and the Bikini Bird team is managed very well in his hands. He plans to use the popularity of this interview to strike while the iron is hot, and invite the core members of the entire Resistance Alliance to an offline gathering to bring them closer together and make the alliance unbreakable. Several other roommates are also helping with these things. Only Su Xia is more relaxed and always does her own thing.
Build the pharmacy first.
He stood outside the store, looked up at the dilapidated shop, and felt emotional. This cozy little shop will only exist in memory from now on.
Are you ready to expand?
Yutuo hasn't left yet. He seems to be very leisurely today and is also standing outside the store. Mercer was gone, like a gust of wind, disappearing into the darkness after watching the sunset. He must have gone back to the underground laboratory to see his experimental subject number 28. The delay in waking up on the 28th has become a worry for Mercer.
Yes, Master Yutuo. I plan to expand the store, recruit more apprentices, and make apothecary a systematic knowledge.
Su Xia replied.
Has the textbook been compiled?
Yutuo asked.
Still being written. After you finish writing it, order someone to send me a copy. Yes. Write a book and write a biography. If you really succeed, 100 years from now, you will be the ancestor of all pharmacists.
Yutuo suddenly smiled, not knowing what he thought of.
It is difficult to reach the end of a road, so be prepared. Prepare. Please don't worry. Sir!
Su Xia knew what Yutuo was talking about. Yutuo himself was a person who was about to reach the end of a road. Ever since she learned that Yutuo was once a human being, Su Xia has been thinking about it. How much of Yutuo's steel body is still human? Are the brain and heart still there? It's a pity that you can't ask this kind of question. You can only guess silently.
Fan Lu will not let you go easily. If something happens, please contact me directly,
Yutuo said.
Try not to leave the city recently. Okay. Thank you, Master Yutuo.
Su Xia agreed verbally. But it was impossible without leaving the city. The expansion of the pharmacy required more material suppliers. And he had to contact them personally. The mission, burial of bones in a foreign land, also required him to go to various cities in person to take care of the families of those members of the Old North Wind organization. He also had to treat Yamo and Shinyu. The dream ecstasy potion needed to treat these two people, also needed to find a material in other cities. All kinds of things are weighing on me. And it's suffocating. And Mercer and Yutuo will definitely not protect Su Xia forever. To put it bluntly, Su Xia is now just like Xiao Si. He is dead when he dies. And he can find a replacement at any time. Even if Su Xia encounters trouble in the city, they will not care. Let alone outside the city. The reason why they took action today was indeed because the people from the Lingyan Tavern were at gunpoint. After chatting for a few more words, Yutuo also left and returned to the underground laboratory at the base to continue working on his clone. At this time, Bing Lei, North and other friends dared to come forward and ask about Su Xia's situation.
Brother Su, why don't you move the pharmacy outside the Machine Clan base? It will definitely be safe there,
Bin Lei said worriedly.
That old guy Fan Lu is very unwilling today and will definitely come up with trouble for you. Yes, although we won't die, we are still afraid that the old guy will do it,
Nor said. Although they were mocking Fan Lu just now, the worries in their hearts never dissipated.
What are you afraid of?
Su Xia smiled and didn't take it to heart. Bing Lei advised.
Brother Su, you are too calm. You should be nervous at this time,
Su Xia said.
I got the news that Fan Lu is here for the masked stranger. He might be killed by the masked stranger at some point. We don't have to worry too much. Well, that masked weirdo has disappeared for a long time.
Another player named Broken Sword lamented that his team is called
Broken Sword Reborn
and is also a member of the Resistance Alliance. He continued.
Even if the masked stranger reappears, he still can't beat Fan Lu. Right. After all, the masked stranger is only a 4th level creature.
Now the wanted posters of the masked stranger are all over the streets. And everyone knows his evaluation level. If you want to kill people across levels, you definitely can't fight head-on. You can only kill people through assassination. But Fan Lu is also a master of assassination. At that time, it is not certain who will kill whom. Su Xia shrugged and didn't care much about Fan Lu's threat.
There are no absolutes in this world. I don't think that guy will live long.
Chapter 289 Golden House. Winter is here. And the winter in this world is frighteningly cold. Players couldn't stand it, and had to adjust their equipment to reduce the skin temperature perception to about 30%. This will reduce some of the realism. But there is nothing we can do about it. Bing Lei rubbed his shoulders, feeling a little chilly, and said to Su Xia,
Brother Su, do you want us to bring the team to the city to practice leveling? Although we will protect your safety. No need.
Su Xia shook her head. Most of the leveling maps in the city have monsters below level 20, which are crowded with novice players who have recently entered the game. Moreover, the resources are saturated, and they have long been unable to satisfy players like Bing Lei and others who are in their 30s. Recently, players are fighting every day over the resources of the novice map.
My teacher left me some life-saving means. So don't worry. Real? No wonder Brother Su you are so calm.
Duanjian let out a breath of air and said.
Then Bing Lei and Nostalgia will continue to register. There are still many people who want to join the pharmacy. Call me if you need it. I still have a few tasks in the suburbs that have not been submitted. First, if everything goes well when I go back, I'll see you offline in 2 days. Offline?
Su Xia was confused.
Brother Su, don't you know? Your roommate invited us all to a party in Jincheng on the weekend of this week. After your interview, we can keep in touch offline,
Duanjian explained.
Oh, I think I heard them talk about it. Then see you then,
Duanjian said with a smile.
Speaking of which, I haven't met my gaming friends offline for a long time.
Nor said next to him.
The last time I met my online friends was 2 years ago. It's sad to think about it now. What's wrong?
Su Xia asked. Why would she feel sad about meeting a netizen?
Oh, don't mention it.
North looked sad and looked up at the night sky, unable to look back on the past. Lei knew the details and said with a smile.
When this guy was playing King of Kings 2 years ago, he met a cute girl. Her voice sounded very cute. And the photos she sent were pure and beautiful. So we made an appointment to meet offline. Brother Sue, you can guess the result. Right. What? Is there any difference between the real person and the photo?
Su Xia asked.
Not just all the discrepancies. The species is about to change.
The bosses of several other teams knew about this and laughed. In the photo, he weighs no more than 100 kilograms. And in person, he weighs at least 300 kilograms. As soon as they met, the heavyweight girl called Brother North and ran towards North. She was so happy that she wanted to jump on him and give him a big hug. North was so scared that his face turned pale. But after all, he was the one who took the initiative to invite her to meet. So he couldn't leave on the spot. So he had to bite the bullet and take that person to dinner and a movie. Later, when I went to an amusement park, I broke the carousel.
These days, it's risky to meet in person.
North lamented.
Today's girls are better at retouching than the last. Oh, aren't you men the same?
On the side, a female player named Hong Yen rolled her eyes at him. This female player's team is called Beautiful Beauty, and it is also one of the main teams of players resisting the major alliance. It has a large number of people, and almost all of them are young and beautiful girls.
Sister Han Yen, do you also have a sad experience?
North asked her.
There is no need to mention the past. Let's just look forward to the party in a few days.
Hong Yen glanced at him, then looked at Su Xia, pursed her lips and chuckled.
Su Yasher is also a super handsome guy in reality. When I was browsing the forum, I often see people in your school posting candid photos of you. Huh? Candid filming?
Su Xia was confused. Someone secretly filmed him. Wrong. When he went to the cafeteria to eat, people did often take photos nearby. But he didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect that those photos would be leaked. Although he tried his best to hide his identity. In this internet age, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. The student identities of him and several roommates have been exposed. And even their addresses and even dormitory door numbers have been exposed. I can only hope that no one with ulterior motives will come to my door.
That's it. See you in a few days.
Su Xia sighed and said.
Okay. I have long wanted to meet Pharmacist Sue in real life. Let's go first. Brother Sue, take care.
Everyone waved goodbye and walked toward the suburbs. They walked farther and farther under the dim light of the streetlights, and gradually disappeared into the gloomy night. Only Bing Lei and North remained to continue registering players who wanted to become pharmacist apprentices. The fun of the day slowly came to an end. This old street gradually returned to its former coldness, leaving only the sounds of players lining up in low voices. Not long after, the owner of the restaurant across the street, Xiao, asked,
Master Su, you want to recruit more apprentices. Do you need to prepare more meals in the future? No need for the time being. If necessary, I will inform you in advance.
Su Xia replied.
Okay, this is tonight's meal. You can see if it suits your appetite.
Boss Xiao was still a little reserved and carefully used the address, you, when speaking. He carried the bamboo basket of food and respectfully delivered it to the pharmacy. The bamboo cage was opened, and there was still delicious food. The smell of dinner wafted into the small pharmacy again, and only the three brothers and sisters were left sitting together. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu still had little appetite, and ate much less than before. From time to time, they asked Su Xia about news about their father. Su Xia assured them that her father was living well outside.
Brother Su, why are you keeping it secret from us?
Hong Bafu muttered.
If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have been so worried. No, I can't tell you too many details.
Su Xia shook her head.
Why?
Hong Bafu asked.
You two can't fool U2O's lie detector system.
Su Xia explained truthfully.
That's why the teacher told me something alone and asked me to protect you. That's not true. Is it? Very good. Brother Su, why were you able to fool U2O's lie detector system? I can control my heartbeat, breathing, facial expressions, muscle tension, etc. And 80% of what I tell him is the truth. Are you so powerful? Can you control your heartbeat?
Hong Bafu put down his chopsticks.
Brother Su, can you stop your heartbeat?
Su Xia casually talked about some useless content, slowly making the two brothers feel relieved. In the future, he would have to teach apprentices, and he couldn't do it alone, so he had to help from the two of them. After all, these two guys were considered geniuses. Su Xia needs them to return to their previous state as soon as possible and concentrate on the potion. After dinner, Su Xia called and invited the person in charge of the Coral City Urban Construction Department. This man's name is Su Jianxi, a middle-aged man, short in stature, with dark skin. His name fits his position very well, and he also has the same surname as Su Xia. With his position, he is rarely personally responsible for a project.
Master Su, are you really going to demolish this pharmacy?
Su Jianxi didn't come alone. He also brought a lot of engineering staff with him, who looked very professional. The fact that this man can survive today's mechanical clan purge shows that he is indeed quite capable.
Well, I want to expand the store and have already negotiated with the neighbors on both sides.
Su Xia nodded. He gave a large amount of money to the neighbors on both sides, and said that he would buy a piece of land nearby to build better houses for them.
It would be a pity to demolish it directly,
Su Jianxi said.
How? Master Su, your house must be more than 200 years old. So long.
Su Xia was stunned. He didn't expect this. He thought it would last 40 or 50 years at most. After all, it was a wooden house. Su Jianxi looked at the pharmacy and said seriously,
although a lot of information was lost during the war, I have collected a lot in recent years. According to previous local county annals and other documents, this house was probably 230 years ago. It has been built for more than 2 centuries, has been repaired many times, and has withstood countless artillery fires. It can be regarded as a witness to history.
As an architect, he really didn't want to demolish it. The house was considered half a cultural relic, so it was really heartbreaking to demolish it like this. We have survived the war-torn years. How could we be destroyed like this now? After hearing what he said, Su Xia pondered for a moment. He walked out of the shop and turned around to look at the small room again.
It is indeed not easy to survive countless wars.
Su Xia couldn't help but think of the other side of the earth. Many ancient buildings in the country have been demolished in the past years. And then new ancient buildings were built with reinforced concrete to create scenic spots and local features.
Master Su, what do you think?
Su Jianxi wore a safety helmet and waited for Su Xia to speak. He was just giving an opinion. Everything depends on what Su Xia wants. After a while, Su Xia looked at the neighboring houses on the left and right and asked,
are the houses on both sides also 100 years old? No. It was built in recent years.
Su Jianxi answered truthfully.
It's just an ordinary reinforced concrete building, and the materials used are not as sophisticated as a pharmacy. What's so special about the materials used in my pharmacy?
Su Xia asked sincerely.
It's all top-quality wood.
Su Jianxi walked into the shop, patted the pillar that was broken by fan furnace, and said seriously,
this is small-leaf red sandalwood. Every inch of wood is valuable. It could only be used by the royal family in ancient times. Common people would be beheaded if they used it.
Crime. I really didn't pay attention before.
Su Xia frowned, walked closer, and looked at the pillar again. If you do not actively read the data, the system will not pop up any information about this column at all.
Dad is also a very particular person. When choosing a store, he must choose a house with a history of more than 200 years.
Su Xia thought to herself. Su Jianxi continued to say that not only this pillar, but the entire house is made of precious wood. In these post-war and stable years, every inch of wood is truly valuable. An unscrupulous developer might have taken away these old wood beams, pillars, etc. without telling the house owner how valuable these wood are. This kind of thing happened often before. Many businessmen focus on valuable old houses in remote areas. They bully ordinary people who don't understand this, buy those precious old house timbers at very low prices, and then sell them at high prices, making a lot of money. Bing Lei and North had been listening. North asked in surprise.
Every inch of wood is worth every inch. So, Pharmacist Su has always lived in a gold house? Yes, you can understand it this way.
Su Jianxi nodded.
The war destroyed too many things, and now this kind of wood is extremely rare. The golden house. This is too much.
North took a deep breath and looked around the pharmacy, not knowing what to say. According to Su Jianxi, even the wooden floor under their feet and even the wooden eaves outside were made of extremely expensive wood. Any piece of it cut off and made into a bracelet can be sold for a sky-high price.
Master Su, how are you?
Su Jianxi asked.
Keep this house. I will help you promote it later. Being able to live here is also a symbol of your identity. The overall value of this house is comparable to that of the city lord.
Villas and estates are much more expensive. Aren't you afraid that Qi Lang will hear you say this?
Su Xia asked with a smile.
Don't be afraid. Qi Lang still needs people like me now. You have extraordinary ability. And you have the confidence to speak. Master Su is also a man of real ability. Okay. Don't brag about it yet.
Su Xia stopped.
Let's keep this house and reinforce the existing structure. Otherwise, I won't be able to live in peace of mind. What about the left and right sides? There's no rush for now. I'll buy some land tomorrow.
Su Xia made up her mind that it would be a good idea to keep this house as a memory. After all, he spent most of his time here after entering the game. As long as the game is not shut down, this small house can stay here even if the years change. He plans to buy more land and the houses of his neighbors on the left and right as the basis for expansion.
Master Su, when will reinforcements begin?
Su Jianxi asked.
Is it okay tomorrow morning? No problem. I'll arrange the manpower right away.
Su Jianxi promised that the reinforcement of the two-story building could be completed in half a month at most. During this period, the store can operate normally, but there will be many workers coming in and out. There will also be some noise, which may interfere with several people refining potions. Su Xia said that these were not problems, and let them feel free to do it.
Let's temporarily sleep on the second floor of Boss Zhao's restaurant for the next half month.
Su Xia said to the two senior brothers.
The load-bearing column in the shop is broken, and you are not light. I am worried that the floor cannot bear it. Brother Hong, Brother Su thinks you are fat.
Lan Bafu said.
Nonsense. I obviously think you are too fat.
Hong Bafu muttered, touching his round belly. After arranging things here, Su Xia went to find Boss Zhao across the street. After knowing the purpose of his visit, Boss Zhao was so happy that he immediately asked several waiters to clean up the room on the second floor. Afterwards, Su Xia visited the neighbors one by one and said that there would be a lot of construction noise in the next few months. She asked them to be more understanding and sent some health-preserving medicines by the way. By the time everything was done, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Su Xia didn't even have time to eat dinner in the real world. Well, he sat at the door of the store inside, rubbing his temples. He felt that he was getting busier and busier every day and night. Bing Lei said with a smile.
Brother Su, do you think there are too many things?
Su Xia did not deny.
I have this feeling,
Nor said.
Just get used to it. Think about what Spider-Man's Uncle Ben said. The greater your ability, the more you can earn.
Ha ha. With a group of players chatting with me, my tiring life became more relaxed. After a while, Su Xia sent some nano-robots to the tavern branch to check on Fan Lu and others. As I thought, this defeat made Fan Lu extremely angry. As soon as he returned, he found several reasons and scolded the group of department subordinates who had followed him to Coral City. Those subordinates all knew that Fan Lu was venting his anger, but they did not dare to say anything. They could only lower their heads and be scolded. The atmosphere on the basement floor of the pub is quite harmonious. Many members are discussing today's battle.
Hey, Fan Lu failed miserably. If you can't beat the robots, you'll have to attack your own people. That's what the people at the headquarters will do.
The members of the Coral City branch didn't have a good impression of Fan Lu. After all, they had all suffered from his brutal interrogation some time ago. Now everyone is naturally happy to see Fan Lu defeated. Su Xia went to check on the situation of Yemo and Xin Yu. There was still no change in the two of them. They looked stupid and had no response to anyone's calls. He found Yi and asked him how he was doing recently. Has the pub updated my information?
Not yet. Now they all think you are hiding.
Yi whispered.
Mask, it's been several days. Do you really have a way to save Amo and the little girl?
Don't worry. Leave everything to me, and I will definitely cure them within 7 days.
That's good. I'm worried about those friends of yours being impulsive.
Saying that, Yi paused, seemed to have thought of something, and provided another piece of information.
Mask, if you really want to kill Fan Lu, do it as soon as possible in these 2 days. Someone is coming from the headquarters again. This time, a lot of important people are coming.
Is it because of the incident caused by Mercer?
Right.
Okay. Give me a few days. Su Xia really wanted to kill Fan Lu. The storm in the past 2 days has ended, and the next step is his personal time. The identity of the masked weirdo has been dormant for too long, and it's time to come out and fish. Chapter 290. The Fish Bites the Hook. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the lights of the small pharmacy were still on. Su Xia leaned against the door, took a sip of hot tea to warm herself up, and slowly thought about her next action. A group of patrolling soldiers with live ammunition walked past in a hurry. Walking in unison, the leading captain smiled and greeted Su Xia.
Master Su, are you still awake at this late hour? Well, there are a lot of things going on today.
Su Xia responded with a smile.
Thank you for your hard work. Ha ha. It's not hard. It should be.
After saying hello, the patrol soldiers hurried away to patrol other areas. Bingley and North completed today's registration. A total of more than 700 players were registered, mostly from the core circle within the alliance. There were still many players waiting in a long queue, and the two could only say sorry to them and ask them to come back tomorrow.
Your leveling may be delayed these days,
Su Xia said to the two of them.
It doesn't matter. It's difficult to upgrade in this game. Now the upgrade is getting slower and slower. You may not be able to level up in a few days.
Bingley shrugged.
Let's do this. After it's over, I'll take you to scan the advanced map. Su Yaoshur wants to scan the map?
North's eyes lit up.
I've long wanted to see how Yaoshur Su levels up and clears monsters.
In the process of compiling teaching materials, Su Xia integrated most of the pharmaceutical knowledge she learned and became more and more skilled at improving and creating formulas. He just thought of an upgraded version of the Black Ghost. If it can be improved successfully, this potion will be upgraded to the 4th level. At that time, once you encounter an enemy, just smash the ghost potion. Each 4th level ghost is equivalent to a 4th level psychic creature of the same level. In the eyes of players, it is a boss level existence with unparalleled strength.
It's getting late, so we'll log off first. Medicine Master Su. See you tomorrow morning. Okay. See you tomorrow morning.
After chatting for a few words, the two of them went offline and disappeared at the door of the store. Finally, Su Xia was the only one left. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu had already gone to rest upstairs in the restaurant opposite. They were sleeping soundly, and their snores could be heard from across the street, in the nearby Linkian Tavern. Su Xia was still exchanging information with Yi. Not long after, Yi went to the 3rd underground floor and met Fan Lu and others, chatting for more than 10 minutes. Su Xia's nanorobot was attached to Yi's arm and heard the content of their chat. Fan Lu was in a bad mood and said coldly to Yi,
There is news about masked strangers coming from the south. I'm going to go there in the next 2 days. I'm very optimistic about the people from the North Wind Story Club, and I can't let them leave.
He said.
The tavern contract says freedom, and I will not prevent any member from leaving.
Fan Lu snorted.
It's up to you.
Several other tavern members stood up and spoke to ease the relationship. They all knew that Yi's apprentice Emo had become demented because of Fan Lu not long ago. They knew better that Yi and Shui Lai's teacher was one of the first-generation members of Linkian Tavern. Any member of a major force, as long as he is labeled as the first generation, is not someone to be trifled with. Now that he has lost power, his position within the Linkian Tavern is gradually marginalized. But once his master returns, he will be able to re-enter the inner circle. These days, no matter where you go, you must have a relationship. And there are sophistication everywhere. Even killer organizations, like 0 Point Tavern, are no exception.
Brother E, don't be angry. Regarding your apprentice, we will try our best to find a solution.
One of them said.
Really? Is there any way?
He asked directly, without any politeness. Several people looked at each other awkwardly, and there was really nothing they could do now. After all, when it comes to the spiritual realm, the medical level of this planet has not yet reached that level. Even on the other side of the earth, it is difficult to treat mental patients, and breakthroughs in this area are very slow. Otherwise, there would not be so many lunatic asylums. This chat ended in an unpleasant way. Neither side has reached an agreement, but Su Xia already got enough information.
Fan Lu is going to the south.
As long as she leaves the city limits and is in the middle of nowhere, Su Xia has countless ways to get rid of Fan Lu. This guy not only wants to kill him as a masked weirdo, but also as a pharmacist. The hatred has been forged and must be eliminated. Just as he said, more and more people are coming to the Linkian Tavern headquarters. If we don't take the opportunity to get rid of Fan Lu, we will have no chance in the future.
Getting rid of Fan Lu can also deter the high-level killers in other taverns.
Su Xia thought silently.
Recently, high-level killers from all over the world have come to the southwest region, and they all want to pick my head. I really don't think the hundreds of millions of bounties are there.
Is it that easy to get?
The masked stranger didn't show up for a long time, and many people speculated that he was hiding in fear, making hunting more difficult. Linkian Tavern has unilaterally added a bounty of 80 million, including the previous bounty. The official bounty given by the tavern alone is nearly 200 million. Even if you just provide information, you can get a big reward. The bounties provided by various cities of the mechanical tribe, as well as the funds supported by many forces in the human surrender camp. totaled almost 800 million. Financial groups,
families, individual collectors, etc. in various cities have all added some thickness to the bounty pool. The number of large and small forces that want to kill Su Xia has already exceeded 100. And they are countless. After all, last time he caused great trouble in Fish Scale City, and almost caused 2 consortiums in U Scale City to exterminate their entire family. Everyone was afraid that he would come to cause trouble in their own city. In other words, whoever can take Su Xia's head now can get a total bounty of nearly 1 billion and become famous all over the world. Calculated based on the current exchange rate between game currency and Earth currency. There are tens of millions. Enough for ordinary people to have enough food and clothing for a lifetime. Even a gold head studded with diamonds is not worth that much. He returned to the underground floor of the tavern and whispered,
Mask, did you hear that? Fan Lu is going to the south, which should be Haima City where the news was spread before.
Hear it. I will go with him.
Do you need help?
Unnecessary. Fan Lu is a level 5 creature who is good at illusions and mental attacks. All of his trump cards have been seen by Su Xia today. To be honest, with the current strength, even if she is not a level 5 creature, Su Xia is more than 50% sure of killing Fan Lu. He used to get full attribute bonus cards and missions, and slowly accumulated them. Now his spiritual strength is comparable to that of a 5th level creature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such horrific damage in Fish Scale City last time. So many people were speculate whether he broke through.
The people around him are all 4th level creatures, and they each have their own specialties. You should pay more attention,
he reminded. Next, Su Xia needs a quiet breakthrough. The psychic potion that can break through 5th level creatures was prepared in the last insect hive war. There were more than 100 of them. But there was no time. Things at the pharmacy have been so busy these days that he has a headache. The main body has been searching for the 2 missing Dragon City rescue teams in the alien plant forest. Just at noon today, Su Xia, the old dean of Longcheng and others found the first search and rescue team. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they found the second search and rescue team. The mission, the disappearing guest continued, was completed and he got 2 lottery opportunities. But he had no use for the time being and planned to find a nice sunny day to draw again. During this period, they also found the remaining senior members of Lingyan Tavern. These guys are relatively unlucky, since he was acting alone. Once he inhaled the poisonous gas, there was basically no way he could be saved. And there was no one around to wake him up. When Su Xia found him, only one person was still alive, and the rest were dead, indicating that the rescue operation at Lingyan Tavern ended in a tragic failure. The living person also fell into a deep coma. Su Xia did not wake him up for the time being, but asked Sun Lang and Chong Ruffing to take care of him.
What is this person's character like?
Su Xia asked the 2 of them.
It's not that good. He's also the kind of trash member who only kills people for money. But he's not particularly trash. He has a bottom line. He won't kill children, but he can save them,
Sun Lang said.
Well, when you get to the Oasis camp, you will send him back to the contact point in the tavern. Okay.
After discussion, Su Xia led everyone back to the Oasis camp. Hal stayed in the forest and continued to guard the wreckage area of the 2 spaceships. The mystery of this murderous forest has been revealed. It is not too dangerous, and you can come at any time as long as you are prepared. The old dean and others plan to study the wreckage of the spacecraft in the Oasis Silverland first, and then study the ones in this forest. When they left, they took with them some samples collected from the wreckage of the spacecraft. Everyone was a psychic creature, and they were extremely fast. After a whole night and a morning of action, they were about to arrive at the Oasis camp by noon the next day.
It's just ahead. It's relatively hidden. It's hidden in a depression. You can't find it unless you get close.
Su Xia led the way.
This place is nice, with undulating mountains and forests.
Sun Lang is an adventurer who often travels to various parts of the world. He sincerely praised the location of the Oasis camp.
You can advance and retreat.
And it is rich in water and grass, fertile soil, safe in food.
Don't worry about the only disadvantage, which is that it is too far away from the surrounding cities, and transportation and communication are inconvenient in the mountainous areas. It's okay. It's inconvenient for us, and it's even more inconvenient for the enemy,
Su Xia said with a smile.
How does this place compare to the joint camp site?
Sun Lang couldn't help but touch the pain points of Shirsishi and others as soon as he opened his mouth. Shirsishi turned his head with a calm face and did not answer Sun Lang's words. The joint camps are gone. So what's the point of comparing them? Under the arrangements of Lingyan Tavern, The members of the entire joint camp were broken into pieces and turned into hundreds of small teams, scattered throughout the mountains and forests, and are now hiding in various secret places.
Teacher's location selection is no problem.
Shirsishi's eldest disciple stood up and answered the question.
If it hadn't been betrayed by the traitor, the camp should not have faced the current situation. Didn't the commander remind you a long time ago?
Sun Lang spoke again, poking another painful point. You? The eldest disciple's tone was stagnant, and he didn't know how to answer. He just kept a calm face and said nothing. Chang Rui's rebellion is still a pain in their hearts. After more than 10 minutes, the camp finally arrived. In the distance, someone was already waving on the trunk of a big tree, shouting with joy.
Commander! Commander! This way! Can you see me? Abel! Commander, you have been gone for so many days without any news, and everyone is very worried.
The man jumped down from the tree trunk and landed steadily, showing his considerable strength. There was an excited look on his face, as if he was meeting an idol, and he said loudly,
Even Boss Xiong is anxious. Others have lost a lot of weight in the past few days. It's better to be thinner. It will make it easier to move.
Su Xia said with a smile.
I've notified Boss Bear. They will be here soon. No, tell them to stay in the camp. It's just such a small distance. There's no need to come out to greet them. Okay.
The little warrior nodded repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement. It seemed like it was his first time to communicate with Su Xia at such a close distance. He was just on duty today, but he didn't expect to see Su Xia leading everyone back. During the time that Su Xia left, the Oasis camp has undergone many changes. The camp expanded. Xiong Wei, Lan Guang and others directed everyone to act together, cut suitable wood, build more wooden houses, and began to try to raise some poultry and wild animals in captivity to make the camp slowly self-sufficient. During this period, Xiong Wei personally took people out and brought 2 resistance groups that were at risk of exposure back to the Oasis camp, allowing them to live and stay here for a long time. There are more and more people at Oasis camp, which is a good sign. Recently, there have been several new babies. The birth of new lives has made the whole camp happy and celebrating, as if it is the new year.
Commander, haha, you are finally back.
Before entering the camp, a majestic laughter came out, and Xiong Wei arrived before he could. There was rustling in the jungle, and the sounds of people and footsteps gradually approached. Xiong Wei showed up quickly with everyone, including Lan Guang, Qingyu, Beima, Boss Shu and others, not only to welcome Su Xia, but also to welcome the people of the Dragon City team.
Commander, please introduce it to us,
Xiong Wei said with a smile, and his laughter was very contagious.
Good.
With a smile on her face, Su Xia walked to the crowd and introduced.
This is Mr. Hu Yun, one of the founders of Longcheng Tianqing College and the current president. This is Mr. Wang Lu, from Longcheng 051 Research Institute.
The director's strength.
The atmosphere between the two parties was harmonious. They got to know each other during Su Xia's introduction, talked and laughed, and soon became involved in a conversation. Everyone in the joint camp has known each other for a long time, and no introduction is needed. Shirsishi's more than 10 masters and disciples were a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Everyone walked and chatted towards the camp. Soon, Zhang Fang, who had received the news, hurried over from the wreckage of the spacecraft and recognized everyone in Dragon City.
As soon as he saw the old dean, Zhang Fang's expression changed, and he secretly complained in his heart. He stepped forward, forced a smile and said,
Hello, Dean. You brat.
The old dean's eyes widened, and he changed his gentle old scholar style. He directly grabbed a log as thick as a human leg next to him, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to hit him. In previous contacts, Zhang Fang had been perfunctory about the news about Longcheng, which made the old dean quite dissatisfied. Seeing this, Zhang Fang's face turned pale. He turned around and ran towards the camp, shouting as he ran.
Dean, please forgive me. My equipment here is not good. I can't receive any news from the college. How dare you lie to me?
The old dean carried the thick log. His muscles bulged, his breath surged, and he chased Zhang Fang. This sudden scene stunned Su Xia, Xiong Wei and others. On the side, a professor from the college gave a bitter smile and explained.
When he was in the college, Zhang Fang was often lectured by the dean. Don't be surprised. This is the consistent style of the college.
Xiong Wei opened his eyes wide and asked,
Teach students with a thick and heavy log with a diameter of 10 centimeters?
The professor sighed and shook his head.
Moreover, the college uses solid steel pipes to hit students. Whether they can withstand it depends on the student's abilities.
Xiongwei. Is this academy meant to cultivate superhuman beings? Su Xia couldn't complain anymore. On the other side of the earth, a few words of reprimand by a teacher might cause dissatisfaction among parents. Zhang Fang is Shi Shishi's disciple, so he should be beaten by Shi Shishi. However, he often listens to the old dean's public lectures and often asks for advice. He is considered to be half a disciple of the old dean. The chase between the old and the young lasted for a long time, causing a lot of noise in the camp. In the end, Zhang Fang used his skill to break the log in the old dean's hand, causing sawdust to fly, and successfully escaped the lesson.
Hey! Zhang Fang has become a 4th-level creature?
Su Xia saw Zhang Fang's strength.
Yes. I just broke through this morning.
Xiongwei nodded.
This is good. We can let Sun Lang practice with him and help him consolidate his strength. No problem.
Sun Lang agreed immediately. He still owed Su Xia's life-saving grace, so he naturally wanted to help with this small favor. Su Xia said,
No rush. Let's go to the wreckage first and let you experience the alien simulated combat training system. You will definitely like it. It's impossible to say for sure.
Sun Lang touched his chin.
Simulated things are fake after all. Just like playing games. No matter how intelligent the characters in the game are, they can't give people a sense of reality. Yeah.
Su Xia smiled and said without comment.
Let's go over there and have a look first.
P.S. Dear book friends, please pay attention to protection. It's really uncomfortable after being infected. And it's getting worse day by day. His whole body felt like he had been beaten. And no part of him felt comfortable. I felt really uncomfortable today. I didn't want to cook. And I didn't have the energy to go downstairs to the restaurant. So I ordered a takeaway. Unexpectedly, all the takeaway guys collapsed together. The takeout order took over an hour, and no one took the order. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chapter 291. Everyone is in danger.
Commander is okay. The commander is back. He is back.
The children were running and jumping in the camp. And their laughter and laughter spread throughout the camp. They were like little birds carrying messages, free and unrestrained. After receiving the news, everyone who was building houses, logging, forging stones, or trading materials stopped what they were doing and looked towards the direction where the sound first came from. During this period, Su Xia's disappearance caused many people to worry. He left after receiving the mission prompt without giving much information. Even everyone in the Beifeng organization was worried. There are rumors that he went to save people. Others said that he secretly went to Longcheng to discuss a major matter. Now he has returned safely, bringing with him a group of members from Dragon City and the United Camp. The news spread quickly, and everyone gradually learned the details. It turned out that Su Xia really went to save people, and successfully rescued everyone.
Hey! Commander actually rescued the people in Dragon City. I heard that those people in Dragon City are very proud. Commander, I salute you.
Someone stood on a pile of rocks in the distance and shouted, taking off his hat and waving. Someone else said with a smile,
Commander, you haven't been here to teach recently. The children have missed you. Commander, when are you going to fight those robots again?
Su Xia smiled and responded to everyone's enthusiastic calls in all directions. Once we got back to camp, there was a lot going on. There were several newly arrived resistance groups who planned to stay in the camp for a long time. Xiongwei asked Su Xia what he thought. Someone else came over holding a newborn baby born in the past 2 days and wanted Su Xia to give her a nice name. There were also some children running happily around Su Xia, shouting words such as,
Commander is a hero.
Their little faces full of laughter. Everyone in Longcheng followed Su Xia into the camp and looked around, feeling secretly frightened. This oasis camp was much better than they imagined. Everyone has a happy look on their face and is full of energy. Even people from different organizations get along well with each other. There are more and more new blood coming in. If it continues to develop and the virtuous cycle continues, it may become a small dragon city. The most important thing is that this place has just developed and there are not as many intrigues as in Dragon City. Moreover, Su Xia's reputation here is much higher than they imagined. He doesn't need to fight for power at all. If he wants to just say a word from him, Xiongwei and others will directly hand over the position of camp leader to him. This kind of situation is not seen in other camps.
The Oasis camp feels much better than the camps where the rebels gathered before.
Sun Lang squinted his eyes and jumped on a stone on the roadside, taking in a panoramic view of most of the camp. He likes adventure. He has been to all over the world, including 2 other continents many times. Naturally, he has seen a lot of human resistance organizations. Wherever there are people, there is struggle, no matter how small an organization is. But the Oasis camp surprised him. Beifeng's reputation here was so high that it could crush all conflicts and became a vague spiritual symbol. And this spiritual symbol is what the mechanical race is most afraid of.
How to deal with the supplies here? Should we buy them from surrounding cities? How is the communication with other camps?
The old dean was more concerned about these issues and chatted with Xiong Wei while walking. Although they all wanted to see the alien wreckage, they were not in a hurry. After all, that thing wouldn't run away with long legs. Xiong Wei answered these questions one by one and asked in detail how Longcheng handled these aspects. Wang Luo and others next to them took out the hard candies and fruit-flavored drink granules from their emergency food bags and distributed them to the surrounding children with a smile. Not long after, everyone arrived at the meeting hall in the center of the camp. The meeting hall is large enough to accommodate hundreds of people.
Everyone, please come in and have a sip of hot tea first.
Xiong Wei invited everyone in and closed the hall door. The door is closed tightly, separating the hall from the outside world. Seeing his action, everyone was stunned and realized that the current situation might not be as good as the camp outside. Closing the door means talking about things. In the meeting hall, there were people from the Oasis camp represented by Xiong Wei, people from the United camp represented by Ms. Liu Yi, as well as the old dean, Wang Luo, and other people from Dragon City. It was enough to discuss important matters.
Mr. Xiong, is the situation very bad these days?
Su Xia was the first to speak, and she probably understood what she was going to talk about.
Right.
Xiong Wei's expression was solemn, no longer as relaxed as he was outside just now. And he said to everyone,
I wonder if you have received the news that something happened in the joint camp.
After speaking, he turned his head and looked at Shursishi and others. Shursishi's face didn't look good, but everyone looked at him and could only nod reluctantly.
We already know. Yes, Commander Beifeng has already told us about this.
Several disciples next to him also said.
How did the commander know?
Xiong Wei was stunned. He thought that Longcheng was well informed. This news should have been received by the old dean and others after they escaped from trouble.
I have a friend in Coral City.
Su Xia answered like this. Her face was calm, and she didn't say much. But the less he said, the more everyone guessed. Could that friend be someone from inside the Machine Tribe base? Xiong Wei asked in surprise.
So, it was the commander and his friend who informed Lingyan Tavern? That's right.
Su Xia nodded. No wonder. Xiong Wei looked stunned and continued.
Fortunately, your friend informed us in time. Otherwise the joint camp would really be in trouble this time.
As he said that, he looked at Shursishi again. Everyone knows that Shursishi messed up this time and almost ruined the life of the entire camp. He almost became a notorious person and was written into history books as a negative example. Speaking of which, he owed Su Xia a huge favor. But until now, the old guy has not said a word of thanks to Su Xia. And only a few of his disciples have expressed their apologies to Su Xia.
The problem of the joint camp has been solved for the time being. But the danger has just begun.
Xiong Wei sighed and recounted what happened in the past few days.
Many of our contacts in the cities in the southwestern region have had troubles, especially those in Coral City and Waste Armor City. The Machine Clan's investigation has become increasingly strict.
Only Su Xia knew more about the specific situation. After all, he was a witness to the events of the past few days. The rest of the people, including the Dragon City team, only received some news from the headquarters last night and this morning on the way. But they did not expect that the matter was so serious. Dragon City can be self-sufficient, so there is no big problem. But for small organizations and camps in the southwest region of the mainland, many supplies need to be provided by surrounding cities. The incident at the joint camp, coupled with the incident with Dad, caused a series of chain reactions, making it increasingly difficult for the small organization to survive.
Everyone is in danger.
Xiong Wei sighed.
Several middlemen who had frequent contact with me in the past have now cut off contact with me in order to protect themselves.
After all, the Oasis camp has a solid foundation and can barely hold up. But it's hard to say for other camps. The reality is tough. Xiong Wei has been in contact with many resistance organizations and learned that they are all having a hard time. After a while, some members of the organization may not be able to guarantee even one meal a day. Why do you live so hard? Even if you devote your great youth to this difficult road, or even lose your life, you won't get many people's thanks. And most of you will get incomprehension. If you can live the life of Zhao Si by surrendering, what's the point of resisting and persevering?
We understand.
the old dean said solemnly.
Dragon City will find a solution as soon as possible. Please persevere, and the current difficulties will eventually pass. With your words, I feel relieved.
Xiongwei had a tired look on his face, thinking he hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. He was not only speaking for himself, but also for those who were still insisting in the southwest region. So he had to ask for a guarantee from Longcheng. It is indeed difficult now. But no matter how difficult it is, someone still has to do it.
How to arrange the members of the joint camp? Do you have any ideas now?
Xiongwei asked again.
Should we set up a new camp separately, or merge it into another camp? If we set up a new camp, it would be laborious and labor-intensive, and site selection would also be a problem.
The old dean spoke on behalf of Shishi, basically representing the opinions of the entire college. Wang Luo next to him nodded slightly and said nothing, indicating that he agreed with him. Ms. Lu Yi, Lu Long and others, as representatives of the joint camp, looked at each other a few times. But no one stood up and said anything, acquiescing to the old dean's words.
In this case, let's merge into the Oasis camp.
Xiongwei understood what they meant.
Okay.
Ms. Lu Yi nodded happily.
Thank you, Mr. Xiong and Commander. We are grateful. It should.
A smile reappeared on Xiongwei's face, and he immediately asked,
This time,
Lingdian Tavern helped us a lot, and even caused dissatisfaction among the mechanical tribe. Do we need to communicate with them? Dragon City will communicate with the tavern.
Wang Luo said.
We can handle it well. Don't worry about this problem.
That's good. As many problems were solved, the atmosphere in the hall gradually calmed down and became less depressing. But there are still a few people who frown and say nothing. After all, the road ahead is unclear. Everyone doesn't know how far they can go step by step. In fact, now is not the most critical moment. It can barely be tolerated. A few years ago, there was a more critical moment. Even major human cities such as Longcheng and Baoyuo had a large number of surrender factions, clamoring that they could no longer survive and wanted to open the door to surrender and surrender to the machine tribe's camp. Later, everyone finally gritted their teeth and persisted, and the situation gradually improved over the past few years.
There are a few things to note about the joint camp.
In the meeting hall, Ms. Willow Yi and others began to speak, explaining their thoughts on the merger of the joint camp and the Oasis camp. Afterwards, the others began to express their opinions, and even Su Xia said a few words. This discussion lasted for a long time and did not end until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meeting, Cheng pinned on. Zheng Yu and others from Beifeng Organization found Su Xia and explained to Su Xia the recent development of Beifeng Organization.
If you don't count the undead, we already have 600 combat members, and we currently have sufficient supplies.
Cheng Ping'an is a steady young man with a delicate mind and has developed the organization very well. The development model of the new Beifeng Organization is very different from that of the old organization. There are not many logistics personnel, and almost all members are soldiers. When you need supplies, buy them directly from the trading place in the Oasis camp. Su Xia's little fan brother Song Zhong also joined the Beifeng Organization with his team. Song Zhong is a young man with ideals. Although he is timid, he still has courage at critical moments. Otherwise, he would not have led his team to rescue Su Xia, who had just escaped from the Machine Tribe laboratory. His team used to be one of the teams that transported supplies to the Oasis camp and was not good at frontal combat. After joining Beifeng, they naturally became the logistics support group of Beifeng Organization.
Commander, my friends in Coral City are not having a good time these days.
Song Zhong sighed repeatedly as he held a small black puppet of Commander Beifeng in his hand. The friends he was talking about were naturally members of the North Wind Story Club. This little black doll is their symbol of membership.
Don't worry. They will be fine.
Su Xia said.
Commander, do you know them too?
Song Zhong asked.
Of course I know.
Su Xia smiled.
When the matter is over, I will bring them to the Oasis camp so that everyone can meet. I knew you had a solution. Commander.
Song Zhong grinned. Although he didn't know what to do, he firmly believed that Su Xia could do it. What if the opponent is a level 5 creature in 0 Point Tavern? As long as Su Xia takes action, nothing is impossible. This is a belief held by many camp members. As long as Su Xia does not fall, this belief will last forever.
Commander, 2 brothers, Mo Zhang and Mo Zhan, went to the old station to garrison, and the news came back this morning.
Cheng Ping'an took up the topic again and handed Su Xia the latest news. The message stated, there are many undead who want to join the organization. Should we continue to recruit undead members? Joining the Bayphone organization is an honor. At the same time, you can learn advanced skills such as normal 3 fists and be exposed to game plots that ordinary players cannot access. Therefore, many players are waiting Su Xia promise before that she will wait for the opportunity. If appropriate, we will continue to recruit undead.
What do you think of the undead?
Su Xia held the note with the news and asked Chung Pingan and others.
Most of it isn't great.
Chung Pingan told the truth that he didn't have a high opinion of ordinary players. The growth environment, personal philosophies, and past experiences of both parties are different. So it is normal for them not to have high evaluations. But the 100 people we recruited last time were very courageous.
Chung Pingan changed the subject and affirmed the members who fought together last time.
Knowing that they were losing, they did not retreat, providing us with an indispensable opportunity to eliminate and lawn. Less helpful. Yes. Not bad.
Su Xia nodded. This evaluation was very pertinent. He put away the message note and said to everyone,
once the members of Dragon City are settled, I will go to the old station. It is time to expand the recruitment. Commander, I'll go with you. No, I can move faster alone.
Later, Su Xia went to see the current location of the Bayphone organization and met the newly recruited members. Some members are from other organizations, and others are refugees absorbed by the Oasis camp. Their identities are all clean. Su Xia looked at all these people, read their personal descriptions one by one, and made sure there were no problems. So she briefly explained a few words before leaving the station. He returned to the meeting hall. At this time, everyone was still communicating in 2s and 3s.
Let's go, everyone. It's time to go see the wreckage.
Su Xia said to everyone.
I've been waiting for your words.
Sun Lang's eyes lit up, and he was the first to jump up from his seat, as if he couldn't wait any longer. In this meeting hall, there were only 2 tavern members, him and Chong Ruffing. The other unconscious one had been arranged to lie down in a separate room. The 2 of them didn't have much to talk about with the rest of the people. They couldn't talk together, so they kept waiting boringly for Su Xia to come back. The wreckage of the alien spacecraft has not yet been made public, and it is also a secret to many members in the camp. Please keep a low profile. Su Xia and Xiong Wei walked in front, while Zhang Fang accompanied the old dean.
Why not inform the rest of the camp?
Asked a college professor.
Not everyone can accept visitors from outside the world.
Su Xia explained patiently.
Even you can't calm down, let alone the other ordinary members. That's right. I didn't think it through.
The wreckage was not far from the camp. In a crevice at the foot of a mountain, there were several simple tents around the crevice, and a lot of equipment and materials were piled in the tents. Zhang Fang has been living here recently, guarding and researching at the same time. Hal is here too. At that time, Su Xia brought up a portable projector that could roll slowly to facilitate Hal's movement on the ground. After Su Xia left, Zhang Fang sometimes entered the rift and sometimes returned to the ground. He often asked Hal about the starry sky and gained a lot.
Captain!
Hal saw Su Xia from a distance and projected his virtual body, which was a flashing red dot.
Hal! Long time no see.
Su Xia smiled.
Soon! I think the captain will see another piece of wreckage. Right. Congratulations. Captain, I have to thank you. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so smooth. Captain, have you found a complete small exploration ship?
Hal asked with a hint of hope. It seemed that he still wanted to return to the stars.
No.
Su Xia shook her head. Oh. Hal didn't say anything else, and there wasn't much emotion in his words. Chapter 292 Waiting for a Legend. A long crack lay on the ground, as if someone had torn a hole here. The surroundings are full of greenery, with luxuriant water and grass, and the soft grass is up to your ankles, making it look full of life. But inside the crack was a cold silvery gray, dead silence, a mechanical world without a trace of warmth.
We have too many people here. Let's go down in batches,
Zhang Fang said.
How deep is it inside?
The old dean asked him.
It's just over 100 meters. Below is a curved metal corridor.
The old dean, Wang Luo and others understood clearly. Among the wreckage of the spacecraft in that forest, they had learned that when the spacecraft was complete, it had a circular appearance. A huge mechanical metal circle, rotate to simulate gravity on a living planet. They could even imagine this huge circular spacecraft rotating and sailing in the vast and deep starry sky. Going to the starry sky was such a distant and vague dream. Just the thought of it made the old dean and the others sigh. Old people like the old dean and many old professors in the college may not be able to see the human race finally defeat the machine race, let alone explore the beautiful and unknown starry sky. These old guys can only try their best to burn themselves and pave a glorious road for the next generation of young people.
Dean, let me help you put on this jet power device first. And you come down with me.
Zhang Fang took out a set of equipment built by Boss Shu.
Here, I'll put it on myself. It's not like I'm too old to move.
The old dean's eyes widened, and Zhang Fang was so frightened that he immediately handed over the equipment. Immediately afterwards, Wang Luo and others also began to wear devices. The first group of people to go down, including Sun Lang and Chang Rufeng, totaled 13 people. The wreckage of the spacecraft here in the Oasis camp is actually very small. There are only a few cabins such as ordinary living cabins, leisure cabins, training cabins, and conference cabins. Most of the areas are used by employees for daily leisure. You can see many exercise instruments and books. There are also personal autobiographies of employees. What is really precious here is the large amount of information about the starry sky stored in the HAL system, such as the
120 hours of understanding the starry sky series.
The time in the forest was too short, and the old dean and others had no time to browse the information carefully. Now that we are back at the base, we have plenty of time, and the Oasis camp is safe enough.
By the way, Hal, this is what the other two halls asked me to give you.
Su Xia suddenly took out a small black box and handed it to Hal.
Okay. Thank you, Captain.
A thin silver-white metal hand deep inside Hal's circular mechanical carrier took the small box and pressed a switch above the box. There was just a click, and a long and narrow interface popped up on the right side of the box. Hal's own carrier popped out a connection line, plugged it into the interface, and read the data.
It's their experiences over the years, as well as some information about the wreckage they each protected,
Hal said to Su Xia after reading the data.
Any useful information? Not yet.
Hal disconnected the link.
However, they also speculated that there should be intact small survey ships that have not been destroyed. Those survey ships are well protected, and the cabins they are in can withstand strong explosions and impacts. As long as if we can find one, we can leave this planet.
With that said, Hal returned the small black box to Su Xia. He also left some messages in it. Next time Su Xia returns to the alien forest, she can let the two halls there know the news about the Oasis camp through the small box. Soon, everyone descended to the bottom of the crack and landed smoothly on the arc-shaped metal channel. The emergency lights on both sides were turned on in turn, and the dark red light spread forward, extending into the deep darkness at the end of the corridor. The black and red were intertwined in a strange way, and it looked like something from a science fiction horror movie of the last century. Click! As everyone moved forward, the hatch at the end of the corridor slowly opened, and the gap gradually widened. Behind the cabin door, the leisure cabin full of exercise equipment appeared in everyone's view, and several skeletal corpses in the cabin were still lying quietly in it. Several corpses are of great research value. After all, they have been in space. During this period, Xiong Wei and Zhang Fang did not touch these bones much. They knew that the research capabilities of the Oasis camp were insufficient, so they left it to the people from Dragon City to come and check. When Hal explained to them that there were clergy bones among them, the people who came from Dragon City also asked the same question as Su Xia.
How can a technological product like a spaceship actually have clergy on it? The spaceship is a product of technology, but the crew is not.
Hal explained calmly.
Faith is a wonderful power. At critical moments, this power can support a person who is about to collapse to persevere. That's right.
Most of the members in Longcheng do not believe in those gods and ghosts, but they can understand. For those who grew up in different cultural backgrounds, many of the things they believe in have been passed down from generation to generation. When talking about the bones of writers, Sun Lang asked curiously,
Are there writers on the ship? Ask writers to write autobiographies for them? How much can the personal autobiographies of these crew members be sold for? If the experience is bizarre enough, it will definitely sell.
Hal explained.
How bizarre an experience does it take to sell it?
Sun Lang picked up an autobiography scattered on the ground and flipped through it casually. The autobiography of this crew member is almost a running account, recording what he ate every day, how he was feeling, and even his secret crush on a certain female crew member. If this was published and sold, wouldn't everyone know about the secret love?
No one is willing to buy this kind of thing. Right.
Sun Lang shook his head. Reading was too boring.
Some autobiographies sell very well,
Hal said.
A small exploration ship once crashed on a low-level life planet, and the crew members managed to survive. At that time, the planet was experiencing a kingdom rebellion, and the crew members were involved. They narrowly escaped death and survived through various hardships. He survived, and finally rescued the imprisoned princess of the kingdom, and called on the oppressed slaves to resist and put down the rebellion. The whole process is a legend. And after?
Sun Lang's curiosity was aroused, and he continued to ask.
Later, they repaired the ship, returned to the stars, and wrote this experience into their autobiographies.
Hal said calmly.
Their autobiography became popular as soon as it was released, attracting countless interviews and reports, and was finally made into a movie. I became rich almost overnight, and never had to venture into the stars again. I have a picture in my mind.
Sun Lang smacked his lips.
The plot of saving the princess is popular no matter where it is. The key is real experience.
If I can really have such a legendary experience, this life will be worth it. In the future, you won't have to worry about bragging about your deeds when drinking with friends. When you get older, you can tell these stories to your younger generations. And you can even engrave this experience on your tombstone. An adventurous person like Sun Lang has been waiting for such a legend to appear all his life. Pity. This planet is too small, and he is destined not to have such a legendary experience. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad, and put down the autobiography in his hand. Not long after, everyone arrived at the simulation cabin.
This is a place for specialized training.
After the introduction by Hal and Su Xia, they quickly understood the function of this cabin. Sun Lang had long wanted to try this simulation system, so he volunteered and was the first to step forward and try it.
Let me see what's magical about this system.
He always felt that simulated things were too fake and could not make people feel real. His idea actually has a lot to do with the world's backward science and technology, even on the other side of the Earth. Before the game,
Looking at the Stars,
came out, there was no game or virtual world that could give people an immersive sense of reality. Zuckerberg's so-called metaverse still seems like a joke. Su Xiao once wondered whether the metaverse project was used to launder money. The release of
Looking Up at the Stars
is completely epic-making, as if it does not belong to this planet and this era, and is not accessible to people today.
Hey, do you still need to register?
Sun Lang suddenly said in the simulation room.
You need to fill in a personal nickname? It's almost like playing a game. Let me think about what nickname I should choose. How about the most handsome person in the universe?
Soon, he got the hint. The most handsome man in the universe. Welcome to the simulated combat system.
Is it really okay?
Sun Lang was shocked and asked hurriedly.
Can I change it? I think the commander is more handsome than me. I just want to be the second most handsome man in the universe.
Su Xia. It didn't take long for Sun Lang to get into the mood and start to experience the system seriously. Under the gaze of everyone, his limbs began to move quickly. Running, rolling, jumping, shooting with a gun, etc. As if he was undergoing basic training. Soon, his voice came out again.
It's amazing. The simulated world is exactly the same as reality. I can even hear the sound of wind and feel the cold wind blowing by my ears. How is this possible?
After hearing what he said, the other people's eyes flickered and they were a little moved. Living on this planet, they have never experienced such high technology. After a while, Sun Lang stopped moving and pointed in front of him, as if he was checking the other functions of the system. This system has extremely rich functions, from individual training, to team training, to real battlefield simulation training. There are hundreds of items in total. The original development must have been extremely difficult. Even Su Xia has not had time to experience all the simulation projects. He had spent a long period of time on the battlefield of the Battle of Heaven. He had died so many times that he was almost numb to death.
Hey, here's a tip,
Sun Lang said again.
As long as you get more than 3 S ratings in the HL battlefield, you can get a prize directly provided by the Empire official. If you can get more than 30 with an S rating, you will be prioritized into the Empire's officer talent training system. Commander, are there any prizes in this spaceship? Yes. I have taken it from the ruins of the forest.
Su Xia did not hide it.
Huh? Commander, you have already obtained 3 S's? What about the rewards at the end?
Sun Lang asked curiously.
There is a reminder here. After getting 7 S's, you can get another reward. I didn't take the latter ones.
Su Xia answered truthfully.
I only got 4 S's so far, and took away the first prize. So hey, don't I have a chance?
Sun Lang laughed twice, as if looking forward to it. After all, it is a prize in the starry sky. Even the old dean and the others are looking forward to it. They didn't ask what the first prize was. Su Xia didn't say it, and couldn't force the question. This wreckage was discovered by Su Xia, and the intelligence system of the wreckage has recognized Su Xia as the captain. The entire spacecraft belongs to Su Xia. If you want to get anything from it, even a screw, you have to go through it. Su Xia's permission. Su Xia smiled and said,
"You can go to the Hell battlefield and try it first. If you can get 7S ratings before me, I'll give you the prize." "Really?"
Sun Lang's surprised voice came.
"I am an honest man. Commander, please don't lie to me." "Well, I usually don't lie to people. Commander, can I try too?"
Chong Ruffing next to him was moved and made a request. In the simulation cabin, there are more than 10 separate small rooms, each of which can accommodate one person for simulation. Su Xia nodded and said,
"Okay, everyone can try it. The prize is in the wreckage in the center of the forest. As long as you can get 7 S's, and then swipe your card to verify your identity, you can successfully open the prize cabin. The system is independent of the entire spacecraft system, and is not directly controlled by HAL." He said this naturally to give everyone, especially Su Lang and Chong Ruffeng, a goal to stay here and try again and again. Sure enough, after hearing what Su Xia said, Sun Lang, who was still in the simulation system, immediately started to act. He laughed twice. "Hey, 7S ratings. The second handsomest man in the universe is here. Just jump into my pocket."
Sun Lang couldn't wait to open the real battlefield simulation system. Found Hell Battlefield Simulation at the end. Clicked on the description, and made sure that this was the battlefield in the mission prompt. After clicking, he also got the same prompt as Su Xia before. System users who enter the H.L. battlefield for the first time will automatically undergo a simulation of Battle in Heaven. On July 7th, 777 in the Imperial calendar, the Dark Organization Kingdom of Heaven, which believed in the extreme evil god, launched an attack on the border star field of the Empire. Sun Lang got the hint. Only by clearing the Battle of Heaven can you experience other battlefields.
"It doesn't look difficult. It just suppresses the psychic energy."
Sun Lang's voice came out.
"Even without psychic powers, even with my bare hands, I can knock down several strong adults."
The picture flashed before his eyes, and he found that he was in an orbital drop cabin, falling rapidly. This is an airborne team. 10 people in total. And he is an ordinary orbital airborne soldier, wearing all kinds of equipment.
"You only need to survive for 8 hours to get the first S rating?"
He saw the mission introduction.
"After I leave the drop cabin, I can just find a place and hide for 8 hours. Isn't it okay?"
Sun Lang did not turn off the external voice system, so his voice also spread outside the room. Everyone knows the criteria for obtaining the first S. Everyone present, including Chong Ruffeng from the tavern, had experienced many brutal battles. They know that they are familiar with various weapons, and have strong survivability in special environments. It should not be a big problem to survive 8 hours in a battlefield. Maybe they can really get ahead of Su Xia, catch up from behind, and get those 7S evaluations? At this moment, Sun Lang in the simulation room suddenly trembled, as if he had suffered some kind of shock. Then, his disbelieving voice came out.
"What? Survive for 57 seconds? Am I going to die now?"
Chapter 293 Wake Up. 57 seconds. The survival time is too short, and the simulation system does not even give an evaluation. Sun Langen was dumbfounded. He only remembered that after the airborne capsule landed, the hatch automatically opened. Before he could untie the protective device on his body, he saw a bomb flying in. He didn't even see clearly who his opponent was. He only felt a black shadow flash past, and then a burst of white light lit up in front of his eyes. Behind his head, a big halo appeared.
"How could I die so quickly?"
Sun Lang couldn't believe it and patted his head. If he were on a real battlefield, would he be considered the lowest level of cannon fodder? This interstellar war really cannot be measured by common sense.
"No, you must first turn off the automatic pop-up device of the cabin door,"
Sun Lang whispered secretly.
"Hide in the airborne cabin first. Observe the surrounding situation, and then find an opportunity to get out. I don't believe it."
Suddenly, Sun Lang thought of a better way. Since the mission requires 8 hours, how about he hide in the space capsule for 8 hours without opening the hatch and never leaving? In any case, as long as you survive these 8 hours, you will get the first S. Of course, this method can only be used in desperate situations. After all, the purpose of this real battlefield simulation system is to train the user's ability to survive in this cruel environment. You can learn a little bit of new knowledge almost every time you die. What's the point of spending 8 hours at the spawn point if it's just for an S rating? The next second S rating mission will definitely require him to step out of the hatch. Then he will still face various dangers outside the airborne capsule. But he has just wasted the previous 8 hours.
Again!
Sun Lang gritted his teeth and clicked on the H.L. battlefield again. This time he was not so careless. Although he didn't know what the figure that flashed before was. He was sure it was a psychic creature. A psychic creature he had never seen before. He guessed it was the Zerg, but couldn't think of a corresponding name. When the airborne capsule landed again, the hatch did not open. Sun Lang turned on his protective device. With a vigilant look on his face, clenched the assault rifle in his hand, and carefully observed the jungle environment outside through the window. The captain of his team said,
"According to the instructions in the combat manual, we should first send 2 team members to go out for reconnaissance. Tiger and Little Wolf. You 2 go." "Good."
The 2 young team members who received the instructions nodded in unison. Their faces were a little pale, and you could see the sweat on their foreheads due to nervousness. Just when they were about to open the hatch, Sun Lang stopped them.
"No, we can't go out now. There's danger outside." "What's the danger?"
the captain asked him.
"If you open the hatch now, a monster will throw a bomb in. Let me take a closer look."
"What?" the captain was stunned and asked.
"There is a monster that can throw bombs? How do you know? Do you know how to predict the future? That's not right. Fox, how do you know?"
The team member codenamed Tiger was also asking Sun Lang. In this team, Sun Lang's codename is Fox.
"Something's wrong."
The face of the team member codenamed Xiaolang changed.
"It's not a prophet. Are we in a simulation system? Are we simulated characters? Are we already dead? Huh? Can you realize that you are false?"
Sun Lang was shocked and blurted out subconsciously. He was so stunned that he forgot what he was supposed to do for a moment. Will this happen? Isn't this a virtual world similar to a game? Why do these fictional characters realize they are fake? Questions flashed through Sun Lang's mind. There were so many questions that his brain almost shut down. He could only bite the bullet and say,
"Listen to me. The current situation is..."
The captain interrupted him.
"No need to say it. Brother, how many years in the new calendar is it now?"
Forehead. Sun Lang was confused. How could he know what the new calendar was? Was it the imperial calendar mentioned in the system? He really didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. He stammered and chatted casually with several team members, listening to everyone finish their last wishes. In the end, there was really no choice. Sun Lang could only open the hatch and try his luck.
"Listen to me. I will try my best to convey your last wishes to your family. Now let us go out and complete the mission."
Unexpectedly, as soon as the hatch was opened, several bombs were thrown in. Seeing this scene, Sun Lang's head got bigger. Before he could make any move, another burst of white light lit up in front of his eyes. "You are dead."
"Is this simulation system intentional?"
Sun Lang had a headache.
"You will die as soon as you open the door. It seems that you have to rush out the moment the door is opened, so that other team members can't notice the abnormality."
After 2 simulations, Sun Lang was no longer as confident as he was at first. He originally thought that with his own abilities, even if he couldn't survive 8 hours safely, it would be okay to survive for 1 or 2 hours to get used to the difficulty. As a result, in the first 2 trials, he didn't even get out of the spawn point, and the second time only lasted less than 10 minutes. If every area of this battlefield was so dangerous, how many times will he have to die to survive the 8 hours required by the mission? This is just 1 S, and he can't even imagine getting 7 S's.
"Hey, why don't you go to a simple battlefield first to get used to it?"
For some reason, Sun Lang suddenly had such an idea. After all, the difficulty of the battlefield increases gradually. For someone like him, who is coming into contact with the simulation system for the first time, perhaps he should start with the easiest one. When he thought of this, he shook his head and clicked the exit button in the simulation system. The second handsomest man in the universe. "Do you want to quit the simulation system?" "Yes." After clicking, the vision suddenly went dark. All the interfaces disappeared, and a fine mechanical sound came from my ears. More than a dozen robotic arms in the room surrounded him, taking off the simulation equipment on his body one by one, and quickly got him out of the simulation area. Call. Seeing the inside of the spacecraft again, Sun Lang exhaled and felt an inexplicable trance. Although he only simulated it twice, the world in the simulation was so real that it felt like he was really in another world. And the other 9 team members also died with him twice, especially the second simulation. In the chat just now, he learned that the young team member codenamed Little Wolf was already engaged. After that battle is over, Little Wolf will go back and marry his lover. But Xiaolang said sadly that the fact that they were put into the simulation system meant that they had died in this war. What lived in the system was just a memory written into the system and part of the simulated personality. He hoped that Sun Lang could help him go back and see how his fiancée was doing. But what can Sun Lang do? He didn't even know where the empire they were talking about was, or how many light years away it was from him. Even if he knew it, he couldn't go to the stars, and could only be trapped on this small planet like a frog in a well. Life is a broken mirror. Everyone lives with regrets and dies with regrets, and never gets a complete result. There are so many regrets that even a free and easy person like Sun Lang feels a lot of emotion.
It would be great if there could be a world without war, without oppression, where everyone is equal and everything is beautiful. How did you have this epiphany?
Chong Ruffing joked at the side and asked him with a smile.
How does it feel to be in the system? It's difficult. It's too difficult.
Sun Lang shook his head and answered truthfully. With that said, he looked at Su Xia and said seriously,
Commander, I take back what I said before. This system is really too real. After loading it,
it feels like you are really under the stars in a different world. Want to continue trying?
Su Xia asked him.
Well, I must get an S rating.
Sun Lang is not a person who gives up easily. He will continue to try even if he fails twice, let alone 200 times. In order to climb a high mountain with bare hands, he failed more than 30 times. The most serious one was that his hands, feet and spine were broken. After trying again and again, he finally climbed up and conquered the sacred mountain revered by the locals. Su Xia smiled and said,
Then stay in the camp for the time being. You can eat and live with the people in my organization. Are you a member of the Beifeng organization?
Sun Lang's eyes lit up.
Yes, it's them.
Okay. Sun Lang nodded happily.
I have long wanted to meet the famous Beifeng organization. How about you? Chong Ruffeng?
Chong Ruffeng thought for a while and said,
Visitors from the interstellar world are hard to come by. There is still a lot I want to know. I haven't even finished reading the Interstellar Encyclopedia yet. This is an opportunity that no one else has thought of. If you command if the officer doesn't mind, I'd like to stay too. Of course I don't mind. I'll let Ping'an and the others make arrangements for you too.
In this way, the two tavern members stayed temporarily. As for the guy who was still unconscious, the two discussed it, and Chong Ruffeng sent him out to the nearest tavern contact point. Next, the old dean, Wang Luo and others went to experience the simulation system. After the experience, they all lamented the magic of this system.
If it can be popularized and the equipment is sufficient, this system can help us train countless soldiers at the same time.
Wang Luo said, It's a pity that such training is still too luxurious for the human race on this planet. Dragon City and Oasis Camp will consciously train every member. But other organizations are different. For many small organizations, as long as they have a gun in their hands, they can be called a qualified warrior, regardless of whether they have been trained or not. After experiencing the HL battlefield, they came to the same conclusion as Sun Lang.
It's difficult. It's really too difficult.
An old professor sighed.
With suppressed psychic powers, I can only live as an ordinary person on such a cruel battlefield. How can I survive 8 hours? Dean, how long have you lived since your first simulation?
Zhang Fong asked the old dean next to him with great interest.
You brat. Are you looking for a beating?
The old dean snorted lightly and did not answer directly. It seems like it's also 57 seconds. Zhang Fong was thinking in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it directly for fear of being beaten. At this time, Wang Luo coughed lightly and said,
Actually, even if our psychic powers are not suppressed, we probably won't survive for 8 hours. Yes, it's the Shadow Hunter.
The old dean was well informed and recognized the kind of insected creature that dropped bombs. He said,
In the shadow area, this kind of insect can hide itself almost perfectly. It is a natural assassin, and the jungle terrain is just good for them.
It would be impossible to survive 8 hours in a terrifying jungle full of predators. In the experience just now, the one who survived the longest was Wang Luo. In the third simulation, he successfully repelled the first wave of attacking bugs, left the airborne capsule, and headed for the gathering place. However, he was unlucky to be affected by the exploding space capsule fragments in the sky after just over 10 minutes of walking. There was danger everywhere, and the jungle was like HL. After trying it, everyone's idea of
coming from behind
was dispelled. They knew that getting 7S evaluations in this kind of L would be as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Let's not waste time. There are still many people who haven't come down yet.
Wang Luo said.
Come back later when you want to simulate. Well, time is precious. Pick them up first.
Everyone agreed. This simulation system can only be regarded as a small surprise. The real surprise is the wreckage itself. Its manufacturing method. The special materials used. Its energy technology. Etc. are all what the old dean and the others want to know urgently. The information Hal himself carried was a huge resource library, which surprised the old dean and the others.
The machine race used alien technology to turn defeat into victory. Now, the human race has finally waited for this day. When the news first reached Longcheng, the old dean and the others thought it was a completely broken wreckage, and they could only slowly dismantle it and obtain key technologies through reverse research. They didn't expect that there were still living alien engineers in the wreckage, as well as an intelligent system called HAL who recognized Su Xia as the captain. With HAL's help, the humans on this planet can avoid many detours.
Should we wake up those two sleeping engineers?
Regarding this issue, everyone's opinions are not unanimous. Not only in the Oasis camp, there are also living aliens in the two ruins in the forest. Now, only Su Xia has the right to take the initiative to wake them up. But Su Xia couldn't make up her mind and asked the old dean to discuss with Wang Luo and the others.
The sleeping aliens are also ordinary human beings in appearance. Not those weird special races in the starry sky. I think they should understand the difficulties of the human race on this planet and provide help.
Most academics think this way. They hope to awaken these aliens after everyone left the wreckage and returned to the ground. The argument began. The research institute represented by Wang Luo objected.
They have knowledge that we don't know. What should we do if they wake up and do something secretly? Taking a step back. If you have been sleeping for more than 20 years and wake up to find yourself surrounded by a group of low-civilized indigenous people, what will you do?
A young researcher from the 051 Research Institute was very vocal and blocked all the voices from the academic side with a wave of his hand. The two sides fell into a stalemate for a while, and it seemed that no one could convince the other. As they talked, some people got excited and rolled up their sleeves, pretending to start a fight. Among the Dragon City team that came this time, the people representing the City Lord's faction were the fewest, only 5 people. The captain of these 5 people is called Li Feng, and he is one of the City Lord's assistants. He and the other 4 team members stood awkwardly aside, unable to get involved in the dispute between the Academy and the Research Institute, and could only wait silently for the dispute to end. Su Xia also stood nearby and asked Li Feng with a smile.
How is your health? Lord City Lord. Lately, the City Lord is in good health. Thank you for your concern, Commander.
Li Feng replied seriously.
It's just that rumors have been spreading in the city recently, and the appearance of the undead has also caused a lot of chaos. There are a lot of things in the city, and it will be a little busy for a while. Otherwise, I will definitely come in person this time. Well, do these two factions often fight in Dragon City?
Su Xia asked, pointing to the quarreling crowd. Li Feng gave a wry smile, nodded and said,
Yes. The academic school advocates a gentleman uses his hands, but not his words. If you can convince the other party, you don't have to waste time on verbal disputes. Well, that makes sense.
Su Xia laughed, didn't ask any more questions, and continued to watch the two groups arguing. On the grass above the wreckage, the two sides were arguing and making noise, and the scene was once very chaotic. Some people shouted at the top of their lungs. Spittle splashed all over the floor, and some people swung their old fists at each other. In the chaotic crowd, Zhang Fan hugged the old dean and said anxiously,
Dean, when you are old, please don't rush up and fight with those young people. What does age mean?
The old dean stared. His whole body trembled, and he shook Zhang Fan away. As the only level 5 creature here, if he joins the melee, the situation will instantly turn to the side of the academy. The institute did not back down. The young man who originally asked the question turned red in the face and stood on a stone and shouted,
I still have the same question. Think about it from my perspective. If you have been sleeping for more than 20 years and wake up to find the current situation, what will you do?
It was this question that fascinated everyone in the academy. What they want is just the knowledge and experience in the aliens' minds, and they have not considered the situation of aliens losing control for the time being. At this moment, Sun Lang, who had always been an outsider, suddenly spoke.
If it were me, I would cooperate with the human race on this planet to reverse the predicament. Fight back, defeat the mechanical race, and rebuild the glory of the human race.
Sun Lang's voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp sword piercing into the chaos between both parties. He paused and then said,
"Then, I will write this experience in my autobiography and publish the autobiography so that future generations will know about this legend."
Chapter 294 Crash. Should I wake up or not? After a long half-afternoon of debate, neither side could reach an agreement. Even though both parties contacted the Dragon City headquarters and invited people from the City Lord's faction to participate in the discussion, they still failed to convince the other party. Sun Lang's words seemed to make sense, but they are only from his personal perspective. He is naturally adventurous, but the same cannot be said for the sleeping aliens. In this way, half the afternoon was wasted. In the evening, Su Xia sat on the edge of the crack and said to Li Feng next to her,
"In the past, was this how matters were discussed within Dragon City?"
Li Feng smiled bitterly and replied,
"Yes. If we keep arguing, what can we achieve from the discussion?"
Su Xia shook her head.
"It's just a waste of time. We have been aware of this matter for a long time, but we just didn't have a solution. So we started making noise like this. That does not work."
Su Xia decisively denied the current situation of Dragon City and said,
"In extraordinary times, internal conflicts must be resolved by extraordinary means. What is the point of making such noise? No wonder Dragon City has been trapped in a corner for so many years. That's what the commander taught you."
Li Feng was helpless. He didn't want to be like this, but he really couldn't help it. The biggest problem in Dragon City is that the energy of the three parties is almost the same, and no one can overwhelm the other two. As a result, even a simple decision will be quarreled for a long time. In this case, how should Longcheng make effective decisions internally? Not to mention sending troops to the mechanical tribe with such efficiency. It can't even solve its own problems. The efficiency of work within the mechanical clan is extremely high. When an order is conveyed from above, someone will immediately follow it up, and there will be almost no objection. Comparing the two sides, it can be seen that mankind was not unjustly defeated.
"How long do you think they have to fight to come to a conclusion?"
Su Xia asked.
"It's impossible to come up with a result in the past few days,"
Li Feng said truthfully.
"In the past, when encountering such a big problem, everyone basically compromised slowly in the quarrel, each giving in little by little, and finally reached a more relaxed middle ground. Result. So, they will continue to argue tonight?" "Yes." "Okay. Then, I still have things to do, and I'm very pressed for time, so I won't argue with them."
Su Xia stood up from the crack and patted the grass blades on her body.
"If you have any questions about this spaceship, you can go directly to them. Hal will solve it. If there is a big problem, go to the camp and contact Chung Pin on." "Commander, what are you doing? I need some private time."
He has been waiting for Su Xia to break through for a long time. There were more and more enemies, and they were getting stronger, especially in Coral City. He felt more and more that his own strength was not enough. Due to several recent events, Coral City has gradually become the center of the storm. All forces on the mainland sent people to come to the city. Just now in Coral City, a strange fourth-level creature entered the pharmacy and asked Su Xia to buy a batch of fourth-level potions. Although the man hid his psychic energy fluctuations very well, Su Xia still saw it through the game system. The more strange and powerful people appear in this city, the more unstable it becomes.
"Time waits for no one. Seize every opportunity."
Su Xia stood on the wreckage, glanced at the setting sun on the horizon, and slowly took a few deep breaths of the fresh mountain forest breath. One tonight is a good breakout time. He found Hal and told Hal a few words. Later, he found Zhang Fang, Xiong Wei, and others and explained some things about the wreckage. Finally, he found Chung Pin and asked Chung Pin to deal with external disturbances on his behalf.
"Peace. Everything is left to you."
Su Xia asked for a large, empty warehouse. Just like the old station in the Oasis camp, there was only an old soft sofa, a long table, and a mirror in the warehouse. And everything else was empty. He is putting down most of the nanorobots and turning on the self-defense systems of these small robots to protect them around him.
"It should be almost done."
Su Xia took a deep breath and waved her hand, and more than 100 intermediate psychic potions appeared on the long table in front of her. This was extracted from the glands of dead insects while he was fighting between two insect nests that night. In the dark warehouse, each potion shone with a faint blue fluorescence and lay flat on the table, like dark blue light tubes, with a hint of eeriness in its beauty.
"Will your body be unable to bear it?"
Su Xia looked at the huge number of potions in front of her and whispered secretly, "Every time you get promoted, you will face great pain. Su Xia slowly sat on the sofa and couldn't help but think of what Yutuo said to him yesterday. It was also around this evening time. While watching the battle between Fan Lu and Mercer, Su Xia and Yutuo chatted for a long time about the use of psychic powers. Through Yutuo's words, Su Xia probably understood why Yutuo embarked on a path from flesh to machine. Yutuo felt that spiritual energy was always an energy source that could not be fully carried by flesh and blood. Just as oil can only exert its greatest strength in steel, he believed that absorbing spiritual energy by flesh and blood creatures was the wrong path. This has nothing to do with racial stance, just personal understanding. This made Su Xia think that on the other side of the earth, some people inject oil into their muscles for the sake of fitness, and some even inject oil for beauty. This kind of thing is extremely incredible and crazy to ordinary people. Thinking about it carefully, Yutuo felt that it was not so incomprehensible that a body of flesh and blood could not carry energy. So he turned himself into a body of steel. Try it! Su Xia slowly laid down on her back and abandoned the distracting thoughts in her heart. He took a few deep breaths, rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, then picked up a potion and plunged it in. Buzz! His mind went blank for a moment, and his body shook violently. As if he had been electrocuted, his whole body lay on the sofa shaking. The reaction this time was much more intense than the previous ones. Veins popped up on the entire arm, with countless dark blue veins visible to the naked eye. After a while, Su Xia completely lost consciousness and lay motionless on the sofa. I don't know how long it has been. It was as if he had fallen into the deepest level of sleep, drifting unconsciously in the dark void, like a cold dead soul with no purpose or direction. This kind of loneliness and darkness was too long, as if it would last forever, until Su Xia suddenly heard a loud noise in her ears. Boom! The dark world shattered instantly. Su Xia suddenly opened her eyes, and suddenly found herself inside a spaceship. Warning lights flashed all around. Sparks flew everywhere. Lines collapsed, and all the screens in the spacecraft control room flashed, and some of them were broken. What happened? Before Su Xia could react, she heard a familiar voice coming from her ears. Doctor, the promotion failed. Be prepared. We are about to have a second impact. It was the voice of the female robot, who was right next to Su Xia. Apparently, Su Xia once again became Dr. Agar in the hallucination. However, this time he lost the ability to control this body, and was like a passerby. He could only watch Dr. Agar and the female robot beside him deal with all this. Damn it! How could those indigenous people see through our invisibility? Dr. Agar made a voice. This voice was not young. It was already middle-aged. At this time, the doctor had been traveling in the Sea of Stars for more than 10 years. Although he suffered from headaches and hallucinations, he still did not stop this glorious journey. Soon, Su Xia got a memory. This is no longer the star field controlled by the 7th Empire, but another chaotic star field, the Heinlein star field. In the star field controlled by the Empire, many living planets have been developed into scenic spots, and there are traces of uncivilized tourists from the Empire everywhere. The doctor also complained about this in his diary before, so he chose a farther, more remote and more dangerous star field to continue this adventure. Dr. Agar and his female robot assistant discovered a living planet in the Heinlein star field, so they drove a small survey ship on the spacecraft close to the planet, preparing to find a place to land and investigate the human environment of the planet. There aren't even artificial satellites on this planet. I guess the level of science and technology is not very high. Judging the scientific and technological capabilities of a living planet by whether it can launch artificial satellites is a small experience that the doctor has accumulated over the years. However, what he didn't expect was that the indigenous residents of the planet actually saw through the stealth function of the survey ship and hit the ship with a missile. Dip 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 dash. The piercing siren kept echoing in the ears. The entire survey ship was damaged. All functions failed, and the integrity was less than 20%, so it could only make an emergency landing. The first emergency landing failed, and the roar of the ship hitting the ground was heart-stopping. It was at that moment that Su Xia opened her eyes. The female robot assistant tried to pull up, but the ship's power system had been destroyed and the pull-up failed. So the second collision soon came. Boom! The ship hit the ground diagonally and was completely damaged. It was in disgraceful condition. It rubbed against the ground crazily under the action of inertia. Metal fragments were scattered all over the ground behind it. And finally a terrifying trail hundreds of meters long was dragged out. The doctor and his assistant faced a terrible realization: they crashed on this indigenous planet. Fortunately, both of them are fine. The female robot made a quick decision and said, Doctor,
Put on the armor quickly. We must leave this ship. Good.
The doctor immediately took off the protective device on his body, forcefully opened the twisted cab door, ran to another cabin, and put on a set of 4th-level power armor. The female robot was also equipping herself, carrying 3 compressed psychic guns on her back, 2 semi-automatic pistols on her waist, and carrying a heavy plasma gun. Neither the energy weapons nor the kinetic weapons were left behind, and they also brought a large bag of bombs and a small half bag of food. How powerful are the natives of this planet? The two of them didn't know, so they could only arm themselves as much as possible and take it one step at a time. The mothership driven by Dr. Agar is outside the planet. They can no longer contact them at this time. The mothership's automatic response system will send a small unmanned ship to find them in 24 hours. As long as they survive these 24 hours, they can come back alive.
Doctor, I have long said that we should not set a 24-hour response time. 2 hours is more reasonable,
the female robot said while arming herself.
Do you think we can survive 24 hours in the hands of these natives? Isn't 2 hours too short?
Dr. Agar spread his hands and said,
Storm clouds on some planets will interfere with the signal. Sometimes we are there for most of the day. Could it be possible that the mothership has to send an unmanned ship to come to us every time? Maybe the mothership response system, our smart butlers, will find us annoying and say bad things about us to other smart butlers behind our backs. Doctor, are you still in the mood to joke? Relax. It's not the first time we've crashed, but this is the first time he's been shot down by a native.
The female robot looked even more anxious. She was almost full of weapons, and she had obviously calculated the worst-case scenario in her mind. Dr. Agar may have felt that the crash had an accidental component. He really didn't believe that the creatures on this planet that didn't even have ordinary satellites could see through the invisibility of his spacecraft.
Doctor, let's go!
The female robot opened the broken hatch and jumped out first. Before the natives arrived, they had to find a safe place to hide for 24 hours. Even if they escape for 24 hours, they are not necessarily safe. The small unmanned ship sent by the mothership to find them may also be destroyed. Only when 3 or more ships are destroyed in a row will the mothership automatically enter a higher authority response system. In other words, the two of them may need to persist for 72 hours or even longer.
How is this planet?
The doctor asked.
It's similar to the previous test. The atmospheric pressure is suitable and the air is suitable. Doctor, please come out directly. Good.
Dr. Agar put on the dark humanoid armor and walked out of the crashed spacecraft. The two found that they crashed in a slum-like place. The sun was blazing. The soil was red. Garbage was everywhere. Dirty white plastic bags and yellowed newspapers were flying in the wind, and flies were buzzing in the stinky ditches. In front of him were countless dilapidated and old low-rise houses, and skinny people walked out of the houses, looking at the female robot and the doctor. These people had confusion, panic and fear in their eyes.
Do not be afraid.
The female robot changed more than 10 languages in a row, but found that the people in front of her couldn't understand it at all, and they all backed away in fear. Moreover, gunshots rang out in the distance, which was obviously the arrival of the defense force in this area. The two looked around and found that they were surrounded by similar slums.
Doctor, there is no other way. Let's run away as far as we can.
In this way, the two of them fled all the way, quite like a fugitive, and they escaped for more than 5 hours before escaping from arrest. They hid in a filthy garbage dump. He used the piles of garbage as cover and hid in the smelly environment all night. The next day, the doctor left the armor in the garbage pile, put on tattered clothes, pretended to be a deaf-mute, and left the garbage pile with a mechanical device given to him by the female robot. He walked for a long time in this endless slum, using body language to gesture with the skinny poor people. It took him a long time to find a kind family willing to accept him. Ah! The doctor danced around, pointed to his mouth, and touched his belly. This family is in relatively good condition in the slums, and they actually have an old black and white TV at home. They gave the doctor some food and hot water. The doctor quietly divided the mechanical device that the female robot gave him into 2 halves, placing one half next to the TV and the other half facing the TV screen. Soon, the TV screen began to flash wildly. Strange fragments flashed by, and countless unfamiliar words emerged along with the fragments. The female robot began to learn the language of this world based on the fragments corresponding to the words. It didn't take long for the female robot to learn enough. At this moment, a group of soldiers walked into the house. The doctor's face changed, and he realized something was wrong.
Oh no! This family has betrayed my information. How did they recognize me? Doctor, you look very rich, which doesn't suit the barren environment here. It's normal to be suspected.
The voice of a female robot came from his ears.
What should we do now? Don't worry. I will come to save you,
the female robot said.
Doctor, please give in to them first. I'm sure they won't do anything to you in a short time. What if they want to take slices to study me? An alien?
The doctor was a little panicked.
Doctor, aren't you still in the mood to joke? Smile first instead of crying.
Chapter 295 Titan Level Zerg. Gulu. The doctor swallowed. Feeling extremely panicked. More than a dozen soldiers had surrounded this old low-rise building. All of them loaded with ammunition. And several of them had their guns pointed at his head. The family of 3 in the house had already ran out, hiding behind the soldiers, looking at the doctor with slightly frightened eyes. The leading soldier said something to the male owner of the house, and the man nervously pointed at the doctor and replied. The doctor felt increasingly uncomfortable and asked the female robot in a low voice,
"What are they talking about?"
In the earphone, the female robot replied,
"The soldier asked you when you came and from what direction you came, but the man only replied the time you came."
Soon, the leading soldier waved and entered the room with 2 subordinates holding guns. The faces of the 2 subordinates were a little nervous. They held the guns in their hands tightly and stared at Dr. Agar, who was sitting. They seemed to be afraid that the doctor would do something to them. Apparently, the natives of this planet also have a fear of aliens. Bang bang dash. The leading soldier fired twice, and the bullets bounced around the doctor's feet, sending up a cloud of dust. Then, he yelled twice at the doctor, speaking the language of this planet. But the doctor couldn't understand him at all. The female robot in the earphones began to translate.
"He asked you to put down your weapons. I don't have a weapon in my hand,"
the doctor said innocently.
"The TV remote control in your hand."
The doctor was speechless for a while, then threw the remote control aside. Such a simple little action startled the 2 subordinates. One of them immediately turned his gun and pointed it at the remote control. He was so nervous that he was sweating on his forehead. Seeing this scene, the leading soldier said a few words loudly. The female robot simultaneously translated.
"He asked if he was an undercover agent from the Dark Territory? What is the Dark Territory?"
The doctor looked strange and felt that the name was a bit of a hit.
"It is the territory of the Zerg."
The female robot continued to translate.
"I just got enough information through TV. This is a life planet that is favored by the Zerg. There are actually Zerg species here? Yes. 18 years ago, a Zerg Kraken came to this planet and brought a large number of Zerg creatures. In the past 10 years, those Zerg creatures have gradually eroded more than 1/3 of the planet's resources."
After the female robot's explanation, the doctor understood everything. On top of the high-level units, the Zerg also have Titan-level units, and Kraken is one of them. The Kraken is a mythical beast. The insect named after it is also extremely large, larger than an ordinary human spacecraft. It has a complete insect nest in its body, which can quickly hatch a large number of insect swarms, and can conduct long-term space navigation. There are often thousands of bugs of different levels inside a Kraken. This Titan-level monster is one of the main forces for the expansion of the Zerg in the universe. Normally, planets where Kraken arrives will eventually have their resources sucked away by the Zerg. After sucking the planet dry, the bugs will continue to set off, looking for the next planet in the vast universe to reproduce.
"The race war on this planet has reached a stalemate,"
the female robot continued.
"The human race occupies 2/3 of the area, while the Zerg territory occupies the other 1/3. The indigenous people of this planet did not know that the Zerg were before. What? So we regard the Zerg as a demon race and call the Zerg territory the Dark Territory.
While the female robot was explaining, the doctor had already been shackled. This is a special mechanical shackle that can suppress the power of the Zerg to a certain extent, similar to a psychic suppressor.
"It's broken. Are these guys really going to slice me up for study? Don't worry. I'll be here to save you soon. Teach me a little bit of the language of this planet first."
The doctor will not sit still and wait. He has a strong language learning ability and can quickly master an unfamiliar language.
"Well, listen carefully. On this planet, the pronunciation of H, lo is."
The female robot is making rescue preparations on the other side, teaching the doctor some simple vocabulary while preparing. The doctor was escorted by these soldiers, stepping on the dry and barren soil, walking in this dirty and smelly area. There were many skinny poor people in the surrounding low houses, who stuck their heads out to look at him curiously. This world has an indescribable sense of wasteland. Life is withering. Wind and sand are sweeping, and death and chaos are gnawing at every piece of dark red soil. Not long after, The doctor was escorted to the edge of this area. The rusty barbed wire fence swayed in the wind, surrounding the huge slum. The net was covered with various yellowed labels. And from time to time, 1 or 2 corpses could be seen hanging on the net to be dried. The fierce falcon stood on the sharp thorn cage, with red eyes and sharp beak, pecking at the dried meat on the corpses. In front is a large, dusty factory. As soon as I walked into this factory, the smell of blood and putrid smell hit my face, which was disgusting. The doctor's heart sank.
Something's wrong. They took me to a place where they were conducting experiments.
The doctor looked around. This was an extremely crude experimental place. There are more than a dozen bloody experimental tables randomly placed in the factory. On each table lies a complete or mutilated corpse, some of which are humans and some of which are Zerg. Next to the experimental table, there are a large number of tools on the blood-stained metal plate, including gauze, hemostats, dissecting needles, curved scissors, straight scissors, tweezers, etc. There were many rusty metal shells around, and tattered corpses hung on the shells, many of which had been disemboweled. The doctor heard wailing and screaming sounds coming from deep inside the factory. There were shrill human voices, as well as some terrifying and sharp insect hisses, which were frightening to hear. The female robot in the headset said to the doctor,
"I just said you shouldn't go out today." "Right. Just wait in the garbage dump for 24 hours. Maybe we will be safe. Sitting and waiting for death is not the best option,"
the doctor argued.
"Hiding there will be discovered sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative to understand the world and look for opportunities to survive. So, doctor, have you found a chance to survive? Stop talking. When will you come over? I think these guys are really going to dissect me."
As he said this, the soldier behind him gave the doctor a shove. The doctor fell down and almost fell to the ground. After regaining his balance, he looked up and found a fat middle-aged man standing in front of him. The middle-aged man was studying a heavy energy gun in his hand, with a look of interest on his face.
"Compressed psychic gun."
The doctor recognized this weapon. He had not had time to take it away from the crashed spacecraft before, and now it had become a trophy for this obese middle-aged man. But this gun requires the doctor's fingerprint to unlock and use it, and no one else can. The middle-aged man looked at the doctor, with a smile on his lips, patted the weapon, and said a few words to the doctor. The female robot translated.
"He's asking you how to use this gun. It seems I still have some value."
The doctor breathed a sigh of relief.
"Yes. They probably won't cut you into slices for research at the moment,"
the female robot said.
"But it won't be easy to say after using it. Then let me cooperate for the time being and delay it for a while."
The doctor made up his mind and made a few cooperative gestures, asking the middle-aged man to give him the gun. The heavily armed private soldiers around him were very vigilant, worried that the doctor was a parasite from the Zerg territory. But the middle-aged people knew very well that the Zerg could not build that kind of spaceship. The doctor must be a visitor from the stars. But he was unlucky enough to be caught by him.
"Show me the power of this gun,"
the middle-aged man said to the doctor in the language of this planet.
"Don't lie to me, and don't try to attack me. Otherwise your end will be ugly."
After saying that, he smiled coldly and placed the heavy compressed psychic gun in front of the doctor. Several of his soldiers received instructions and immediately went to the depths of the factory, and soon brought out a metal cage half a person's height from inside. There is a low-level swift insect in the cage. The swift worm bared its teeth and looked fierce as it banged against the cage crazily, trying to get out and attack everyone. Several soldiers reached into the cage with long electric shock batons and pressed the switch. Only a few crackling sounds were heard. Sparks flew everywhere in the cage, and the insect screamed a few times and then collapsed. They opened the cage and were not worried about the insects bursting out and hurting people, because the insects were still fastened with chains. The soldiers then carried the bug to the wall opposite the doctor and secured it firmly.
Snapped!
A dazzling light hits the insect, making it very eye-catching. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, looking satisfied, and then motioned to the doctor to pick up the compression gun. The doctor had no other choice but to do as he was told and gently press on the identification area of the gun.
Buzz!
The gun body vibrates, the fingerprint recognition passes, and then it is activated. A long blue energy bar appears on the side, and the overall temperature slowly rises. Seeing this, the other soldiers raised their guns and pointed them at the doctor's head. Once the doctor makes other moves, they will kill him without hesitation. The doctor looked at the situation on the left and right, took a deep breath, held the psychic gun steadily, pointed the muzzle at the bug opposite, pressed the switch, and a blue energy wave burst out from the muzzle of the gun.
Boom!
The insect opposite was blown to pieces in an instant. It didn't even have time to scream. It was torn into pieces. Broken limbs and internal organs were scattered everywhere. Even the hard wall behind the insect was blasted into a deep pit. Seeing this effect, a hint of surprise appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. He immediately stepped forward and took the gun from the doctor's hand. But after losing the doctor's fingerprints, the blue energy strips on the gun immediately dimmed. No matter how the middle-aged man used it, the gun had no reaction at all. Soon, the middle-aged man took a fancy to the doctor's finger. He glanced coldly at the subordinate beside him. The subordinate understood this and immediately took out the dagger tied to his leg, pressed the doctor's thumb, and pretended to cut it off. The doctor's face changed sharply, and he hurriedly shouted in the language of this world he had just learned.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Can you speak our language?
A look of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He didn't really want to cut off the doctor's finger, but just wanted to scare him. But he didn't expect the local language to come out.
It will be little by little.
The doctor reluctantly managed to smile. But he was already too anxious to say, okay. Why hasn't the female robot arrived yet? At this time, the female robot said to him in the earphone,
Doctor, hold on for a few more minutes. I have already arrived and am scanning the interior of this factory.
After hearing this, the doctor could only grit his teeth and continue to deal with the middle-aged man. This fat middle-aged man is not a good person. As you can see by looking at this bloody factory, the level of science and technology in this world is not high. And biological science has just begun. And this middle-aged man seems to be trying to merge the genes of humans and Zerd to create a new species. The factory was full of bloody corpses and organs. And it was unknown how many people had lost their lives for this crude project of his.
It's this kind of experiment again,
the female robot said in the earphone.
According to the laws of the Empire, this kind of experiment is absolutely prohibited. Unfortunately, this is not an area controlled by the Empire.
Similar experiments exist on many planets where humans and Zerd exist at the same time. This kind of experiment is unethical and has no regard for life, and has long been banned by imperial legislation. At this time, Dr. Agar is not the evil doctor who will make the residents of the Empire change their minds in the future. He has been fighting the voice in his heart for these years, and has not embarked on this path.
Unlock the restrictions on this gun and draw its working principle.
The fat middle-aged man waved his hand, and his men immediately cleared a clean workbench for the doctor. All the necessary mechanical tools are already on the workbench, as well as stacks of rough scratch paper. Apparently, he wants to gain access to all the knowledge in the doctor's head. The obese middle-aged man said confidently.
Don't even think about running away. If you fall into my hands, even gods can't save you.
Yes. The doctor nodded in agreement and seemed very cooperative. However, how did he understand the principle of this gun? He is indeed an imperial doctor, but he is not an expert on firearms. He was anxious, but he had no other choice. After all, the fat man was watching from the side. He could only pick up the drawings and prepare to draw casually and fool around to delay the time. 5 minutes passed by in a flash, and the sweat on the doctor's forehead gradually increased. Fortunately, he had some painting skills and could paint in a decent manner. As he was drawing, he really came up with the idea of designing a gun. At this moment, the female robot in the headset finally spoke.
Doctor, get down immediately. Good.
The doctor had no doubts and immediately fell to the ground. Before the middle-aged people and the private soldiers could react, the windows on the left and right sides of the factory shattered with a bang, and glass shards splashed all over the floor. More than 20 soldiers in the factory fell down together. Their heads exploded, and they were all shot in the head. The female robot had just been arranging weapons outside, calculating ballistics, and was accurate to every head, solving the doctor's crisis in an instant.
What happened?
The fat middle-aged man's face changed drastically. All the guards around him were dead, and he was the only one left alive. He didn't dare to think too much, and immediately ran towards the depths of the factory with a weapon in his pocket. But how could the doctor give him this opportunity? He got up from the ground, took the compressed energy gun and shouted,
Stop!
The middle-aged man shuddered. He had seen the power of this gun just now, and did not dare to run anymore. He raised his hands and stood still. The situation suddenly reversed, and now he was a lamb to be slaughtered. The female robot climbed through the window and entered with agility. She immediately disarmed the middle-aged man's firearm and knocked him to the ground with one punch. The doctor rushed over, picked up a few chains, and trapped the middle-aged man firmly. After making sure he was safe, He breathed a sigh of relief.
You? Fortunately, you came in time. I think, Doctor, you can still deal with it for a few days.
The female robot chuckled.
Stop talking and think about what to do next.
Both the doctor and the female robot knew that with the armed force in the hands of this fat middle-aged man, there was no way they could bring down their spaceship. There must be stronger forces nearby. The two escorted the fat middle-aged man to the depths of the factory. As they walked, they asked the fat man about the situation in this area and the world. The fat man is afraid of death and answers all questions.
Don't kill me. I'm just a little guy.
Through his words and the information the female robot got from the TV, the true appearance of this world gradually emerged. There is no specific concept of country on this planet. In other words, there used to be one, but it was later replaced by private enterprise. Before the arrival of the Zerg, the entire world had been divided up by the 5 major groups, and all the people at the bottom lived under the control of the 5 major groups. All the property on this planet belongs to the 5 major groups. Even the air. Ordinary people need money to breathe and speak, so they can only work hard for the 5 major groups to earn daily breathing fees, sunshine fees, speaking fees, etc. All kinds of expenses seem absurd to the doctor and the female robot, but they have been engraved in the bones of the people at the bottom of this world and cannot be changed. The doctor felt dizzy after hearing this.
What kind of weird world? You have to pay for breathing?
Chapter 296, A Promise. It sounds like the technological level of this world is indeed not very high. Then why can they see through the stealth of the spacecraft?
This survey ship is indeed a bit old, but its stealth ability is not something that ordinary living planets can see through.
The doctor is very confident in this aspect. Through questioning the obese middle-aged man, the doctor learned the details. The person who shot down the survey ship was one of the 5 major groups in charge of this area. They imprisoned a special kind of Zerg that could emit energy waves, and trained the kind of Zerg to monitor the sky and guard against possible Zerg air attacks. Therefore, the doctor was not discovered by the technology of this world, but by bugs.
I see.
The doctor understood that this time he was not wronged. Maybe it's because his adventures have been relatively stable recently, and he wasn't prepared enough. He was too reckless and almost lost his life here. The fat man they caught was just a small supervisor in the group, responsible for managing this area, and his status was not high. The higher-ups in the group already knew the news. Before long, they will face a more powerful pursuit.
How should we hide next?
The doctor was worried because there were only 3 hours left before the 24th hour, and the enemy's pursuers might come at any time. At this time, he and the female robot had reached the depths of the factory. As expected, a large number of bugs and living humans were imprisoned here. Everything was bloody as far as the eye could see. The cruel experiments tortured many people to the point of death. The wailing sounds were intertwined, as if coming from H.L.
None of these people are going to survive.
The doctor sighed.
The genes of bugs are like cancer, destroying their bodies all the time. Once exposed, it is irreversible. I heard there are successful cases,
said the female robot.
Yes, I've heard that too. But it's just a rumor. Imperial law prohibits such experiments.
The doctor shook his head gently.
Once ordinary people are exposed to it, they can hardly survive for more than 3 days. It is said that psychic creatures can last longer.
Those cages and experimental benches were filled with wailing mutated humans. They were twisted in pain and looked like ghosts. And they were not even conscious. Rather than letting them continue to suffer, it would be better to give them a happy death. Anyway, you will die in the end. If they are released, they may pose a threat to the lives of ordinary people during the last period of their lives when they are delirious. The doctor and the female robot took guns, one at a time, and began to quickly clean up the bugs and mutated humans in the cage. Bang bang dash. Gunshots rang out one after another, and the roars of insects and the wails of humans deep in the factory gradually became smaller. The smell of blood in the air became stronger. Fresh corpses fell to the ground, and thick blood spattered along the wounds. The smell was so strong that an ordinary person would definitely not be able to accept it. Fortunately, the doctor has experienced a lot over the years, and is almost immune to bloody and scary things. Without such a strong mind, he would not have been able to fight against frequent hallucinations and headaches for so many years. When the doctor got to the last cage, the human in the cage suddenly made a painful plea.
No, don't kill me. My wife is still waiting for me at home. I want to go home. Are you still conscious?
The doctor was stunned and temporarily put down the gun in his hand. The man in the cage raised his head and saw the face of a thin man with an unshaven beard. With fear in his eyes, he begged,
Please, Please, let me go. I just want to go home. You are about to lose your mind and become a monster. Going home will only harm your family, the doctor said. No, I didn't.
The man shook his head in panic, hurriedly exposed his hands and feet, and took off his tattered clothes. He pointed to his intact skin and said hurriedly,
Look, I didn't become a monster. I'm different from those people. Strange. Didn't this person become an experimental subject?
The female robot also came over. Many of the humans they had just dealt with had mutated, were crazy and unconscious, and looked and behaved the same as monsters in plasma horror movies. But the man in front of him had a clear mind, and all parts of his body were normal. Maybe he was lucky. And the doctor's accident happened before he was treated as a test subject?
Yes. I am not being experimented on. Please let me go.
The man looked flustered and his voice was hoarse as he kept pleading. If it was really what he said, it would be okay to let him go. But the doctor did not simply listen to his words. Instead, he said to the female robot beside him,
Ask the fat man. Doctor, you are also fat.
The female robot replied calmly.
What do I call fat?
The doctor glared.
After living in space for a long time, normal people will develop edema. You are a mechanical life. How can you understand the troubles of a flesh and blood life like me? Maybe.
The female robot turned around, patted the obese middle-aged man with a gun in her hand, and asked in the language of this planet,
Is this person in the cage an experimental subject? Yes.
The obese middle-aged man didn't dare to hide it, and nodded repeatedly.
He just conducted the experiment today. No. He is special.
The obese middle-aged man immediately explained.
He has been undergoing the experiment for more than 7 days. But he is lucky and is not dead yet. More than 7 days?
The female robot was stunned. Next to him, the doctor who heard this was also shocked and started to look at the people in the cage again. For ordinary people to conduct this kind of experiment, the outcome is almost certain death. Just like the one Su Xia rescued in the Coral City laboratory before. They rarely survive for 72 hours. Mercer has been experimenting underground in Coral City for many years, and only recently produced more than 20 living semi-finished products. The man in the cage not only survived the first 3 days, but his body also showed little change. Could this be the chosen one? The doctor frowned and said to the man,
You just lied to me. I just want to go home.
The man begged.
I have a normal job, and my wife is still waiting for me at home. I was sold here. She must have thought I was missing. Your situation is unique,
the female robot said to him.
Even if there is no change now, there may be problems in the future. It's okay if you are sane. Once you become confused, your wife and other family members may die in your hands.
Hearing this, the look of panic and fear on the man's face became even greater. He shook his head in pain and grabbed his hair with both hands. He looked a little flustered and didn't know what to do. The doctor and the female robot looked at each other. Time was tight now, and they couldn't waste time here. The female robot asked him,
Can you find us a place to hide? Yes, I can.
Hearing this, the man seemed to have found a glimmer of hope and hurriedly raised his head to answer. The female robot continued,
In that case, I can let you out first, and you can hide us. Yes, but you said,
My body.
The person next to me is the top doctor of a powerful empire in the starry sky,
the female robot said calmly.
As long as you help us return to the starry sky, we will find a way to develop an antidote for you. This is great.
The man looked at the doctor, and there was some light in his cloudy eyes. Immediately afterwards, the female robot grabbed the lock on the cage, pulled hard, and broke the lock with a click. She opened the cage and took the man out. The doctor found the man's identity information on the experimental table nearby, and discovered a series of experimental data through the identity information. The fat man didn't lie to them. This man had been an experimental subject for more than 7 days.
Alan? Your name is Alan?
The doctor looked at the man's identity information and asked.
Yes. My name is Alan.
The man replied hurriedly.
He is actually a mechanical engineer. And he is also a talented person. He is actually sold here.
The doctor hurriedly browsed through the identity information on the file, and couldn't help but sigh.
I was sold here by a friend.
Alan shrank his neck. His body was thin, stooped and sickly. He had obviously suffered a lot during this period, and he looked completely different from the photo in the identity information. He is indeed a senior mechanical engineer in one of the 5 major groups. He used to have a good status and a happy family. If nothing else happened, he should have been a master in his entire life, and would never have come to this area full of poor and low-income people. But accidents and tomorrow will always come. Or they may come together. Just because of a small competition for a position. He was knocked unconscious by a friend with a stick. When he woke up, he was already in the factory.
Tell me, how can we avoid being hunted by the high-level group?
The female robot asked him.
You are an experimental subject now, and you are no longer a human in their eyes. If you betray us, your own fate will not be the same. Better off. I understand. Don't worry.
Alan understands his situation. He can only cooperate with the doctor now. As a native of this world, he knows this place better than the two doctors. And he does know how to hide.
Let's go to the chaotic area. We should be able to hide there for 10 days. Okay. Tell me a safe route.
The female robot already has a map of the world in her mind. And she needs the route to deduce the probability of various events. The chaos zone refers to the area bordering the two races, the human race and the Zerg race. It is a long, winding line that separates the two races like a national border. In that kind of area, there are not only poor people living at the bottom, but also insects that may appear at any time. There may even be humans parasitized by bugs. Some chaotic areas are hundreds of kilometers wide, with internal chaos and dangers. Even the 5 major groups dare not extend too much power to such areas. Now the two races are in a stalemate. If too much force is invested on the border, it may lead to a new round of war.
Following this route, we should be able to avoid most pursuits.
Alan's voice was a little hoarse as he stated his planned route.
Okay, let's go!
The female robot quickly deduced it and felt that it was okay. So she casually threw a weapon to Alan. Then, she shot the obese middle-aged man to death. Before leaving, she left behind a pile of delayed detonation bombs. After doing all this, the 3 people quickly escaped from the factory. First returned to the garbage dump where they had been hiding, and took out the entire set of power armor. The doctor put on the armor and moved faster, holding Alan directly in his hand.
Let's go!
Following the established route, the 3 of them fled. Not far away, there was a violent explosion from the factory in the distance. Smoke billowing, and flames soaring into the sky, which could be seen from a distance. 3 hours passed quickly. It stands to reason that the mothership suspended outside this planet should also send an unmanned ship down to look for the doctor. But the doctor didn't receive any information, and his heart sank. And he said,
"The situation is not good. The unmanned ship that came to look for us may have been shot down. Escape to the chaos area first, and then talk. Good."
The power of pursuit was behind them, and the 3 of them did not dare to stop and continued to flee towards their destination. It wasn't until that night that they arrived at the outskirts of the chaotic area. The soil in this area is poorer. Like the barren Gobi Desert, they saw some human gatherings, but did not stop. They set off deeper, and did not stop outside a smaller gathering place until 3 in the morning.
It should be safe enough here.
The doctor took off his armor and packed each armor module in a dusty cloth bag. The female robot put on a dark yellow robe, a hood and a mask to disguise her identity. Outside the gathering place, the wind and sand roared, and the land was desolate. A group of 3 people entered this gathering place at night, with Alan coming forward. They rented an old wooden house with a basement in the edge area.
Just hide here for the next few days, and wait until the mothership finds us.
The doctor leaned against the wooden door of the basement, and let out a long sigh of relief. But the female robot shook her head slightly.
It's not safe here yet. There is something deep underground. Zerg? Well, there are slight vibrations under the ground in the entire area caused by the movement of the Zerg. It seems that the Zerg are already planning to cross the mixed zone and look for opportunities to attack areas controlled by humans. The peace of this planet is about to be broken, and a racial war is expected to break out soon. But these have nothing to do with the doctor. He just wants to return to the mothership safely. He drank some cold water and ate half a piece of dry bread to fill his stomach. Want something to eat? The doctor handed the other half of the dry bread to Alan. Thanks. Alan took the dry bread. He had been tortured in the factory and had been on the run for most of the day. Now he was almost at his limit. The dry bread in front of me seemed more valuable than ever. He took a bite, but before he could chew it, his expression changed and he spat out the food in a panic. What's wrong with my teeth? Alan's face was pale, staring at the pair of mixture he spat out, which contained several blackened teeth. Seeing this scene, the doctor and the female robot were startled and immediately took out their weapons. Alan, calm down, the doctor shouted. Obviously, Alan began to change. No, it shouldn't be like this. Alan was panic-stricken,
dropped the bread in his hand, took a few steps back in panic, and hit the wall behind him. He grabbed his hair painfully, but felt a pain in his fingers. Putting his hands in front of his eyes, he looked carefully and saw that the nails on his 10 fingers had begun to fall off.
No! No! I can't become a monster!
Alan looked at the doctor with despair in his eyes, almost pleading.
If you want to save me, you must save me. My wife is still waiting for me at home. She has done it.
Wait for me to go back for dinner. Calm down. I will definitely save you.
The doctor and the female robot looked at each other. If Aaron becomes delirious now, they have no choice but to shoot him dead. Fortunately, the current mutation has not affected Alan's sanity, and he can still understand the words of the two people.
Okay. I'll calm down. Calm down.
Alan leaned against the corner, his lips trembling, and he covered his head in pain. This kind of mutation is too complicated and cannot be traced.
Even Dr. Agar doesn't know how long he can persist, and what he will become in the end.
Well,
the doctor had no choice but to sigh softly. The next few days were torture every day. Although the 5 major groups did not dare to send too much force into the chaotic area, they still sent a small group of soldiers. Yesterday, a group of soldiers hurriedly passed by. People here just know they are looking for something, but they don't know exactly what they are looking for. In the basement, Alan's face became paler and paler. He had been huddled in the corner, trembling all over. His clothes were wet with painful sweat, and he kept muttering,
I will not become a monster. I will not become a monster.
The doctor and the female robot have been keeping an eye on his situation. Both of them were surprised by this indigenous man's tenacious willpower. It was so rare that one might not be able to find one among millions of people. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he persisted, his body was still changing. His arms had turned dark brown, and the skin had become hard and wrinkled. Over time, this change is almost irreversible. 72 hours have long passed, and the mothership's automatic response system has been upgraded. It stands to reason that more unmanned ships will be looking for them. During this time, the two of them were paying attention to Alan and observing the surrounding situation. At noon on the 4th day, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant horizon.
Boom!
The doctor and the female robot went out to check. With surprise on their faces, it was a small unmanned ship. They finally arrived. On the ground, the doctor's face only appeared for a moment before it was read by the unmanned ship and matched successfully.
It's coming!
Even the female robot had a smile on her face. Although the name is an unmanned ship, there is enough space inside, so it is no problem to take away the doctor and the female robot. However, almost the next moment, 2 teams of soldiers belonging to the 5 major groups appeared around this gathering area. They drove rough off-road vehicles, with smoke billowing from behind, and rushed toward the gathering area. Some of them held a loudspeaker and shouted,
Alien creatures, put down the weapons in your hands.
There are instructions above that they must capture several aliens alive in order to obtain all the knowledge in their minds. This was followed by several gunshots.
Bang! Bang!
The bullet struck the soil near the cabin, sending dust flying. The doctor didn't react in time and was shot twice. His right arm and leg were broken, and he fell to the ground. The doctor's face turned pale in pain, and he was sweating. The purpose of those people was obvious: to incapacitate the doctor and the female robot and prevent them from boarding the ship. Others fired at unmanned ships in the sky in an attempt to shoot them down.
Doctor, how are you?
The female robot was regretful. She didn't block the 2 shots just now.
It's okay. It's just a broken arm and leg. I'm hissing.
The doctor tried to stand up, but the severe pain almost made him convulse, making even basic movements difficult. Time is running out now, and the situation is critical. It's reached the final moment. Once caught, they may have to stay on this planet for the rest of their lives.
You go back first,
the doctor shouted anxiously to the female robot.
After you return to the mothership, find a chance to come back and save me.
No,
I'll take you with me.
The female robot was very stubborn. She stood in front of the doctor and blocked several bullets for him with her body. Their mothership is only used for exploration and tourism, and does not have strong attack power at all. If the doctor is imprisoned or hidden by the 5 major groups, the female robot will have no choice but to return to the star field ruled by the Empire to retrieve rescue troops. But this place is too far away from the Imperial Star territory, and it takes 2 or 3 years to come and go.
Listen to me. You go first.
The doctor was so anxious that he gritted his teeth and pushed the female robot away. If you don't leave, both of you will be left here, and it will be really over. At this moment, Alan's voice suddenly came from the cabin.
You guys, hurry up and I'll help you stop them. Alan, are you still awake?
The doctor heard this and looked at the door of the cabin. The next moment, the wooden door opened with a bang, and a tall humanoid armor walked out. Alan. He actually put on the doctor's power armor. The armor's firepower was fully opened. Bullets and energy bombs were fired in a volley, whizzing towards the group's soldiers in front, suppressing them in an instant.
You guys hurry up. This mecha doesn't have much ammunition left. I can't suppress it for long.
Alan's face was pale, and his head was covered with sweat. He endured the pain of the mutation and shouted at the two doctors. Ahead, not far away, the unmanned ship has slowly landed.
Good.
The female robot immediately picked up the doctor. She only cared about the doctor's safety, and did not care about the life or death of the native. But the doctor felt guilty. He knew that Alan had put all his hopes on him. But he knew nothing about this aspect of the experiment. How can this mutation be reversed and Alan become human again? The doctor had no idea what to do.
No, we can't leave him. Doctor, we have no choice now.
The female robot didn't even look back, and ran towards the ship with the seriously injured doctor in her arms. After the unmanned ship landed, the female robot received a very bad news.
There are flying Zerg creatures approaching the mothership. We must drive the mothership away immediately after returning.
What? The doctor's expression changed. After returning to the mothership, couldn't he even come back to look for Alan? From behind, Alan gritted his teeth and output firepower, suppressing the soldiers of the 5 major groups. He turned around and shouted,
Let's go! Let's go quickly! I can still hold them back. Alan, I'll be back.
The doctor endured the severe pain and shouted,
3 years. I promise. 3 years at most. I will definitely come back and turn you back into a human.
Chapter 297. What's the price?
Buzz?
Sharp tinnitus suddenly appeared. The tearing headache came again, as if someone was hammering the skull with a chisel from the inside and outside. This is a pain that is difficult for ordinary people to understand and imagine. It is accompanied by various noisy and disorderly strange sounds, including children's cries and women's screams, mixed with terrifying tinnitus, like shrill screams from countless weird worlds. Howl. In severe pain, Su Xia's eyes darkened. The chaos just now, with mechas, unmanned ships, etc., seemed like the tide receding rapidly, leaving only darkness. He seemed to be sinking into the boundless sea water, his body sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness without light. The tinnitus gradually went away, and coldness and deathly silence surrounded Su Xia. He was unable to struggle, and could only barely open his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been sinking, but a vague halo of light suddenly appeared in the dark world below him. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly not a halo, but a huge open eye, like an evil spirit in an ancient civilization, hiding in the deep seabed, staring at Su Xia, who, the sound of suppressed breathing floated on the bottom of the sea, as if coming from the netherworld. The owner of that eye suddenly opened his mouth. There were no fangs in the mouth, only a dark and strange abyss with no bottom visible, as if it was about to swallow the entire world, which was terrifying. Tentacles as black as ink spread out from the abyss-like mouth, twisted and weird, like squirming parasites, wrapping around the falling Su Xia. Until then, Su Xia finally realized the problem.
Wrong!
His eyes narrowed and he looked around. This is not an hallucination caused by normal psychic potions. In fact, the psychically induced hallucinations ended the moment Dr. Egger's story ended. Su Xia has completed normal promotion. What he is sinking into now is another illusion, or an illusion created by another creature. It's just that this hallucination was too real, and it didn't stop. It was as if the hallucination caused by the psychic potion was not over yet, and it almost caught Su Xia. Fortunately, he had become a level 5 creature, and his perception was much sharper than before, and he noticed something was wrong.
Zerg creature!
Su Xia shouted coldly.
If you want to talk about something, just reveal yourself. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Commander, calm down.
A deep voice came from the darkness. Ethereal, distant and near. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding seawater, monsters, tentacles, etc. disappeared one after another, like faded drawing boards, and the entire illusory world collapsed in the blink of an eye. The illusion disappears, and reality emerges. Su Xia's real body is in the warehouse he chose before. There were no lights on in the warehouse, and it was pitch black. He was lying on a soft old sofa. On the long table in front of the sofa were more than 100 empty potions. In the hallucination world just now, Su Xia's senses were blinded, as if she had walked into a fog, and she almost couldn't distinguish it. Now that he was back to reality, the whole world became clear in an instant. He could hear the slight sound of wind outside the warehouse, and he could also distinguish the voices of soldiers standing guard in the distance. He could even feel the soft sound of fallen leaves separating from branches in the jungle further away. Level 5 creatures are so powerful that they seem to be out of the realm of normal humans. At the door of the warehouse stood an octopus with 8 claws. Haidar.
It's really you.
Just now, when Su Xia saw those tentacles in the hallucination, she thought of Haidar. This guy's illusions are indeed powerful. But there is a very serious problem. Every time he uses illusions, he will subconsciously create images of tentacles and tentacles. If you know him well enough, you can escape from this simple illusion as soon as possible.
Commander, we meet again.
One of Haidar's tentacles waved twice in front of him, as if to salute.
It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Commander, I hope you are well. Is something wrong?
Su Xia looked at him calmly. Although the ugly clone chatted a lot with Haidar, the main body still had to pretend not to be familiar with it. Haidar said,
The last time we met, the commander was still unable to detect my illusion. But now we have come to this step. Congratulations to the commander. Congratulations for what?
Su Xia asked.
You are already a 5th level creature.
Haidar replied.
You're happy too, aren't you?
Su Xia asked him in a calm tone. Haidar said,
Yes, I am happy for the promotion to commander.
Su Xia shook her head.
No, you are just happy that I didn't see through your illusion.
Haidar was stunned and asked in confusion.
Why do you say that? The commander has seen through my illusion. Oh, is it so?
Su Xia's expression remained unchanged. She looked at him and asked,
Then what is this warehouse we are in? This is indeed a commander.
Haidar put 2 tentacles together and cupped Su Xia's hand, no longer arguing. Obviously Su Xia was right. Yes, the 2 of them are still in the illusion. The deep sea, eyes, monsters, etc. just now are the first level of illusion, the most superficial illusion. After Su Xia saw through it, he came to the 2nd level of illusion, which was the warehouse where he was. The octopus monster Haidar built an identical illusion world based on warehouses, sofas, tables, etc. in the real world, making Su Xia think he had woken up. In fact, everything is still under Haidar's control.
Disperse.
Haidar whispered a word, waved his tentacles, and the warehouse world shattered. The floor, long table, warehouse ceiling, etc. were like fragile mirrors, shattering and falling, turning into fragmented light spots, slowly disappearing into the darkness. Su Xia opened her eyes again. This time, he really returned to reality. He was lying on the soft sofa. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and the muscles in most of his body were in unbearable pain, as if he had been beaten. When he got up from the sofa, his brain was drowsy for a moment, and he felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling of dizziness. He is now strong and fragile, and the pain caused by the psychic potion injection has not completely dissipated. The tearing pain was still lingering in his mind, making his forehead ache, as if it would attack again at any time. Call. Su Xia took a few deep breaths, adjusted her body condition, and silently felt herself now. Haidar was still standing at the door, just like in the hallucination, revealing the appearance of an 8-clawed octopus.
The commander is very courageous and very lucky.
Haidar looked at the hundreds of empty psychic potions on the long table, and couldn't help but say something.
You are also very courageous. You dare to sneak into the Oasis camp alone, and use illusions.
Su Xia replied.
It's not difficult to sneak into the camp,
Haidar said truthfully.
If I had just forcibly broken your illusion, maybe you would have been left here today. I understand. A 5th level creature has also arrived in Dragon City.
Haidar knew that the old dean of the college was also here, just above the wreckage of the alien spacecraft not far away. Before he even sneaked into the camp, he felt the powerful aura of the old dean. In addition to the old dean, there are also many 4th level creatures with good strength. If he and Su Xia fight, the old dean will definitely join the fight. And the rest of the power in the Oasis camp is not a display, and may make him unable to eat. As a human race, you should fight the bugs as soon as you see them. Now he can still stand in the warehouse and chat with Su Xia purely because Su Xia gave him this opportunity.
Commander should know that the amount of psychic potion injected at one time should not exceed 3 at most.
Haidar rolled up an empty potion with his tentacles.
Furthermore, after the injection, it takes a long time to adapt before you can proceed. Second injection. Okay. I know.
Of course, Su Xia knew that there was a limit to what a person's body could bear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated before. But time waits for no one. So he takes a chance. The nanorobots left next to him will monitor his vital signs in real time. Once his physical signs are unstable, the nanorobots will forcefully wake him up. Speaking of which, the octopus monster Haidar is indeed very capable, and can actually deceive the nanorobots surrounding him.
Every promotion is a test of life and death.
Haidar put down the potion and said,
There have been people who took risks like the commander, trying to reach the sky in one step. But in the end they died silently due to the side effects of psychic energy. Tell me why you came. Don't waste time.
Su Xia sat on the sofa and looked at Haidar quietly.
Good.
Hearing this, Haidar stopped beating around the bush and asked directly,
Commander, do you want to become the Lord of Dragon City?
Su Xia understood what he meant and said calmly,
If I want to. I have my own means and don't need the help of the Zerg. Our power can help you become the master of Dragon City faster. So what's the price? It's just that a few senior officials of Dragon City will be parasitized by us.
Haidar's words were sincere, and he indeed came with the idea of cooperation. But the concept of Zerg is always a little different from that of humans. In his eyes, in order to defeat the machine race, any Zerg individual except the Queen can make sacrifices. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would not hesitate too much. Letting them parasitize a few high-level officials of Dragon City can indeed quickly pave the way for Su Xia to become the Lord of Dragon City. It only requires the sacrifice of a few humans. But Su Xia didn't think so, and just said calmly,
Please come back. Commander, think about it again.
Haidar did not give up and continued.
When I passed by the wreckage just now, I heard the quarrel between the Dragon City Academy and the Research Institute. It is already 5 o'clock in the morning, and they are still arguing. The efficiency of their work is really difficult. If you don't accept it properly, it will be difficult for the insect to accept it. It's already 5 o'clock in the morning.
Su Xia frowned slightly. He entered the warehouse yesterday evening, before the sun had completely set. This promotion took too long, but it was all worth it. Now, he finally had the confidence to confront Mercer head-on. Even if you can't beat him, you still have the ability to escape.
What do you think, Commander?
Haidar said to Su Xia.
From a small perspective, the quarrels here can fully show how they behave in Dragon City on weekdays. Noisy and Noisy will never find a way out. Dragon City needs a strong enough person to integrate all the forces. Otherwise, humanity in this area will only become weaker and weaker. Well, that's true.
Su Xia did not deny it. He thought so too. But he still rejected Haidar and said,
This is the human race's own business, and there is no need for the Zerg race to intervene.
Haidar said,
Commander may have concerns, but we have no other ideas. We just want to help you unify Dragon City, with your qualifications and power. Even if you go to Dragon City, not many people will be willing to listen.
There is some truth in his words. Judging from the current situation, even if Su Xia becomes the Lord of Dragon City, not many people will obey him. People in Longcheng are inherently arrogant and always feel that they are superior to others. They often regard themselves as leaders of the human race, and have always looked down upon the leaders of the resistance in small places, like Su Xia. Only a few other people from the main human city can treat them as equals. After this rescue incident, many people in Longcheng should have a different view of Su Xia. But not much. Maybe only the academic school can make more changes.
The Lord of Dragon City does not need to be me.
Su Xia has no intention of becoming the Lord of Dragon City for the time being. Managing a pharmacy is already enough for him. The ugly clone has to manage 2 insect nests in the wilderness. The 2 insect nest lord creatures, Xiongda and Xiong'er, have never been convinced by him. He is so busy with all kinds of affairs, big and small, that his brain almost shuts down every day. He planned to go to Dragon City to observe for a while, when he had time to see the specific situation of Dragon City. If possible, it would be best for the current Lord of Dragon City to secure that position, Haidar said.
If someone else takes that seat, the status quo of Dragon City will not change. Does the Zerg really want to interfere in Dragon City's affairs?
Su Xia asked him.
That's not the case. We just want a strong enough ally. Go back and tell your queen that there is no need for foreign intervention in the affairs of the human race.
Su Xia looked at him calmly.
Mind your own affairs first. I heard that many lord creatures in the insect nest want to escape the control of the queen. Okay. I will convey it to Her Majesty the Queen.
Haidar nodded and backed away slowly. His body began to disappear, like thick ink blending into the darkness. making him look very powerful. At the same time, he continued,
Commander, please consider my suggestions more. There are some things that cannot be changed by personal power. The wheel of fate will not stop turning. The day will come when our two races will fight side by side.
After saying that, he disappeared completely, leaving only the last words echoing in the empty warehouse. Su Xiao leaned on the sofa and closed her eyes, sensing carefully. But she couldn't feel any trace of Haidar's presence.
There's still a bit of a gap.
Obviously, Su Xiao's strength is still not as good as Haidar's. The opponent should be among the top 5 level creatures, and he is on the same level as Mercer. Just now, Su Xiao was able to see through the illusion, largely relying on the skill, Eye of Illusion. If it weren't for these eyes, he might have been trapped in hallucinations for much longer. Su Xiao rubbed her tired eyes, and couldn't help but think of everything she saw in the hallucination of the psychic potion. He opened his eyes, took out Dr. Agar's notebook from the storage space, and looked at it carefully by the light of a flashlight.
The doctor finally embarked on this cruel experimental path to save the indigenous man named Alan?
Su Xiao was half leaning on the sofa, browsing the contents of her notebook. This notebook only records the results and various ideas of the doctor's experiments, and does not mention a person named Alan. Just looking at this notebook, the doctor is obviously a little crazy and determined to create a so-called god. But how complex a person is, how can it be written in a notebook?
This notebook does not record any successful cases of turning monsters back into humans.
Su Xiao shook her head slightly.
It would be great if we could get more information related to Dr. Agar.
His elder brother Guan has now become a monster, and not even his legendary father can do anything about it. Perhaps, is this kind of reversal simply impossible to achieve? Did the man named Alan finally wait for the doctor to save him? Chapter 298 Recruitment. Crunch. Su Xiao pushed open the door of the warehouse, and the cold wind in the early morning blew in her face, with thin mist in the wind. It was already 5:30, and the campground was brightly lit. The soldier standing guard yawned in the big tree, rubbed his eyes, and continued to observe the surrounding situation. At the foot of the mountain not far from the camp, on both sides of the chasm, the Dragon City team set up temporary tents in camouflage colors. It was getting cold, and a bonfire was lit outside the tent. The flames flickered, the drywood crackled, and a few sparks occasionally spattered. Above one of the piles of flames stood a huge iron pot. The green vegetable and lean meat porridge is boiling in the iron pot, with wisps of white mist floating in the pot, and the aroma is overflowing.
Gulu! Gulu! Gulu!
The meat porridge in the pot was bubbling, and the vegetable leaves were mixed with lean meat residue and oil residue, and they were rolling. Sprinkle a handful of salt, then sprinkle some dried and chopped shiitake mushrooms. Stir a few times. It will be fragrant, soft and mouth-watering.
Breakfast is not bad.
Su Xiao came to this area, found a small log and sat down next to the fire, waiting for the porridge to be cooked. The porridge cook was a young scholar from the Longshan Academy. Seeing Su Xiao's arrival, he immediately smiled and said, "Lo,
Mr. Beifeng. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work."
Su Xiao responded with a smile and stretched her hands by the fire to roast them. In the early morning, the temperature in the mountain forest was quite low. It was now close to 0. The surrounding Dragon City members were all wearing thick clothes. Psychic creatures are indeed more resistant to freezing than ordinary people, but they are not fools. There is no need to suffer the cold innocently. They should dress as warmly as possible. The two factions have not yet come to a conclusion in their dispute, and many people have not slept all night. Su Xiao was sitting by the fire, and could hear the quarrel coming from the tent not far away.
I have been arguing all night, and my voice is not hoarse. It is really powerful.
Su Xiao took a sip of warm water to moisten her throat. He heard the voice of the old dean, an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was more energetic than the young people. His voice was powerful and overwhelming, and his vigorous life was like a blazing furnace. Su Xiao didn't want to argue with him, so she just sat here and listened leisurely. After a while, the fragrant lean meat porridge was ready. Su Xiao asked for a bowl, sat by the fire and drank slowly, feeling warm all over. After finishing the drink, she was still unsatisfied, so she asked for another bowl.
The craftsmanship is good. Does the college also teach cooking skills?
He asked the young scholar with a smile.
Yes, this is one of the required courses,
the young scholar replied.
The teacher said that our generation may have a chance to end the war. When the war is over, if we can't find a way to make a living, it would be good to be a cook. Okay, chefs are not at risk of losing their jobs. Yeah, That makes sense.
Su Xia blew on the hot air in the bowl. And Gula drank a few sips. The fragrant warmth flowed down the esophagus and warmed all the way to the stomach, dissipating a lot of the fatigue caused by the previous promotion to a 5th-level creature. After drinking, Su Xia stood up and stretched in the morning breeze. His psychic level has now reached level 5.1, and his strength has made a qualitative leap. As long as he does not encounter level 6 creatures or large-scale legions, he can basically run rampant on this planet. The improvement in strength gave Su Xia more confidence.
Mr. Beifeng, do you want to communicate with the teachers and the others?
The young scholar asked him.
No. I still have something to do. Let's communicate again after a while.
Su Xia smiled and shook his head, taking advantage of the rare personal time now. He had to go back to the old station of the Oasis camp to take a look. He looked up into the distance. The sky was still dark with darkness, and 2 or 3 stars were faintly visible. After saying hello, Su Xia left the area. He put on a complete black mecha, turned on the power of the armor, flew into the sky with a bang, and soon disappeared at the end of the vast sky. The speed of pure flight is very fast, even if you use the energy-saving mode of the mecha. It only takes a few hours to reach the old station. If it was purely walking, it would probably take 3 or 4 days of walking in the vast mountains and forests. Hosted mode. Su Xia clicked on the bracelet, selected this mode, and then logged off, letting the body fly slowly under the management of the bracelet. If he encounters a problem, the bracelet will remind him at any time. The time here on Earth is the same. It's already past 6 in the morning. Snoring. Hoo-hoo. The snores in the dormitory came one after another, each one getting louder than the other, like a group of walruses competing for mating. Su Xia got up from the bed, picked up her phone, opened the chat software and looked at the message. Many strangers added him, and most of the comments were gaming friends. He found the names of Bing Lei, North, Broken Sword, Red Beauty and others, and clicked to agree one by one. In the dormitory group, Room Chief Yuan Shushua left him a message.
Brother Su, don't forget the interview tomorrow afternoon. There will be a party in the evening.
This sentence was left last night, and the interview time is this afternoon. Today is the weekend. Su Xia patted her head and almost forgot about it. Since he started playing games, he no longer pays attention to what day it is every day, and he has never been to the library. Even when the teacher comes to class, he invites someone to go. From a normal perspective, he is considered a delinquent who is addicted to games. Su Xia got out of bed and planned to go to the cafeteria to have breakfast again. But before he left, he saw 2 bouquets of red flowers on his table. Next to the 2 bouquets of flowers was the crooked handwriting of roommate Lady Fu.
Brother Su, there is a freshman girl who asked me to give flowers to you. The numbers below are her contact information. She is very beautiful. Look.
Let's do it, said good brothers are not single. Su Xia found an empty 2.5L beverage bottle in the dormitory, tore off the outer packaging, took out the scissors, and cut it into 2 pieces. Then, he turned on the faucet, filled some transparent half-drink bottles with some tap water, put 2 bouquets of flowers inside, and finally placed them on the windowsill. The dormitory has always been very dull. A few roommates only play games and sleep. It would be nice to have some other colors to add some life. After doing all this, Su Xia put on her coat, put on her headphones, turned around and went out. He was about to choose 2 songs when he accidentally discovered that there were several text messages that he had not read. One of the text messages was a transfer message. His personal bank card received a transfer of more than 100,000 yuan. And the note was the monthly bonus of Bikini Castle Studio. Several roommates have already registered the names of Bikini Castle Studio. So when transferring money, it will be shown that this month's bonus has reached 6 figures. In fact, if there were only 6 of them sharing the accounts, the money shared from the game could be even more. However, the director considered the funds needed to build the alliance in the future, so he allocated part of it as public funds. The same is true for the other studio teams in the alliance. Some contribute more, some contribute less, and more or less all contribute a sum of money as public funds. When Su Xia saw the transfer information, she felt a little surprised. He was not surprised by the over 100,000 yuan. After all, he knew the monthly turnover of the pharmacy very well. He was just surprised.
Bitchberg Studio. These 6 words were not registered by others in advance.
After eating, Su Xia returned to the dormitory. It was already past 7 in the morning, and several brothers in the dormitory were still sleeping. He looked at the chat messages from last night and found that they had been chatting until about 4 in the morning. They would probably sleep until noon before getting up. After lunch, they rushed to the Blizzard Company building in the city center for an interview. Su Xia returned to the bed, closed the bed curtain, and lay down smoothly. Start up, pressing the switch of the bracelet. A familiar sense of electricity came. Su Xia's vision went dark. Her body felt light and airy, and there was a suction force coming from behind, as if her soul had been sucked into the time and space tunnel. After waking up, he was still in the mecha. Nothing happened while the bracelet was in charge. This body was flying quickly in the sky wearing the mecha. Hoo-hoo. The wind outside the mecha blew loudly. A glimmer of light has appeared on the horizon of this world. Dawn has arrived. Not long after, the warm morning light spread from the end of the horizon to the mountains. The pale golden light swept through the mountains and jungles and shone on the pure black mecha, making it seem like the mecha was flying in a channel of golden light. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Xia saw the old station of the Oasis camp from a distance. Outside the station, countless novice players were diligently chopping down rats.
Crack! Click! Damn rat! You're going to die!
Many players, who were not used to the VR experience, were so dizzy that they almost vomited on the spot. The area around this camp is the best place for players of levels 1 to 15 to level up. Further outside, there is a leveling area for players of levels 15 to 30. There are medium-level monsters such as
Jungle Mutated Wild Boar, Steelback Pangolin,
Evil Goblin, and Bloodthirsty Coyote. The areas further outside can only be explored by first-class players at this stage. If you keep walking outside, you can get out of the jungle and see the vast wilderness. The wilderness is full of high-level monsters. Even an inconspicuous little snake may kill the player. When the members of the Oasis camp were evacuated as a whole, a few people from each organization were left responsible for contact here. After that, the old station became the camp's bridgehead to the outside world. The Beifeng organization also left people behind. And the two brothers who were in charge of liaison during this period were Imo Zheng and Imo Zhan.
These two guys really know how to enjoy themselves.
Su Xia saw the two brothers from a distance. The two of them were lying at the door of the Beifeng organization's old headquarters, leisurely basking in the warm morning sun. Beside the two people, there were 7 or 8 players in their 30s and above. Some people were squeezing their shoulders. Some were rubbing their backs. And some were making tea for them.
Brother Imo, how are you? Are you comfortable?
A player pinching his shoulders asked with a smile, his tone full of flattery.
Yes. Not bad.
Imo Zheng raised his eyebrows and shook his shoulders, his face full of satisfaction. The player looked delighted and asked,
Brother Imo, when will you let me join the Beifeng organization? I have admired Boss Beifeng for a long time. There are legends about the boss everywhere in our world. I just want to see it with my own eyes.
Meet him. Don't be hasty. Young man, you can't be in a hurry. Yes, yes.
The man responded twice and continued to squeeze Imo Zheng's shoulders, treating it as a task. The two brothers did not treat them badly, although they were not guaranteed to be admitted into the Beifeng organization. They were given a few good weapons, enough to allow them to run rampant in the wild monster area for a while. It's normal for these players to want to meet Su Xia, because Su Xia can learn a key skill called
T and Affinity.
Here, this is a passive skill. Every time you kill a monster, you will get an extra portion of titanium particles. Among the large number of players, only the first batch of players who came to the Oasis camp, that is, the players who defeated the insect swarm together, learned this skill. Players who come after that will have no place to study. This skill did not have much effect in the early stage, but recently, the effect has gradually become apparent. The first batch of players in the Oasis camp have always occupied the first echelon of mainstream players, and their levels have never dropped. The current #1 player in the world is in the Oasis camp. The player's name is Lin Shan, and he is already level 41. There are many legends about this.
First player.
On the forum, some people say that he was the first player to enter the Oasis camp, triggering unexpected rewards, and having a hidden affinity bonus in the NPC camp. Some people also say that he is the only player disciple accepted by Commander Beifeng, and he has many skills for killing monsters quickly. Many people asked under Lin Shan's forum account, but Lin Shan only replied with the simple 4 words, "I'm lucky." Others don't know, but Lin Shan knows that he is indeed lucky. Following Su Xia in the early stage, he gained a lot of benefits. During this period, as the leader of the 100 intern players in the Beifeng organization, he has always ensured that the entire team's level is at the forefront of the first echelon. He led everyone to open up Wasteland, explore new maps, and defeat various boss-level creatures. He performed his duties diligently and conscientiously. Even the two brothers Imo Zhang and Imo Zhan were deeply impressed by him. That guy named Lin Shan works hard and dares to fight and take risks. He is recognized by the commander. Imo Zhang took a sip of tea and said, "Since you want to join the Beifeng organization, you can go and talk to him more. We have already talked about it." But Brother Lin said that he has no choice but to recruit only 100 people now. 100 people? This is a fixed number. If Su Xia doesn't speak up, no one in the Beifeng organization has the right to expand their recruitment. After all, players are not from this world. They are very unstable and prone to being greedy like Sajideo.
By the way, why hasn't the commander come back?
A player asked.
Has he forgotten this place and concentrated on running the new station? No. Commander is just too busy recently.
The two brothers, Imo Zhang and Imo Zhan, knew what happened at the new station, but they involved secrets and would not tell them to the undead in another world. Therefore, even Lin Shan did not know what exactly happened. Some people in the 100-person player team led by Lin Shan also raised the same question.
Brother Lin, are you saying that Boss Beifeng has forgotten about us?
A player asked when returning to the camp to repair equipment.
Don't think too much.
Lin Shan wiped his long knife.
Didn't those two NPCs say that the commander is very busy recently?
In fact, Lin Shan himself had no idea. The only thing he can do is to try his best to lead this team and wait for Su Xia's next appearance. At this moment, in the distant mountain forest, a player suddenly shouted,
"Look! What a big eagle! No! It's a robot! Damn it! The machine tribe is coming! Prepare a white flag to surrender! What the HL? Do you have French ancestry?"
Su Xia flew too high and was completely covered in darkness. From a distance, she looked like a small black dot. After descending some heights, the players could see his general appearance clearly. Many new players thought that the Machine Clan was coming. They had only entered the game not long ago and were not ready to be involved in a racial war.
No, it's not the Machine Tribe. It's Commander Beifeng from the promotional video.
Someone suddenly shouted.
What? Is it really him?
Hearing this, some people raised their heads in surprise, while others silently put down the small white flags in their hands. When Su Xia flew close, everyone could see clearly. Not a machine race, but a set of black mecha.
It's him! It's him! It's him!
Countless cheers soon spread around the camp, and many people ran towards the center of the camp. Some players even stopped killing half of the monsters. Everyone knows that this person cannot come here in vain. He must have come with a goal. Is he here to recruit new people? Can I learn skills from him? With these thoughts in mind, the players quickly rushed over, and the area around the camp soon became crowded with people. Only an area in front of the Beifeng organization's old station was still empty.
Buzz!
Su Xia adjusted the power of the mecha and fell from the sky very fast, landing like a superhero. Chapter 299 Fulfilling Promises. Returning to the old station. The scenes of the past seemed like yesterday. At first, a level 3 parasite could make Su Xia sleepless and uneasy. The subsequent insect nest crisis was even more troublesome for him, and he almost didn't even leave the novice village. Times have changed. Things have changed and people have changed. Su Xia still remembers most of the players who fought with him against the bugs. Now when I landed on the ground, I saw all the unfamiliar faces in front of me. Some were over 30 levels. Some were over 20 levels, or even over 10 levels. It was obvious that they all entered the game later. These players surrounded him. All of them looked excited. Someone jumped and shouted,
"Boss Beifeng! Look at me! I am your loyal fan. We even killed bugs together back then. Just accept me. I want to join Beifeng."
Su Xia glanced at the man and found that he was a novice of more than 10 levels. At such a low level. Have we ever killed bugs together? What a liar. Someone else shouted,
"Commander, I am also a fan of you. I have your posters on my bedside. Can you accept me this time? And me. Me. Commander, look at me. Don't squeeze in. Boss Beifeng, look this way."
Many players couldn't squeeze in, so they simply stood on the rooftops in the distance. Some people climbed up the big trees, shouted at the top of their lungs, and waved their hands. In front of the station, brothers Imo Zhang and Imo Zhan hurriedly stood up from their recliners, fearing that Su Xia would criticize them for their pursuit of pleasure. Of course, their enjoyment was not considered enjoyment in Su Xia's eyes. Su Xia was too lazy to criticize them and just asked,
"How is the situation here at the station?
Everything is normal.
As the elder brother, Emojing stood up and answered.
Since the incident at the joint camp, we have stepped up patrols around the area. So far, we have found no trace of the mechanical clan. Very good. Keep up the patrol intensity and don't slack off.
Su Xia ordered.
Yes. Where are the Zerg?
Su Xia asked again.
Are there any traces of the Zerg resurgence around? No. Everything is normal now. That's good.
The vitality of insects is extremely tenacious, and it left a big impression on Su Xia last time. This time the octopus monster Hydar appeared again, which also sounded the alarm for Su Xia. The Zerg race has great ambitions. This race was born with a greedy and predatory nature, which is difficult to control. If the Zerg had won the race war, perhaps the entire planet would now be riddled with holes, resources devoured, and insect nests everywhere. Thinking about that scene makes people shudder. Cooperating with the Zerg is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger.
Did the undead cause any trouble? No. The new undead are very sensible.
My younger brother Emojan said with a smile.
Just give them a small reward and they will be willing to run errands for us. They are simply cheap labor given by God.
The players have actually become cheap labor, which makes Su Xia not sure what to say. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed the case. Ask them to cut down trees in the real world, and they are reluctant to do so. But once they enter the game, these guys are more motivated than the others. Why does this happen? Su Xia thought for a while, and thought about the positive feedback mechanism of games. In games, as long as you work hard, you will be rewarded, and players can see their characters getting stronger little by little. This is not necessarily the case in the real world. Some people work hard for most of their lives, but in the end they just get nothing. If reality could be as beautiful as games, how many people would be willing to indulge in games? After all, everyone knows that the game is false after all, and all the good things are just a fantasy. Commander. While thinking, Su Xia suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the crowd. It's that guy Lin Shan. At this time, Lin Shan was leading his team members towards the core area. Titanium particles can enhance the body's physical strength. As the world's number one, Lin Shan is more powerful than other players. With the help of high-end equipment, he can force his way through the crowd.
Commander.
Commander. Lin Shan was panting and finally passed through the crowd. When he squeezed to the front, his face was almost deformed. Behind him, hundreds of outside player members of the Beifeng organization squeezed out.
Lin Shan.
Su Xia detached herself from the mecha, landed smoothly, and took a closer look. This young man has lived up to his training, and his hard work during this period is visible to the naked eye. According to some information on the forum, Lin Shan spends more than 15 hours in the game every day. It was as if the game world was the world he was born in, and the earth was just a temporary place to eat and sleep. When someone asked him why he was number one in the world, he just said he was lucky. But only enough hard work can deserve this kind of luck. It is said that several big companies offered him tens of millions of dollars to sign him as a platform anchor, but he rejected them all.
You did very well.
Su Xia looked at Lin Shan and praised him. Hearing the praise, Lin Shan felt excited and patted his chest and said,
Commander, you are lucky to have lived up to your command.
Behind him, none of the hundreds of external staff members were absent, and they were all present. When we first selected these 100 players, we chose the ones who could be online all day long. Even if they were not professional players, they were close. Today, among these 100 players, the lowest level has reached level 38, leading the first echelon of the entire game. You know, the current highest level director of the Bikini Castle team, Yuan Shuxia, is only level 39. Several roommates have benefited from Su Xia, and they can use potions without hesitation when leveling up. So they level up very quickly.
Have you been practicing and growing in the jungle recently?
Su Xia did not explain her purpose for the time being, but first asked about the current situation of these 100 people.
We are out of the jungle.
Lin Shan answered truthfully and recounted his experience during this period seriously. The level of his team is too high, and the jungle around the oasis camp can no longer satisfy them. The leveling speed here is too slow and will cause unnecessary trouble. After all, the 100 of them were also in the group photo of 500 people who defeated Inlan. Nowadays, that photo is spreading more and more widely, and their popularity is gradually increasing. Novice players often ask for photos with them, and many people ask for power leveling, which wastes a lot of their time.
We found an underground lair in the wilderness outside the camp. It was full of mutated monsters. We have now cleaned up the middle of the lair. The corpses of those mutated monsters are very valuable.
These 100 members, as well as Lin Shan, have made a lot of money recently. As a team that pioneers wastelands, they often get the first wave of resources in a new map, while subsequent players can only get their leftovers. In less than a month, everyone made tens of thousands, directly escaping poverty and becoming rich. There was a guy in the team who even quit his job as a security guard and devoted himself to opening up Wasteland with Lin Shan.
Well, good. Keep it up.
After listening to Lin Shan's report, Su Xian nodded slightly, very satisfied. Other players around were also listening. After listening, they all looked envious of having a senior team. It was different. Lin Shan's words further strengthened the idea of these players to join the Beifeng organization. Even the pure newcomers whose level has not exceeded level 10 are still pushing forward desperately, trying to look familiar in front of Su Xia and try their luck.
I came here this time to fulfill my original promise.
Su Xia looked at the 100 people in front of her and said with a smile.
The original promise? That's what you said.
The 100 people looked at each other with expressions of surprise. When recruiting new recruits, Su Xia promised that as long as their performance was good enough, they could become official members of the Beifeng organization. Didn't they wait so long just for this day?
No, Zheng. No, Zhan.
Su Xia ordered the two brothers.
Register them, and then notify the new station to include these 100 people in the official member list. Yes.
The two of them acted quickly and went to do it immediately. Becoming an official member means a lot. These 100 people can finally use the resources of the station. They will have the right to use personal rooms and the station warehouse. Their status in the Oasis camp will be significantly improved, and they will even get a better set of equipment. In an emergency, you can also apply to use the public supplies of the Beifeng organization, which is something other players would never dare to think of. Everyone behind Lin Shan was happy.
The warehouse can finally use the warehouse at the station.
The player's personal space is very limited, and it is impossible to store unlimited supplies. Back then, Su Xia needed a warehouse to store her own things, let alone these hundreds of players. The ores they dug, the special metals they found, the furs and bones they got from killing monsters, the herbs they dug, etc. Their personal space alone was simply not enough. And now it would be easier to handle it with a warehouse. Of course, with higher authority comes greater responsibility. After becoming official members, they need to spend at least half an hour patrolling around the camp every day. As Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility.
A team cannot be made up of all combatants.
When they were registering their formal members, Su Xia said to Lin Shan,
it is necessary to properly train pharmacists, repairmen, armor makers, etc. And all walks of life should be included. I understand. Don't worry, Commander.
Lin Shan nodded immediately.
Okay, I believe you.
With such an assistant, Su Xia saved a lot of trouble. He likes to be the hands-off boss and acts alone. Leading a team is not what he is good at.
These are 30 primary psychic potions and 10 intermediate psychic potions.
Su Xia took out a long list of potions, and the bright blue light flashed in the sun. As soon as the potion came out, the surrounding players were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were almost red. When had they seen so many psychic potions? If it weren't for Su Xia, but if it were an individual NPC, some players might be tempted to try and snatch it away. Since the launch of the game, there may not have been more than 100 players in the entire server who were lucky enough to get the psychic potion. There are rich people who openly bid on the forums and pay exorbitant prices to buy the psychic potions from other players. It is said that the price of a basic potion has been sold to hundreds of thousands, which is comparable to the commemorative version of Dragon Sniper. Everyone knows that the psychic root is far more powerful than the titanium root. These two roots are also jokingly called the noble root and the
civilian root.
Moreover, many players cannot buy psychic potions even if they have money. These things are all in the hands of NPCs, and they are so tightly controlled that there is no way to buy them. Su Xia took the potion and said to Lin Shan,
you can use 1/3 of these potions yourself, and the other part will be used as a team reward. If anyone performs well, reward them. Yes.
Seeing these potions, Lin Shan couldn't help but get excited. If he had selfish motives and sold these potions privately, many people would buy them, and he could immediately become a multimillionaire in the real world. Fortunately, he is not Sajideo's kind of person. Su Xia trusted this young man, so she took out so many potions. The primary potions are useless to him, but each mission will reward a batch, accumulating more and more. Previously at the new station, he left a pile of potions and asked Chung Ping'an to distribute them to outstanding members of the organization, trying to make the outstanding members of the organization become psychic creatures.
Remember? Your body is too weak now. You can only inject one potion at a time, and then inject the second potion every few days,
Su Xia solemnly ordered.
If too much is injected, abnormal conditions may occur, even for the undead. Unbearable. Yes. Thank you, Commander.
Lin Shan took the batch of potions excitedly, his hands trembling for fear of being unable to hold them steadily. Su Xia continued.
I promised before that as long as you are strong enough, I will teach you psychic skills. What do you think of leaping slash? Jumping slash?
Lin Shan's heart trembled. This was Su Xia's trump card skill. When the insect wave came, Su Xia jumped up, like an eagle descending from the sky, and killed the insect beast with one strike. This figure still remains in the hearts of many players.
Commander, can I really learn?
Everything happened too fast and was too beautiful, leaving Lin Shan with an unreal feeling of happiness and dizziness. In fact, Su Xia had already taught him psychic skills and taught him psychic shield before. Relying on the shield skill, Lin Shan can kill 7 in and out of the ferocious monster group, which is one of the reasons why he leveled up quickly.
As long as you want to learn, you can certainly learn,
Su Xia said calmly.
I will learn now.
Lin Shan swallowed his saliva, clicked on the dialogue box with Su Xia, and immediately saw the learnable skills column. In addition to the spiritual skill, leaping slash, there are also 3 ordinary skills, namely normal sword skill, advanced normal sword skill, and super normal sword skill. A 3-piece sword skill set. Lin Shan was stunned when he saw this name, inexplicably thinking of the ordinary 3-piece boxing set he had learned before. Although the name of that 3-piece suit is not good, it is really powerful. The other NPCs in the camp will also teach skills, which can be learned by completing a few simple tasks. However, the skills they teach are very different in power compared to ordinary boxing.
Commander,
this swordsmanship,
all formal members can learn.
Su Xia nodded.
After completing the registration, ask 100 other guys to come over and learn. Yes.
Lin Shan was overjoyed. After learning it, their team's ability to kill monsters would definitely be greatly enhanced. He can be sure that Su Xia's skills here are not weak. The conversation between the two was also heard by others, and everyone who was registering was overjoyed. They did not expect that formal members would have such benefits. The other players around were even more anxious and shouted,
Boss Beifong, look at me! I also want to contribute to the human race. Commander, don't look at him. Look at me! What do you think of me?
Someone stood on the roof, rolled up his sleeves, exposing his strong biceps.
What's this? I have muscles too,
someone shouted.
Get out of my way. You're blocking my 10-pack abs. The commander can't see it.
The scene was chaotic and noisy. Those who know understand that they are signing up to join the Beifong organization. But those who don't know may think that they are selecting male models for the White Horse ***. Chapter 306 Talents. Enrollment expansion is inevitable. But how many people should be recruited? Su Xiao looked around. Less than 1/10 of the players were over level 30. And even fewer were over level 35. The leveling difficulty of this game is too high. And there are too few tasks. Many players can only rely on boring monster killing to level up. And the difficulty of killing monsters is far higher than that of other online games. An ordinary little monster requires the cooperation of several players of the same level to kill it quickly. It's even harder for a single player, who has to avoid monster attacks through various moves, and kills very slowly. In this era of mobile games and mindless killing of monsters, it is difficult for ordinary people to adapt to this rhythm in the first place. Fortunately, the game world is made realistic enough, and there are major melon-eating events almost every day, so player stickiness is still high so far. According to the game's official statistics, more than 90% of players who have experienced VR Hive have chosen to continue playing.
Commander, they have finished registration. Do you want to come over now to learn skills?
Lin Shan asked.
Well, let them all come. Yes.
Lin Shan waved, and 100 official members happily came to Su Xia to learn the 3 ordinary swords. Many members had only learned ordinary boxing before, not even the subsequent advanced and super ordinary boxing. So they learned it all this time. They liked the skills of the series very much. The only flaw may be that every time they use the skills, they can't help shouting names like Ordinary Punch. Seeing the 3 extra, long sword, symbol skills on the skill bar, everyone couldn't help but be happy. There was a guy with itchy hands, who couldn't hold back. He took out a broken sword from the storage space on the spot and activated the skill. His face suddenly turned red. His eyes widened. And he shouted in front of him, "Hey, an ordinary sword!" The broken sword slashed down angrily, cutting through the faint shadow, and actually made a sharp sword sound, as if it even cut open the air. There was only a click, and a huge boulder in front was split into two, with a smooth and neat section. But the low-level broken sword in his hand was actually intact, with not even a nick left. Damn it! What a powerful skill. I want to learn too. A series of envious and jealous eyes focused on this player. All from outside. Su Xia glanced at the section of the boulder and nodded slightly. The power was similar to what he imagined. In the future, when faced with monsters with hard LS, Beifong team members can also cut them off with one sword, which can shorten the time for monster spawning and leveling. At this moment, Imogen suddenly knelt down next to the huge cut stone, wailed, covered his chest, and shouted in grief, "My stone! I'd begged for the wish-fulfilling gem from Chung Ping'an for a long time. Why did you leave me? My heart hurts if you don't leave me." Is this him? Su Xia's face twitched. This piece of broken stone actually has a source? Is Imogen trying to blackmail someone? The player who just swung his sword to chop the stone was stunned. He held the broken sword and looked at the stone that was split into two, and then looked at the sword in his hand. He looked confused and didn't know what to do. This stone looks ordinary and is placed randomly in front of the Beifong organization station. If it weren't for Imogen's wailing, everyone would have thought it was just a piece of rubble. Su Xia looked carefully several times before a line of prompts appeared in front of her eyes. Ordinary stone. Chung Ping'an randomly picked up a stone from the ravine and told Imogen that it was his family heirloom gem. In this way, he got an antique-grade stone from Imogen that was more than 200 years ago. Revolver. After reading the introduction, Su Xia rubbed her eyebrows and felt a headache. She didn't know what to say. Chung Ping'an is also dishonest and deceives an honest person like Imogen. In terms of seniority, Imogen was a member of the old Beifong organization, one generation higher than Chung Ping'an and older. Yet he was deceived like this. Does this stone have any effect? Su Xia turned to look at Imogen. When asked, Imogen stopped crying and nodded. This is Chung Ping'an's family heirloom. It's a good thing passed down from generation to generation. It can keep people safe and well. It's called the Rui Stone, even if you are fleeing during a war. At that time, their family did not abandon the stone, and finally had to bury it under a big tree, which he dug out not long ago. Oh, Su Xia felt complicated and didn't know what to say next. During the war, there was smoke everywhere, starvation and death everywhere, countless corpses, and people fleeing everywhere. Who would carry such a big stone around? Brother Ping'an is an honest man. He will definitely not lie to me. Imogen touched his heart sadly, still feeling heartbroken. This big piece of family heirloom was gone as soon as he said goodbye. Yes, that's true. Su Xia felt a little weak and continued. I have heard before that Chung Ping'an's family seems to have several ancestral stones. You can ask him for another one later. Really? Imogen's eyes lit up. But then he said worriedly, I'm just afraid Chung Ping'an won't give it to me. It's okay. Just say I asked you to ask for it, and Chung Ping'an will understand. Okay. Thank you, boss. Imogen chuckled. And the sadness just now was gone, and he returned to his normal appearance. The elder brother Imogen beside him sighed, not knowing what he was sighing about. The player breathed a sigh of relief, apologized profusely to Imogen, put away his sword, and retreated to the team next to him. Su Xia summoned Lin Shan and said to him, You have been in this world for a long time, and you should know a lot of undead friends. Yes, Commander. Lin Shan replied seriously, except for these 100 people. How are your other friends? Su Xiao looked at him and asked, What is their character? Are they strong enough? You should understand what I mean. Lin Shan felt happy. Of course, he understood what Su Xiao meant. Su Xiao wanted to recruit new people, but she didn't trust most of the undead. So she left the problem to Lin Shan. The strong enough, in his words, naturally refers to whether the level is high enough for players. Among the Sanrin friends Lin Shan knew, there were quite a few high-level friends, many of whom were above level 35. He often asked him if he could help them join the Beifong organization. Commander, how many people are needed in total? Lin Shan asked. This time we will expand the recruitment to 300 people. Su Xia gave an accurate number. Select 300 people first. Just like the previous 100 people. We will examine them for a period of time. If they are suitable, we will make them full-time employees. 300 people.
Lin Shan thought for a while, nodded quickly, and said resolutely,
Commander, don't worry. I will definitely provide you with a list of these 300 people by 6 o'clock tonight at the latest. Okay. I will rest here for the next 2 days. If you have anything, you can ask me directly.
Over at the new location of the Oasis camp, 2 groups of people from Dragon City were still arguing over whether to wake up the aliens. It was estimated that they would be arguing for several days. Su Xia didn't want to be involved, so she just came to the old station to clean up her life. His operation in Coral City is about to begin. In this operation, Fan Lu must be eliminated as an unstable factor. He did not want to be disturbed too much. After becoming a level 5 creature, Su Xia's chance of winning against Fan Lu was over 90%, and it was almost impossible to have an accident. If he had more time, he planned to get rid of Wang Tung, who had been shouting in the mercenary town.
Wang Tung claimed to have been to the battlefield in HL, and he should know the location of a certain piece of debris.
Su Xia thought to herself.
The mechanical tribe also has spaceship wreckage, but they don't know about the HL battlefield that simulates the combat system. Otherwise, the mechanical tribe would have attacked Wang Tung long ago. Take action.
Obviously, there is no complete simulation training system in the wreckage of the spacecraft obtained by the mechanical tribe. That guy Wang Tung clamored in the mercenary town every day, living a comfortable life of being king and hegemony. Masked stranger, I have arrived in Coral City. Where are you? You're not even in Coral City. Where have you been hiding? Now! As long as you turn on the radio and tune to the special channel of the mercenaries, you can hear this looping and brainwashing voice. Most of Wang Tung's prestige was built on Su Xia. In many taverns, his new nickname has spread the man even the masked geeks dare not mess with. Many people are saying that with the masked weirdo's temper, if he could beat Wang Tung, he would have beaten him long ago.
Commander,
Emotion suddenly shouted.
There is no way to keep these undead people outside. It will affect the normal operation of the camp. Well, let me tell them.
Su Xia quit thinking and looked up at the many players. The players also looked at him, with expressions of expectation on their faces, hoping to be admitted to the Beifeng organization.
In addition to fulfilling my promise, I came here this time to do something else. I think everyone should have guessed it.
Su Xia spoke calmly, looked around and spoke calmly.
Nowadays, the machine race is powerful, and the human race is declining. I need more warriors who have courage, perseverance, can overcome hardships, and are not afraid of death to join my camp. Commander, I'm not afraid of death.
Before Su Xia could finish speaking, a player shouted,
Boss Beifeng, I'm not afraid of death either. We are not afraid of death.
Death is probably the last thing players need to worry about. Since the launch of the game, players have explored many fancy ways to die. Some people spend a lot of money to rent an airship. When the airship rises to the stratosphere, they open the hatch, jump off, and feel the crazy joy of free fall. There are also people who rent submarines and dive into the sea, driving all the way to the deepest part of the sea until the submarine bursts under the terrifying pressure of the seabed. It is said that those players who dived into the deep sea once saw a vague and huge shadow of a terrifying creature in the darkness and coldness of the ocean depths. They were so shocked that they even forgot to turn on the game's screen recording system. When one of the members saw the huge shadow, he suffered from deep-sea phobia and fainted on the spot. He also triggered the life alarm system of the VR equipment and was rushed to the hospital. This incident happened abroad and caused a storm abroad at that time, attracting a large number of new players to the game.
I know you are not afraid of death.
Su Xia nodded with satisfaction and said to everyone.
However, this world is more cruel than the world you live in. Some things are more terrifying than death. If you are willing, go and register with Lin Shan. I think you all know him.
In this way, Su Xia left the matter directly to Lin Shan. He asked brothers Mo Zheng and Mo Zhan to also assist Lin Shan and maintain order at the registration site. Su Xia felt much more leisurely, found a place to sit down, made herself a cup of scented tea, and relaxed while smelling the fragrance of the tea in the warm winter sunshine. Lin Shan's side was busy, under the arrangements of Mo Zheng and Mo Zhan. The players who came to sign up lined up in 2 lines. The long queue stretched from the entrance of Beifeng Station inside the camp to the forest outside, circling the entire station twice. Soon, the time came to noon. The bracelet sent a reminder to Su Xia. It has been detected that your roommate on Earth is calling you. Do you want to return to Earth? Su Xiao immediately clicked yes and handed over the body to the bracelet. As soon as he woke up, he heard the voice of his roommate Li Defu.
Brother Su, why did you put the flowers on the windowsill? We are all men in the dormitory. If others see it, they might think that we have some bad habits. What? Men can't grow flowers?
Another roommate,
She retorted.
Defu, what kind of backward thinking do you have? She is right.
Su Xiao opened the bed curtain and smiled.
The bedroom is always gray all year round. A little bright color would be nice. Brother Su, have you added that freshman girl?
Li Defu turned his head and sounded like a gossip when he spoke.
No.
Su Xiao shook her head.
That's not okay. You have to show something when you accept flowers from others. You collected the flowers. They have nothing to do with me.
Su Xiao spread her hands.
Hee. Brother Su, you are such an irresponsible scumbag.
By noon, several roommates took action. Washing their hair, washing their faces, shaving, putting on handsome suits, and combing their hair like adults. This was requested by Blizzard Company. They were expected to be interviewed in formal attire in the afternoon. Li Defu stood in front of the mirror, pulled his tie, pushed his hair back, and immediately smiled.
Hey, don't tell me. Wearing this suit, I really feel like a successful person. Oh, Defu, how you tie your tie? Help me.
Another roommate, Li Sihua, asked for help. His messy tie was strangling him.
I don't know how. Brother Su, help me fight.
Brother Su. Li Sihua cast a pleading look and looked at Su Xiao eagerly. Su Xiao was speechless and held her forehead. He and the room director were the only two people in the whole dormitory who knew how to tie a tie. Soon, 6 people finished dressing up. Li Defu looked at Su Xiao in shock and said,
Damn it. Brother Su, I didn't realize it before. With your body proportions, have you ever considered finding a rich woman? Yes.
Su Xiao nodded solemnly.
Let's wait until we can't make any money in the game.
Li Defu looked at Li Sihua again and asked in surprise.
Sihua, why do you wear your hair parted in the middle? Doesn't the middle part look good?
Li Sihua looked at himself in the mirror and touched his hair. He felt that the hairstyle was pretty good.
It's weird. Something is missing. Lack of basketball?
Just like that, the 6 brothers in the dormitory went out to meet their first interview in their lives. The sun is just right today. There is rarely such warm sunshine in Jincheng in winter. The road is full of golden ginkgo leaves. When the wind blows, fallen leaves are flying. And combined with the Soviet-style architecture of the last century unique to the old campus, it feels like returning to the faded old days.
Click!
Li Defu held up his mobile phone and took a selfie, including himself and 5 other people. He took several photos in a row, carefully selected the most handsome one, and then added the text,
6 talents of Jianan,
and uploaded it to his personal social account. As soon as I posted it, someone responded below. Wow, so handsome. It was followed by a long series of periods, causing the entire reply to be collapsed. Looking at the profile picture, the person replying should be a girl. Li Defu felt happy and immediately clicked on the entire reply. I mean, Yao Su is so handsome. Li Defu trembled all over. Feeling sad, he touched his bumpy, fat face and almost burst into tears. When Nua first created man, didn't she think about making him more beautiful? He held his phone, clicked on other social platforms and gaming platforms, and browsed other information. Before he walked out of the school, Li Defu was startled and said to everyone on his cell phone,
This guy Sajideo is causing trouble again. What's wrong?
Everyone looked at him.
The pharmacy where he works has also begun to accept apprentices. There are no restrictions. Anyone who wants to become a pharmacist can go.
Li Defu handed his mobile phone to several people.
Oh, this guy is really haunting,
Li Sihua said with a frown. A trace of gloom flashed in the eyes of the room director Yuan Shushua, and he whispered,
Find an opportunity to completely destroy him.
Hiju immediately agreed, clenching his fists and saying,
Yes, this thing's account must be disabled. Brother Su, what do you think?
Everyone asked Su Xiao and expressed concern. After all, CG Dao's teacher should be the only 5th-level pharmacist in the entire Coral City. If he starts to recruit disciples, it will definitely have a big impact on Su Xiao. Su Xiao glanced at the message on her phone, shrugged and said,
Don't worry. Just let him go. Even a 5th-level pharmacist may not be able to teach students well.